Hello, hello. How are we doing today? Ja, wakker, salut. Lone Wolf, hello, hello. Didum, how you doing? Hometown Heroes, hello, hello. Drew Weber, hello, how you doing? Peter's Monday, yes. Poly patch notes in a couple of hours, I would assume. So we have a few build experiments before that, but it's going to be interesting. Good, glad to hear, glad to hear. I'm doing okay, Very excited to see the PTS later today. See what they cooked for the class mastery passives and the Werewolf changes. The I'll check the veterancy system if it depends when the PTS goes online, but there's a lot to test. And there's a lot of patch notes to go through, I bet. Big day indeed. What's up, Sam? How you doing? It's a good day. Got the butt spawn, the blind slime groin all in one day. Nice. Some good progress. The blind is really well. Butt spawn also for a lot of builds is very, very solid. Some good sets to farm. It's playable today. Poly after midnight, but if it's earlier, then I'll poly test things on PTS today. We have 1 day left on the event thing. Last few writs. One day plus 20 hours, basically 2 days, yeah. So today and tomorrow, in last writs. Wonder if any of the masteries will have been completely changed from what we've seen before. I would bet most of them. The numbers were completely bonkers, but we'll see, we'll see. Also very curious to see what kind of sets they introduce this up there. We've seen none of that. And Gothi was pretty good from previous patch, so that's why I'm very curious. Also have a little MacDK experiment to test, but we'll see if it works or not. Hope it works, yeah. With my game crash, this is just an endless loading screen. Oh, that's a good start. Yeah, but I mean, if it doesn't work, then worst case scenario, it's probably gonna work next patch, or some different thing is gonna work next patch. I mean, the build works, the one I have on the website, but I don't know. It's just there's just something that it's lacking always. Hey, Crow, how you doing? The weekend been pretty good, pretty good. Just chilled yesterday. Played a lot of where Windsmith. There's it's like a new zone, and did some boss fights there, but very excited to see the PTS notes today. Also I set up some builds and stuff too yesterday, and did the usual writs. Hello bro, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you. Much appreciated. How are you doing today? Desion Skelf, good to fuck. Where do you think Necro will land today? Will Necro be revived today? I don't have super high hopes for Necro. Because the problem is the skills, not really the... like, they can give Necro some really OP passives, but... where do you get your major expedition from? Snare and root removal? Like, you wanna run race against time or some garble like that? Like, where do you get a good heal, good burst heal? You don't have those in Necro Toolkit, really. That's why I have the Draconic Power at the moment, so you're gonna lose... if you have to go pure Necro, you're gonna lose damage compared to Gravelord and Bone Tyrant and Draconic Power at the moment. Which is actually pretty good. Like, I like the Corpse Burster Necro at the moment. Adolf, how you doing? What time does PTS come up? It's probably in like 7 hours or something like that. It's usually around midnight, or 6 to 7 hours. Midnight my time. Probably get the PTS notes in, I'd say probably 2 hours, 3 hours. Race against time? Yeah, but I don't like it. I tried this time then, it's kind of funny. Oh, the Bomber. Yeah, it's a funny build. What the fuck? Are the servers down or I just can't seem to log in. Hey, what's beside Blackwood is oh fuck's sake. That might be a problem. I should have diversified a little bit. I didn't think the zone would crash. Blackwood, every single character's in Blackwood. What the fuck? Ay ay ay. There's what's a bollocks. Just built you showed me the other. No, I want to test it today. But we can't get in game. Why is there no forum post about this? Wait, hype train? How? How do we get a hype train? It's already 31% from one resub. That's crazy. Wardenfell S tier. Maybe I move some characters after this. Oh, wait. We're in game. It's fixed. Maybe it's on the knife blade that's broken. Is there anything new here? Wait, we have the new weekly challenges soon. In 12 hours, probably. Only open some treasure chests at some point. So this is actually the character I was gonna testing on. You can already see the set here, you can only track it with Trendar. The Agathos. It's a funny little combo you can do. Results in unblockable, undodgeable CC. So hopefully it works, but I don't know. I think every Flameless build just feels super clunky. best build every other zone? Nah, it's the fastest zone to do Ritz in. Like the wasteland right next to the Ritz too. But if the zone crashes, then that's a problem.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
I was gonna do some Ritz before doing BGs, but I guess we can start with a BG. With an idea if it works or not. Still missing the boots, but those are kinda cheap. No launch screen to do BG dailies, that's true. Maybe it's do like RP home locations for each character. Grumpatek, thank you for the first part. Thank you. Much appreciated. We still have the hype train. There's 1 minute left. Some free emotes. Well, free. Fuck it, I'm just gonna queue. See how it works out. Let's move this to Northern Elsewhere first, I think. Still like too many people in Blackwood or something as the fight crashes. With Somerset before, the problem with Somerset is that the wasteland is way too far. Oh shit. Bro, thank you for gifting subs to Newbie and Mulligan. Thank you. Level 2 hype train. I'm sorry I don't have the music DJ, AI DJ thing. I need to set that up. I keep saying that and then I forget to set it up. That would be one addition to the stream though. And Cherries with the what trick. How you doing? Yeah, hello. 25 streams. I need to list this still, I think.
The women.
Let's see if these are worth anything. I'm gonna keep up right now. Way too many BGs on this character. They really need to redo the whole BG system. So I was watching Xis play yesterday. He hasn't done any BGs in like probably like a couple of months, half a year, something like that. And he was getting the same opponents I get, so there's basically no matchmaking whatsoever. Except that you get longer queues if you play one character too long. Like he did like 2 BDs and started getting the same opponents.
You can be assured.
Oh wow, 2k gold. Huge. I could open the treasure chest. Could get a lead for the left-hander build. Or well, another one. It's pretty much the only thing actually. Oh no, I can get this one from Oridon. One day 100% codex. So I think they're, from what I understood, they're redoing all of these, well not all of them, but they're redoing Auridon, Clenumbra and Stonefalls. All of the visuals will be updated.
What?
From what I understood. Ouch. Like for us long-term players it's not a big deal, but for new players that's really good. Only more player retention. Equals more opponents in PvP in the future, hopefully. That's not the idea here, it's gonna die before, but... Get a guaranteed CC there, basically. Oh, that's a 12-meter radius on the Akatos shed. So hopefully buy some time to powerless. That's the main idea behind it. A shuttle in a bit here. This game zones do need some touch up, they really do. Okay, we need one more chest. Hey, Butterband, how you doing? What time is BTS? It should be online in like 6 hours or something like that. Usually it's around midnight my time. But we get BTS notes earlier in like only like 2.5 hours, 3 hours, something like that. Arca would be faster. Yeah, I know there's a lot of faster things, but I'm opening chests here because it also gets me a lead potentially. So I'm gonna get the codex someday fully collected. That's from treasure chest in Oridon. The fuck? What is this route? Also, I gotta get used to having a CC on the wiki. That's weird. At 353, oof. But tomorrow we get new weeklies. Wait, there's no treasure chest here? What the hell? It's just in this area. I probably have to wait for this PG to end, or never mind. It already did, and I didn't get in the next lobby. Actually cursed. Maybe I could 4v4, but that's not always super fun. Also, another good thing about this set is that we're a lot tankier on the back bar. Because you mostly just spend time on the back bar. You do sometimes go to the front bar, but... And then when you switch to front, when you have the Koro, you have less health on the front, which means that you take less damage. Because corrosive. Not the only one being stuck in a queue. Oof. Maybe it's just the servers having some issues again. Okay, so I just don't have any markers outside this area. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure there's chest here. I'm too lazy to enable the other add-on. Ryan's also in a bit here. Oh, now I see the... Okay, finally. Hopefully not missing anything. We have Sudan now, because I don't wanna... I don't have bar space for the armor buff. I could have it if I choose to not have the double scribe. But that would mean not having like block and cast the double scribe or OB into flameless. It's kinda important. Let's see how this works, I guess. Wait, Shady, do you know this person? As guild tag Shady. Just a coincidence. Oh, that's you. You changed your user ID. Jaksa, how you doing? All IDs got stolen. I see, I see. Oof. Do you think your update 48 Soul Cleaver ranged Magknife is still playable in Zero? Bit more reserved from ranged Red Style. If you play ranged, then yeah, it's playable, but you'll have trouble killing DKs. But you can survive, and you can always find people to kill in Zordel, so should be fine. Fukatsu, how you doing? Who would do something like that? Indeed, indeed. Let's get the Death Sigil Domination. I should have waited. I'm too greedy. Way too greedy. But we can just flag here. Oh, I forgot the OB. Fuck's sake. I don't like Flameless. I don't like it. I can stay here. Just gonna die if I try to. So I need the Koro. So these people are Giga Squishy, they would die even without the... even without the Koro. Some 18k ingap, poly damage sigil. Fun! I don't like that. Like there's no time to go for a global, go for a like Inferno heavy in BTs usually. Like that one didn't even land that heavy attack. Because I do have a skill here on the backfire from Earthenheart. But didn't poke the OB there. There's some Acuity, I think. The blue claw. You have Goro? Oh. I don't know about this. I'm not feeling the items that really on cooldown here, but... Is this the Genki boy? No. Don't have Koro, but... Okay, so we do proc the Paulaster. Akatos on cooldown for 7 more seconds, so that's the Genki boy. Dutch. Meh. I mean, it's a super one-sided PD, but doesn't feel fluid to play. Like, just proc the OB, go in, like. Can I reveal him with the? I can. Oof. I don't know. The OB is the problem. It's always the OB. It's like you don't have time to go for a heavy attack every time. So you need to run some like double scribe. Having sword and bot scribe here could be good, but then you don't get the heavy attack if you want to go for it. It's a little bit of extra burst. We're supposed to be pretty tanky on this, so you get armor here if you're on the back bar. Maybe I have to try another one. Get a better idea. Maybe Flameless is just bad on DK, and I have to just accept that. And either subclass into Adric, or play Molten Whip, even on Acuity. it's starting to get to that point. Like, in theory, the Koro Flameless AoE Giga damage is cool, but in practice it just doesn't... most of the time it just fucking fails. What's up, Gerald? Just worse than Molten? I'm starting to feel that way, on DK at least. On DK. On Sork it feels fine, because you can shriek over people and just throw the dagger, like the moment you... It gives you range, basically, on Stormcalling builds. Because you get 50-meter range. On DK it doesn't feel like you want to go for it. Like, you can't throw this and then, like, shriek to the target and Molten Whip them. Or Flameless them, and then go for the powerlesses. Lacking that capability. Even if you shot the gap closer, like, it's too slow. So you'd need a better proc condition on DK than the Dual Scribe. Or heavy attack. Heavy attacks are fine if you can go invis, or if you play a range build. If you play bow, then it's fine to heavy attack. But even on the bow build I run Molten Whip. The one we made last stream. Then, like, I pointed out on the forums, I made a little forum thread, and I swear I get the biggest fucking idiots being like, oh, DK is strong, they shouldn't make Flameless more like easy to proc. Oh no, can't have that. Like, they don't even understand, like, how it is at the moment. Because they probably got killed by Powerless in Zero or BGs, and they're like, oh, this is OP, and they don't understand how it functions. Like, how it's not very good on pure DK compared to Molten Whip. Powerless procs, it's stupid. Yeah, it's really good if you can get it to proc. But it has a lot of targeting issues. Like, where you try to land it and there's like a few people with off balance, and this guy doesn't have off balance, and guess where your whip goes, even if you have the cursor and the tap target on the guy with the off balance, it goes on that one. Like, it's such an annoying skill. It's like not fun. It's fun when it works, but not fun when it should work, but it doesn't. If that makes sense. Because targeting. But in this case it's the build probably, like, I just don't have a good activator for the Paula's. And I think it's something they should take a look at. Maybe give DK some good option for off balance, or maybe redo some of the weapon abilities. It's like, this is not really doing it. Like, it's always been a problem in this game. Yeah, but I would say Powerless suffers from that more than anything else. It's like, otherwise, if you're in a group fight, and let's say you try to hit someone with a bow proc as a knife blade, it's okay to hit the wrong target, because you're still gonna burst someone for a lot. It still does what it's supposed to do. But if you try to activate the Powerless, and you're in a group fight, now suddenly you don't have the Giga heal, you don't have the AoE, and the thing hits like a noodle, and heals like a noodle too. Like, you're gonna get yourself killed. Like, it plays very, very differently. It's like extra bad with bad targeting. Make it easier to proc, they also need to nerf it in other ways. I don't think they need to nerf it, I think they should just buff other things. It's like, you would still want to run Molten Whip on many builds. Even if it had less clunkiness with the activation. Because you can see it here, like, even if they made it easier to proc, like, let's say there was an AoE check, for example, for the off balance, you still wouldn't want to run it because it doesn't work with the build. You'd want to run Molten Whip instead, I think. Rooms full of Disney clowns. Yeah. Bad and good at the same time. Targeting is the way it is, though. I mean, yeah, but it doesn't generate like fun gameplay experience when like something doesn't work because of clunkiness or because of like targeting issue. I'm not really like, I'm not even focused on the balance of things really. I'm just focused on the fun of things. So I think balance should be a completely separate discussion. So if they're doing these reworks, they need to make sure that everything feels fun to play. Balance is completely whatever, unless the skill is so bad that you don't want to run it even if it works, because it feels unimpactful. Kumi, how you doing? Yeah, lolo. GVDs, if 6 people ran knife flip and could reliably hit it, always gonna be a kill. Well, not anymore, right? With the wings, perhaps. Maybe 6 is still too much, but... Like this one plus... Does it stack? No, it doesn't stack, right? Yeah, Uberfish, how you doing? Pretty bad job. Don't think DK is particularly fun. No, it has some annoying things, like the one I mentioned with the powerless proccing and the whole like mini game of like, okay, I'm gonna try to proc it here. Oh, it didn't proc, just hit some different targets in this group fight, and like that part I don't like. But I do like the change to Dragonfire. I do like the buffs, like skills feeling impactful. Like Inhale just feels good to use. Feels like you're using a strong ability. Same with the Cinderstorm, feels a lot more impactful than before, of course, with 8 meter radius instead of the like small puddle that just encourages the most brain dead gameplay, where you stand there and tank basically. Like you can still stand there and tank, but it's a lot more usable now on healers, and it feels like a good ability instead of some gimmick for a subpar dueling build, like it used to be. Only change that made it more fun. New Inhale is pretty much the opposite of fun. I think it feels good to click. Like, you click and you get stats back. You feel like your ability is doing something. Because a lot of classes have abilities that you click and it's like, okay, what now? To name some examples. Let's use Shock for example. Curse, I think, is very often like, you put a curse on target and okay, it goes off after a few seconds, but so what? Like, it doesn't feel impactful. Twilight, like Twilight Tormentor, you might as well not click it, it doesn't do anything basically, you get less than 1k damage from that per second. Familiar, same thing, you click the stun, what's gonna happen? It doesn't feel impactful to click. Ward, same thing, it's just instantly gone, it doesn't heal you anymore. Bound Armaments could be, I'm gonna say it could be better. If you look at decay changes, I think Bound Armaments could also be buffed. A frag feels kinda impactful, but it could be like whip, or it could be a little bit more damage. Crystal Weapon I don't think feels impactful. I know a lot of people like the ability, I know a lot of people use Crystal Weapon, I don't think it feels impactful very often. Like let's say you're weaving like Crystal Weapons, not using it to stack like burst damage. That skill, casting that skill doesn't feel impactful. Both from animation point of view and the damage you get out of it compared to other things in the game. Satanic Spine's absolutely not impactful. Vibrant Shroud, it doesn't feel impactful either. It's a good skill, but you know what I mean. Like, Dark Exchange, Dark Deal, it's like, okay, you get a little bit of stats and then they're gone. You have a lot of abilities that just don't feel fun to click. On DK you do have abilities that, like, you click and you know what's gonna happen. More impactful than any other sword skill? No, because the damage from it is not that... a single target, and it's not that amazing. I know it's really good, but... if you compare it to, like, Flameless or Molten Whip, it's not on the same power level. Or even Surprise Attack, which I think, given the decay changes, they could actually buff Surprise Attack. But I think surprise attack is more impactful. So you get more things out of it. Or more damage, you get the OB, it fits the playstyle. So you're just going to get nuked when they rework Sork, surely. I don't think they should. But we'll see. I think if... I mean, they did nerf DK in some aspects. They nerfed survivability with the Koro, they nerfed the Shattered Rocks for like outnumbered play. It's better in duels, sure, but... So you might see like some CC nerf on Streak, but it should still be a really powerful ability. And they could buff it in other ways. That's not how you doing. And Swampen, hello. Skill is so good that you have to use it like every 5 seconds. Yeah, if you build your sustain around it, but I see a lot of DKs not doing that. I'm not saying that's a good thing. Those are suboptimal builds. If you run things like Elite Torque or Wretched or Rock Sound DK or Chogas, you're doing it wrong. But it is an option for people who are not like comfortable with the Heart of Flame or Soul Flame sustain. Also, it's not infinite sustain, by the way. I tried Soul Flame with the banner. Banner makes it... it's too much if you don't run any other sustain. At least it felt like that on the bow decay. Notchable streak, no. Rework everything. What's up, Marco Deck? They are reworking everything. That's the thing. What's this DK build now? We have some special sauce with Akatos. We do heavy, proc the OB, gap close, you do flameless into Shattered Rocks. The Shattered Rocks is a guaranteed CC. Or the Akatos is a guaranteed CC. So one is blockable and the other one is dodgeable, but not the other way around. And they land at the same time. And the Akatos is an AoE CC. So it should give, in theory, it should give you some time to power last, but... I did one BG so far, it was kind of one-sided, I didn't get too much info out of that one. When BT is out? Probably in 5 hours? 5.5 hours, something like that. Skill 3 of Chain and Ulti Gain is bullshittery. I mean, just play pure DK, easy. That's how DK used to play before subcussing. You can still have a lot of mobility if you do Wings and Swift. Lots of survivability while kiting with Wings too. And then Gamber, how you doing? Outcasts just have super outdated stuff, reworking stuff even if it's slow. Yeah. There's 2 strongest skills in group play in his kit. Negate and Streak. Not Streak in group play, right? Oh no, you mean Streak. Is it good in group play too? I mean, I've heard that the both groups run like a disruptor on the edge, and that person's job is to like streak and stay out of other negates and negate people. You have the ballast there. Did I not proc the Akat? No, I did proc it. Just didn't CC there. She had CC mid. He's in Koron. It doesn't matter. This build feels weird to play. We do have the Akatos available. Oh, this poor guy. Oh, okay, we don't even get close. I feel like I should just be doing that. I mean, we can proc the set here, it's not gonna do anything. Stun. I don't know, I don't have the fucking powerless again. So I need to do some stupid fucking dual bolt scribe there. And I hold block and die. Cool. Fun. Is that 7k through block? Yeah, 7.4 on block. Great. No, I don't like this. I don't feel like doing heavies most of the time. You just get CC'd there. But that's avoidable if you don't do the Saturn rocks, which I'm not really doing enough though. I feel like we have too many CCs with the wings too. Okay, let's try to combo here. But this should be OB. This should be a CC. It is a CC, but don't have powerless, of course, because there was no off balance from the heavy deck. It's not gonna get the CC there. No OB, of course. No power. Okay, now we get powerless finally. I don't know. So be on this one, but no Koro. Bonk. Doesn't matter. There's no Agathos available. Should be a guaranteed CC there. Yep. Okay, that kinda worked, but that's a 1v1. Okay, I didn't need the CC there. There's a damage siddle. Do I wanna take it? If I take the damage siddle, I can't really test things because people just die instantly. No, I should take it. That's just a stupid question. Okay, let's try the combo wombo here. He is in Koro, which means I need to kite this, I think. It's no longer in Koro here, surely. Get CC'd by these and rocks there. Maybe there's some way to make this work properly. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay, I don't need the Saturn rocks there at all. Problem is that this is all without the set. Like, I don't need the set to do that. So there's gotta be something better, right? It just feels like a wasted 5-piece. I guess these are the rocks there. Let's do magic trick called block there. The set is available. Bonk. Yeah. I don't know. Ei heksissä ydyn. It's a horrible spammable. Yeah, but it could be a good one if they rework it. The crystal weapon. Shouldn't be on the... Nothing should be... Yeah, but... You get more fun game if things feel powerful when you click them. Like, I definitely notice a difference when playing DK compared to previous patches. Like, using whip, like sometimes you whip and you don't even see the health bar move in previous patches. Even on like Acuity Koro DK, you sometimes didn't even see anything happening if you did Acuity Koro and Conti spam, for example, for AoE. And you tried to hit some random as EP group in IC, for example, happened a few times, and they wouldn't even... It wouldn't even move the health bars. You know the level of those players. It definitely should, you know. It just... Right now it feels a lot more fun playing DK than it was. Skill tree of Chain and read that. All guys just have super outdated stuff. I read that. The wrong option every time, then it really isn't an option. Wait, which one are we talking about? Flameless? Now what's up, Sticks? BTS is in 5.5 hours, I think. Oh, it's online then, but BTS notes are earlier. Playing pure DK, but Stormcalling actually grew on you. Yeah, I mean, Stormcalling is really good, so it doesn't surprise me. But DK is absolutely fine without it. Hats is a blink and silence on instant cast AoE. Don't have them in group play, you're doing something wrong. Play with more than 4 people. Yeah, there's like someone at the like edge of the group usually, and they counter negate, and I think there's some like root spam as well, right? With bombard, or is that still a thing? Probably not. Crazy subclassing for DKs to add animal companions, time, Deep Fissure, Incinerate, and Soul Flame. I tried that, but it was very, very disappointing damage. I tried that with what did I have? I had like some full damage besides Rush of Agony. I had Rush of Agony and what's the other set I ran? Maybe it was like Rush and Rally or something like that with Baylog, but I don't know. It just tickled people in BGs for some reason. Then I switched to the other setup with Acuity and Leap and the Engolfin. And that felt a lot better. It's like you could... It makes no sense that it did no damage, but it just didn't. I had Conti, I had the Incinerate, Heart of Flame into Sharks, Conti, Lotus. And it would all land at the same time. But the problem was that all of that did like max 6 to 7k damage each, if you crit. It was like you can build for more damage and just hit like one Engolfin tick for like half of all that damage. Or if not like almost all of that damage. Crazy DK subclass is molecular biology. Wait, what? Incinerate Soul, Deep Fissure in order, have it land together, or Deep Fissure wait for the first sharks to pop. Yeah, I think the problem was that it didn't have enough base stats, that build. So maybe if you play it in a group, if you have someone giving you like major courage and all that, maybe then it's stronger. I got a set for design, there's definitely better things. Like playing DK before, no, not really. But DK wasn't really, like, it wasn't the most struggling grass out there, but if you fought a If you fought like the knife blades and the like animal ass builds on decay, like it wouldn't end well. Syssona on different power levels entirely. Like whip compared to bow proc before was not even a discussion. You got like twice the damage with a bow proc. And from range as well. Must play it with Leap. Played all the ults on Slot Koro, doubled ult and Leap. Leap is the most broken ult in the game. It just gives you kills because people can break free. Always has been, what's up business. It's also blockable though. There's a bug at the moment where if you're dodgeling and you're blocking while dodgeling, normally you can block things. It says blocking, but you're not actually blocking if you're dodgeling. But Leap, it like stands up your character and blocks the Leap if you do that. Maktir, thank you for the follow. You saw the Leap on Gankblade, just so broken. Yeah, I have it on Stam Decay. I prefer Stam Decay over this one. But there has to be something that works, right, with Koro. There has to be something that feels good on this. We do 18k Paulus. Would be 20k with a different setup, I think. It's on a player. It's a really interesting set though. Normally countered by block, but you have the shattering. So always get seized by one of them. But Dick has so many issues still when it comes to building it. Or at least Koro Decay. Leap Decay, you kind of have damage outside of the combo bombos, but I just don't know if this is it either. He's got it, Seidun. Do another one. Like having this feels wrong. Having this other knife here. Ideally I would have this as spammable. But we don't have Shriek or something to proc it as mentioned earlier. And then use Paolas as the like other spammable or burst skill. But then you lack a good CC. So you can't only have off balance. Doesn't really work. Do you like the Shudan though? I think Shudan opens some options. Tomahayuden. So we can fit in the Saturn dogs. But you also need to make this undodgeable somehow. So as people see the icon on the screen, there's click dodge all and it doesn't really work against people who know how to counter CCs anyways. Yeah, that's why I have all of this. Like I made this uncounterable, the CC part, but you still need to proc the off balance. It's just too slow, I think. Retrograde, how you doing? Yesterday Saturn rock someone in spell wall, hit him with 12k whip. Yeah, if you're CC2, don't pocket. It drops the even the ulti block for like duration of the CC. Also decided to make stem weapon damage speed bots and not run damage buff. This also means no heroism, but 'Cause there's two weak links. There's this one and the armor buff, but it's more so about the skill bars here. Like, what do I run here? Just the whole playstyle feels weird. We have 3 CCs right now. We have the item set, or the 5-piece set. Actually 4. We have Satin Rocks, we have Wings, we have the off balance, and the back bar set. It just feels wrong. It feels like I could cut down on the amount of CCs, and there's gotta be some way to do that. Breath for Brits? No. Because we have Koro. Brits on dots at least, it's not worth it. Because I think the dot damage is very like, it's not very important on this build. Most of the damage is direct damage. It's 1/3 of the damage is dot damage, but it's mostly burning on the like other side of the map when people are gonna save and can't really kill them. Oh, I'm running out of food. Wings and rocks for beauties. What do you do about block then? If someone's just holding block and tanking your power lasses. That's the main issue. People can survive your entire burst window and then you need to build up 200 ulti to burst again. Nothing. Yeah, that's what I wanna try to avoid. Oh, nice. We have Didoom. Can't that off balance so annoying? Yeah, it is. Molten Whip, I prefer Molten Whip. On DK at least. I think Flameless is fine if you have toppling, or if you're on Stamshark and you have Shriek and Saturn Knife, that's super strong as well. It's not too annoying to proc, but pretty much everything else, it feels super clunky. You see, like, no off balance there, for example, on this guy, right? Yeah, no off balance even though I do a full heavy there, so I have to use the fucking whip there. He didn't get CC'd yet here, no. So we do the Saturn Rocks there. Set some cooldown, sadly. Okay, they said actually CC'd him, but I don't know how much that tells. If people know how to counter the set, it's not gonna CC. Unless you do these Saturn Rocks. Oh, there's this funny guy. Did bulk with the bar. Yeah, fuck. Some charm. Koro AoE is direct. No, it's not. It's actually dot damage. No, I can't do the CC there, but he gets CC because he can't block there due to the full animation. Oh, I get CC'd, I don't make the Saturn Rock there at all. Bubble, that's not gonna last very long. Is he gonna get CC'd by that? No. No, he's gonna dodge all the Saturn Rocks or not? little bit early. Do we have the Aulas? The Southern Rocks. Oh, can pass one. Great. Spam burst still there. Not ideal. 2 OB here. Into Paulus. So we had the combo there. I think that's an unavoidable CC. I don't know, kinda some mixed feelings about this set. Sometimes it's really nice, but... Is this the best thing we can do, really? OB? Oh, come on. Really? I couldn't get close into the water either. Oh, the funny guy with all crypto about left the BG, what a surprise. I hate that, like, why do people do that? They happily run after you, fucking shirk you down when they have a better team, and then when they have the weaker team, they just leave the fucking BG. After one death. Like, why would you do that? It's such like pussy behavior. Like, if people wanna run after me, fine, but at least don't leave the BG if you do that. The moment you cannot do that. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. Okay, let's do a combo here. Into OB that way as well. Into this, into CC. Okay, double cast the Flameless. Wait, can't you do wings into... Wait, you can do Saturn Rocks into wings as well, right? For a guaranteed CC. But you can't really line up anything with them. So you force the dodge and then maybe I could try to build around that too. Okay. Okay, let's try to combo bombo, never mind. Put me in running wings on the front bar, if I did that. It's very, very... Actually, no, it's not single target. I was gonna say it's very single target, but... Humble immobile bot? Yeah, but you can't always have it, right? Okay, how many dot saws? Not enough. Kinda one-sided. $800k? Oh, they're all leaving? Really? Great. The state of PGs. You're bugged, it seems. Reload UI. Now Tom is buffing it. Ignis still looking good for that spot then. Wait, what do you mean Ignis? Motherfucker. Oh, the rock set reveals him. You always have it when you have Koro. I need to make Koro build really fast then. So I can change this set if I do that. I was thinking basalt, but there's no way you have enough basalt at the time with just southern rocks. Wow. Giga BG. Didon was on heals. 4 kills. Streak does the same. I think if you streak you still get CC'd, but I'm not in a position to do powerless after that. It might work. We know the build to stack this other CC, so we waste the next claw ball. Yeah, there's a bit too many downsides. I don't know, gonna have to think about this a little bit. See, there's running Cloak as their only defense with Elven skills that reveal them. Cloak, I think it's... well, it can't be your only defense, but Cloak if you have Soul is a bit interesting. I do that on my Stamblade. Soul and 3 Swift. So if you have people in your melee range who get CC'd, normally big trouble, right? Because if you try to Cloak, you get BB AoE'd and taken out of Cloak. But if you have Soul, that gives you enough time to create distance and then you Cloak and heal up with Rally while in Vision. It's a really fun playstyle. But like Cloak alone can't be your only defense. Like there's a lot of people who just try to Cloak and like you're right next to them. If you have any AoE, they just get taken out of Cloak immediately. It just doesn't work. Imagine running Cloak without spell symmetry value. Oh, isn't siphoning better? Cost of your next magic ability is reduced by 33%. 3k magic on. But siphoning's almost... oh right, subclassing. You don't have siphon. True. True. What I also like a lot on Bowblade is this thing here. Because you also get defense. It absorbs a lot of dot damage while in this. And you still have your stam regen, so you can kinda spam it. Just 2.2k magic every time. It's usually my top regen on that build. Yeah, some Sodanboard is very slept on, I think. Okay, let's see, what can we do here? If I do Saturn Knife... Spammable? Can I move this to back bar? Like, it's a funny set, but I don't really... I think there's something better. Like, I always have this feeling when I play this character, this particular character, that there's something better. It's just a hunch I have. So even though like the builds work and they do alright and all that, it just doesn't feel complete. Also Riot Hayden. Hold on, let me scroll up a bit. Okay, VIP is gonna stand out these days. Yeah, that's actually on the low end, I think. Someone's messing running in damage spot, put something else over Igneous weapons. Sub is in a good spot. It's in a good spot, but is it min-max? No, I don't think it is. I would like it to be. So this has to be here. This is my spammable slot. But move wings here to front bar, so you can do Saturn rocks into wings. This feels super weird. Into the hopefully unblock, 'd, unblocked, 'd, 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 Yeah, goal is to make Koro good and to use Flameless. I mean, I could do Molten Whip with Koro. It's not something that I can't do, but I really like the AoE. The full pen for the Paulus. It's just a fun playstyle. Molten is the key, it might be. Then something like Conti, perhaps. Also probably need the gap close here. Something like this then. Do certain rocks into wings, into Paulus, after proccing the OB. Can have the armor buff here, but the weapon spellness buff, but could drop it with the bots, of course. I feel like you kinda need the magic at all. Even though it's not a lot with 600 Mac regen. Could be kinda hard to sustain. I just have all of this on the back bar. So it's a weird setup. Oh right, I had the order sweat there. Sadly there's no taunt. So otherwise there could be major vulnerability, that's probably best damage you can get. Kinwatcher's probably 2 RNG. The major breach, it does buff the Koro. Does buff you damage outside of Koro. But if you get Cowardice or Defile, Major Maim, like all of that is kinda pointless. There's also this one that apparently is not terrible from what I've heard, but don't have any roots really. That's kinda counterable too, I think. I think some oldie gen would be good. Can't change the Sudan. So what do we have? We have 2 slots. This could be the willpower again, I guess. Order Sweat, I tested a lot of things. I couldn't figure out something better. I tried Plague Break, I tried a lot of like different procs, but Order Sweat was the one that gave the most damage against one target. Forest Freight, I didn't try Forest. I don't have it crafted, but I just don't see it being that much better. A little bit more crit sense than Orders, but not a lot. Also, I'll be right back. Orders Rally, Kiko setup, unique AF, yeah, very, very unique. And back. Hey Dixie, how you doing? Keep teasing. I had that earlier. I couldn't log on my knife blade at all. Just kicks me from the server. Gore and Blake. I had Gotif as well. I had Gotif on the body. I had a... I think I had Encratis and Potentes back bar. But I don't know. Blake Break doesn't always feel that impactful, sadly. So I also want to min-max the chance to kill one target, at least. Just maximum damage. Feels extremely bad to play DK, Koro DK. If you pop Koro and nothing dies, it's like the worst feeling you can have. Like, I don't care about killing the whole group, but just let me kill one person at least. That's all. Connection of servers time? I think it's the servers. Vicious that? No. That's the same. It's even bigger issue than with Plague. At least with Plague you get some pressure on that one target. And it's a medium set. Vicious that is even more like win more set than Plague. Like, I don't want to build with the assumption that my opponents are bad. Because that doesn't lead to the best builds, I think. Or at least the best builds in, like, certain scenarios, but... I think you have a lot more fun if you have more diversity in where your build works. More in a just yeah, I figured, but that assumption would usually be correct. Yeah, but then you get PGs where like you're in the weaker team and the opponent team has a healer and everyone's kind of like a little bit tanky, and I don't want to feel useless in those kind of PGs. Because they do happen as well sometimes. And I don't want to go into a BG, have some random Andy just hold poke and tank my entire corrosive. That feels terrible. So I want to avoid that. No, never leave a BG. Never leave a BG. Unless accidental chaos ball happens, but and there's some win loss or KDR tracking going on, but that'd be the only exception. What about Elfbane? Stronger Koro. One of the problems is that the Koro just runs out, or the Paulus runs out. I think the Paulus runs out before the Koro does. So maybe that's not a good idea. Work on Koro anymore? No? No, it does. You get 15-second Koro. We also don't have many flame dots besides burning. So I don't know if it's a good idea. Left after 30 seconds, think he listens to Gerard. Maybe. No, they fixed Koro by making it not give ulti. That was the Infinite Archive fix. Even pointed out in the patch notes they want Elfbane to work with Koro, not Magma Cell. Yeah, Magma Cell doesn't have a flame dot, so it doesn't get increased duration. Koro used to be poison damage, but they changed to fire damage, which means that now it works with Elfbane. Janet only wants to fight 20 gates PPV builds. If there's a lot of them, they can be funny fights, like you're playing a like hack and slash action game. It's a different vibe. But if it's like 1 or 2, it's just boring. It's just boring. The faded Elfbane would probably be, I mean, it's front parable, technically, if you move Koro there. You have most of the burning on the front bar as well. There's buffs and heavy attacks. Was Nuker first week of BTS for 2v2? Yeah, because you also had the dot damage buffed by Koro, right? I don't know if it's so good for dark damage build. So I've only the Koro and burning getting buffed by it. Try Elfbane, only block Dossak, but could be worth over Agathos. Please tell me I have access.
Hello there.
I do not have access. I think I have everything else though. Reinforced. Also, it probably has to be on the... Oh, right, I can't do potentates with this. Kinda has to be on the Jawari. Something else back button. Sec Discordium. Okay, nice, not bad. Not bad, not bad. But does your build feel consistent? Does it feel like it just always works? Or is it like it works until people start blocking and... 33k, yeah, but that's with the Sidol. That's 100% with Sidol. Like, so you're not gonna crit 33k without it. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna test Elfbane. It's probably the only build I will ever use Elfbane on. Likely. Well, there's some other things you can buff it with Elfbane as well, like the Death Roll and Standard gets plus 5 seconds, but I don't know if that's worth it. So we do Elfbane and is it just rally back button? Gonna be boring like that. I wonder if you get moderation on the Inferno stuff. Dot if you weapon swap before it lands. Can people block dodge the Agathos stun? You can block it, but if you combo it with Saturn Dogs, you can't. Well, you get CC'd, guaranteed. That was the idea behind it. So you have time to do a heavy attack for the off balance. Use the gap loss, proc the Agathos. Switch to front Flameless to proc the Powerless Saturn Dogs after, and the CC is guaranteed more or less. But maybe I try this instead, where it's just Saturn Dogs into wings, if people are gonna roll in. In this case, probably just rally back bottom. Oh, wait, I can't do rally, right? Because I need the Elfbane here. That's actually a good thing. I didn't wanna run rally. It's boring. So we made some medium set, back bar medium set. Or crafted set. And not clever arc. I hate the minigame. Or the downtime. Lamp Knight, no. Do a lot of heavy attacks. Is there any good heavy attack set that might work? Let's see, we have major force, so that's a no. And no, not Noxus. Nick Sound? Is that crazy? It does get... It is very easy to proc this. There's no... oh no, this is cooldown. 12 seconds, never mind. I'm not gonna do Essence. On Max Magicka stacking build. Redstone Decay is a no-no. Golden, no. Yonder, no. Yonder, if you have a lot of dots and you crit a lot of them, maybe it's an option, but I don't know, it's kind of an NA cook. We could do something like Black Bar Firebrand. Yes, Black Bar Firebrand is an option, I think. I think we try that. If I have it, but I probably don't have it. It's on the STMDK, the Divine Species that is. Yup. Basalt backbar only for the heals, I don't think it's worth it. Basalt for the major heroism would be worth it, but not for the heals only. We can do potentates because we have Elf Bane here, unless I do too heavy. If I did that, then there's no good front bar. Hey, Hervey, how you doing? Soon patch notes, hopefully. Is this overcooked if you do cinders? It's probably overcooked. Also, it's a light set, never mind. Can't do it. Opposed to dual builds, we just yoinked this yoinked the build. I see. You have your permission to do that. Hope he gave you some credit at least. There's gonna be some good medium sets, right? That would make sense. I mean, there is a few that could be really good. That give minor force, right? What about Griffons? More crit sense? More crit sense, minor force, and minor expedition. Expedition's always good. Maybe it's not terrible. Can we build to kill NA players? So it would be funny. Next day it was on YouTube. Oof.
Hello there.
"24/7 content. It's a bit too much content, perhaps. So that feeling good on your side? Just busy day behind, now chilling and waiting for the patch notes. It's gonna be some good stuff. I have a good feeling about it. Soon. I don't have this in Divines, of course not. I mean, some kind of dot set would be good too. It means more more uptime on the landslide. SCL, what's up, Merops? Obtained one of few DK builds, just testing stuff. I tried the Akatos set earlier, it's kinda funny. It works to some degree. You can have a like unavoidable CC with that. If you do gap close back bar, you switch to front. Flameless into certain rocks, unblockable, the Akatos CC is undodgeable. It's interesting. But I feel like there's something better for DK. Because you can do maybe certain rocks into wings to CC as well. Make sure you check the timing here. Also, I really like having wings on the back bar. Just have to get used to them being on the front here, I guess. So I need to check here. Wait, didn't I have certain rocks there? I thought I got certain rocks there too. I guess I didn't. So 0.7, 0.8, there's light attack. Wings is half a second after. And the light attack after lands 0.5. That's when you land the whip too. Wait, no, only 0.4. Yeah, this can work. I'm just checking if you can land the Molten Whip here or the Baulas. Colin Dixie's build a PV tank. Imagine playing some tanky build in a tournament. Disgusting, who would do that? Will Kokra be fully Gia this year? What is Gia? Do I want to Google that? Well, thanks for gifting Dixie a sub, Dirum. Thank you. Much appreciated. Switch 2 letters, old man. Oh. Switch the bars. You can't switch the bars, Swampen, because monomid. I hate monomid. But it's best in slot. You can't lose major force and minor berserk on an AoE build. You could do that with the... actually not with Shudan, you can't even run the... War Mask, but... They both require front bar. The major force and the basalt major heroism. Whereas like otherwise you could have it... if you had any other mythic you could do it. But the ulti spam... It could be an option. I don't know if this one is the best option here, Griffons, but... Speed helps you land the power lasses. Maybe it is good. Is there anything else? Any good medium buff set? With full uptime? You could do Red Mountain into the CCs, but I don't think it lines up. Also can't really control it. And no, we don't want the like full dot set, I think. Or do we? It's so cleansable and outplayable. If we get a dot set, it should be something like Plague Break or Pybrand, that you can just keep rocking on multiple targets. Healing yourself or an ally makes the recipient blood hungry. That's 3 seconds. No, that's not fair. Plague Slinger, it's direct damage. Some Riot tech. And then we knock people out of the Plague Slinger with the wings. It's probably not the greatest idea. Polyus has to be Griffons, but I need to transmute to Divines again. So what's gonna be Elfbane and Griffons? Weird build. But if it makes sense, it makes sense. Blake was great, need to test him. Blake backpaw though. You also have the pen, which is kinda wasted. I think I'd rather have speed and minor force. I need to bank this. On the Stamden. Oh no. Stamcro. Or Stamconist even. And I need to craft an Inferno stuff. Chain and Rush. No, Rush was really bad on every build I tested so far with Koro at least. The problem with Rush is that you don't need the stam regen, you don't need the offensive pen, you only gain the weapon spell damage really, and the proc. So it doesn't really benefit you too much compared to other options. I don't know, it just felt very meh every time. But if you get the pull, you could perhaps swap and go for wings directly. Not sure. Would also have to backpaw the pain again. A Farsighter backpaw, I mean, could be an option. That's the stam line, but it's not completely wasted, I guess. You don't really gain damage out of the 5-piece though, you're kinda reliant on always doing the gap blows. In the end, is it more damage than two crit buffs and minor force? Can be a lot slower as well. So if you have to like run after people with the Paulas, you can do that a lot easier if you have minor expedition. Especially if you need to do like a double scribe and let's say you need the Paulas, you need less time to run in with the Koro. No, Varsa is really good on stam DK. So you run it on the front with gap loss chain and leap. So pretty much every time you go for the big burst, you have the tankiness and the damage. But otherwise the uptime is not good enough. It's kind of a hit and run build. You dot people up and when you burst, then you do the chains into whip, for example, change into the Noxus, whip them. If they don't die, then just disengage with the wings and do like heavies, and to actually leap, you again get the Farsighter, and it's a very specific playstyle that works. I think we try the Griffon. I'm gonna log on to Stamden and just transmit it, I guess. What time PTS comes out? Probably in like 5 hours. Or 4.5 hours. We get patch notes before that. Patch notes hopefully in an hour. 2 hours. Something like that. Hopefully Blackwood is not bugged still. We can actually log in. Was a bit annoying earlier. we do have a build on this, but I think we should do the Ritz and focus on the decay today. Didn't realize they had a rat mount. Yeah, that was in the not the current crates, but the previous ones, right? Or maybe like couple of crates ago. The fun mount. It was the Radiant Apex, or one of the crates. So what's up, Simbo? How you doing? There is no patch notes yet. Just checking. Ooh, also I need the... Do I have transmutes for all of this? I think I do. Because I need to craft the Elfbane axes as well. For this experiment. Gonna lose a little bit of weapon damage on the front. Because we have to drop the... drop the Dawnbreaker, but we have higher chance to block burning and more damage with burning, so that kinda compensates a little bit. From DK passives. Sideways, how you doing? No patch notes, but at least data mines are starting to appear. Oh, is there some something we can look at on stream or not yet? Can check out the data mines. Not yet, okay. Doing good, not long back from a funeral, just unwinding. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. That sucks, man. Those are, at least for me, always rough. And let's list that one.
Tragic.
Such is life, yeah. It's gonna be 1000 gold, this one. Oh, 2000, wow. Okay, those need to be divines. Can we throw something? Guess the Eternal Hunt. To make some inventory space. Or bank space in this case. So Stamganist and we transmute and should be ready. Any priorities for things you look into test on the BTS? I want to see the... I think the item sets are the priority, because we don't know anything about those yet. We know that Class Mastery passives are coming and roughly like what they're gonna look like. Not the actual numbers, those are also interesting to see, but we don't know anything about the itemization yet. Of next patch, apart from like that one mythic. And they did a pretty good job with Gotif, so... This would be interesting to see. It's very easy to get lost in like all of the class changes and skill changes, but forget about the whole item set balance at the moment. So I think also has a huge effect on the gameplay. Excited to see if Class Mastery passives work during Werewolf ult. That's also very good question. Windhelm, how you doing? Morist. I mean, there will be Class Mastery passives that don't work in Werewolf. Like ones that have to do with like casting abilities from your class, like the Arcanist ones that give you Crux. You don't have Crux as Werewolf or any way to spend them, so that would automatically just make it not usable as Werewolf. Also ones that have to do with stage effects, you can't have aliases, for example, so the Warden one is probably gonna be a bit worse. If they don't change that. But they probably changed everything, as they were Giga OP. The ones they showed. So what you're fighting? Yeah, and on the uptimes too. Like how often you can use the gap close, and or how often you feel like using the gap close, because you don't want to feel like you have to use it, use the proc set. That's the thing. So it has to be part of the playstyle. If you're sprawling in melee, you don't want to take time from pressuring the opponent to cast the gap closer when you're already in melee range. But if you play a build that's more like hit and run, or kinda has to use the gap closer to fight, then it feels a lot more natural and thus better.
Looking to light.
GBT is one of the biggest damage sets, 40% of 6k crit resistance, like 35% crit damage increase for you. For you and the whole group, right? It's a debuff on the target. Like Giga said.
Tragic what the three
There's some other ones too that could be very interesting. With I thought about this the other day, but you could run if you run toppling specifically, you could in theory run this and Farstrider, and the moment you gap close, the moment you connect the toppling, you get the crit damage and you get Mage of Vuln on the target. That could be interesting with the Flameless build, because you also get a lot of max stam. You get Giga Sustain for the Heart of Flame, or Giga Stam Sustain at least. Could be interesting. Just a bigger power spike from the gap close. Like Stonehawk, it is single target. It's the big downside. Wait, does it have a... Is there a way to remove it? Why is there a beam if it's not based on distance to target? That's strange.
Yes. guess.
Some RP thing. But it's not like the opponent can really do much about it. They just know that they have the debuff. Elfbane work well, I didn't set it up yet. I'm gonna try it with Griffons. For the expedition and minor force. See how that works. I need to craft a few things though, and probably buy the Inferno stuff. Save some transmutes. I don't know why I even list this, but like nothing. Apply Stone Halcon, you will have purple beam on you. Not immobile and block or cleanse. You'd have to make it uncleansable somehow. There's no, if you run Fast Strider and that, there's no way to have, I mean you could have Gerald if you don't Mythic, but not sure if that's ideal. Never saw you use Stone Hulk. Purple Beam sounds perfect for Kokra's weird builds. Yep. This is how we get Kokra to do dungeons with us again. Just mention some weird set that he can farm. And I bet you he's gonna do some trifectas again. Easy. Wait, I had the Griffon legs already, right? Yeah, both in. Okay, just Griffon's Inferno stuff. And it needs to be decisive. Oh nice, there is one. 9 hours ago, but there's no way someone bought it. Such an unusual set. Yoink. We have all the Griffon pieces. We have the Elfbane, just Elfbane access. And we have the build. Then move Koro to front bar and it's gonna make it a bit more simple as well. I can just gap loss and then Koro, for example. Griffon, yes, because I was looking for a medium set. That makes sense. 10% crit damage, minor expedition. I mean, it's decent value. Some of the styles look cool, but the likes of Celestial Hurricane is a bit much. But the purple one, yeah, it's a bit... I have it on one character, but... Good luck, teammates will steal the synergy. Wrong Griffon Dirum. It's not that one. There's 2 Griffons. You're thinking of Griffon's Reprisal. But we're going for the Griffon's Ferocity. Very old school set. I used to run it on Range Bar. Back in like 2019. Nice. We managed to log in. Without getting kicked. On Stamblade 2 I had it at one point. Ironically it would not be bad on the bowblade at the moment, because I don't have Minor Force, I think, and I don't have the... I have a skill for Expedition. But I'd lose Oakfather if I went for that. So I don't think that's a good idea. So I have the bloody burst just for the expedition. If I did Griffon, what would I run here? That makes sense on the bowblade. So already get the crit, so no camo hunter. There's no active skill you really want to use. I think I just keep the bloody burst there. Girly pop hurricane. That skill star removes your skin, does it? I thought it shows your like outfit and stuff more than the other hurricanes. Okay, we should go craft. Shows your outfit, but Tromatra Cat isn't Tromatra anymore. Oh, sounds like a bug though. Or maybe they just have some technical limitations. Could also be. That sucks though. Wait, did I buy the... I bought the cake, right? I need to double check. 26? 20... Okay, I did. My skin in 26. Wait, what's wrong with Tromatra skin? With on my stem sork. It's the sork skin. It has blue lightning. There's another one too though. Actually, two of them. This one has the lightning, but it looks weird. Maybe show it on the stem shock later. Wait, I could have bought the Elfbane too. Elfbane axe? There's no way there's an Elfbane axe in charge that's not super expensive. Axe of Elfbane. Yeah, there's literally none of them. So I have to craft them. Okay, it's minus 50. We should have a lot of transmutes left after this. When you think about it, it's kind of like back bar order sweat in terms of value. You don't get the crit chance, but you get more crit damage. And you get the speed. It's not bad at all. There's another one with minor crits, but we already got that. It has stem region on the 2 to 4, which is not good. Here's single PV skin. Across Devotion best skin. Do I have that? No. I think I'm possibly missing some skins even. think we have everything. I can just hope on the decay, but I'm gonna make some space here first. Emblem Necromancer skin, best in shot for hiding vamp stage. No. There's this one. The Arctic Crime skin. I think this one too. This one on the stem blade, but...
How can I?
God damn it. What did I slot? Click too fast. Oh, nothing.
Hello there.
Also, what's up, Matt Trial? How you doing? Water skin nice. Which one is the water sun? It's the void something, right? Crossover event with a skill start to turn into Hatsune Miku. What is Hatsune Miku? I don't know these references. Vasile, how you doing? When speed is going to be up in Poly, like 4 hours? It's usually a bit later when they get the BTS up and running. But we should get patch notes within an hour or 2 hours. Hopefully. And actually check the forums again. No patch notes yet. Noon sourced. Griffon, and we need to bank something. So trainee here. I mean, this is not gonna sell, right? Oh, thanks, Vakarel. The Emmergate, ciao. How you doing? Let him cook. We're trying to make something here. Trying the selling rocks into wings to counter dodge soul potentially. I don't know if it's gonna work. Just need the glyph there and upgrade the stuff and we're done. An arc at some point. Aces, how you doing? Peter should drop in a couple of hours. Yes, probably like 3 to 4 for the BTS to be up, but patch notes should be sooner.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
Already deleted for another player. Oof. Poison shock, we get the weapon spell damage here. I could also do Asta Volvo poisons. It's not the worst if you have those in Goro. But we'll try an Elf Bane on the front. Try the onslaught to scribe stun Gotek. I did, yeah. My burst dueling build at the moment. Definitely works as well. So you do onslaught into the to scribe, or unblockable, undodgeable stun into the Gold Thief pass stack molten web. It's pretty nice, but people still tank it. The to scribe is disgusting though. You have a you can have a root on it too. So if you don't stun someone, if they're CC immune, they still get rooted. And you get the mangle as well. Oh, I didn't... Fuck, I didn't have the... Lifts, right? No, I need to change those two. So, shock damage and poison. Didum lead mod. Asking for a friend. Been asking for a while. I'll look into it. I don't even know how to make someone lead mod. Professional streamer and all of that, but... This scribe is a bit buggy though. If target dodges while you fear them, they... Oh, Deldis, thank you for the raid. Thank you. And Privet. Welcome everyone. Hope you're good stream. Do some BDs right now, but we should have the patch notes soon. If target dodges while you fear them, they dodge the combo even if they are feared in that moment. Really? Okay, that sucks. So you should always dodge roll the to scribe.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of
You don't want to get hit by the combo. Man, should I just be playing 2-8s? Is that the... No, but then I don't have the off balance from the double scribe. But I could have it on back bar with sword on board or something. Cause I'm doing two skills here in order to CC people, when you could just do 2-8 scribe and keep wings for the snare and root removal. Like plus bar space here. But no way to off balance, of course, on DK besides the heavy attack. Run DC for the off. No. Dallas, how you doing? What skill were you saying has add a snare and stun? The 2-8 scribe. Or dazing smash. It's unblockable, undodgeable, immobilizes and applies minor mangle. Plus it's decent damage. It's a bit less than dogs actually. Why is this invisible, the icon? What the heck? It's the add-on not working. The snuggle hidden. Unreliable from what you've seen. You have to land it. It's probably gonna also annoying to land in BGs. As a cast time, positional desync, melee range, often. Something wrong with fear charm pull in general, because something's... same thing happens when you pull someone with Thrust of Agony during pull, they iframe everything. Yeah, that I've noticed. I didn't know that the 2-8 scribe had the same issue. That sucks. There's a lot of bugs like that. You know about the leap bug, right? Where people just can block the leap while you dodge roll. There's a lot of little bugs like that. Con reduce slow and has cast time out to hit anything but stationary blocking targets. I think in duels it's not too difficult to hit targets. I can land it quite often in duels. But in open world where people run away from you, yeah, it might be tricky to land. I don't know how it is with 3 Swift though. Maybe I can keep up? Gonna test that. How's your stream? Not too bad, not too bad. Yeah, a couple of PGs, just testing things on the in DK, but I don't know why the icon's invisible. It was working before. It doesn't slow you down. You just can't sprint during this. Maybe you could land it. If there was an add-on that's sort of like a cone, that would help so much. But otherwise it's just a matter of getting used to it, I guess. Class passive, this BTS or next one? It's this one. There's a lot of things in today's BTS. Looking forward to going through all the info. There's one more idea actually. After this one, because I also want to try sword and board with red bass. With corrosive. Because that should be a lot more bursty. You backbars easy with red bass. There's also no notification for it. You pop Coro and maybe if someone doesn't react fast, they get CC'd. Then you could have the sword and board scribe for off balance. So I guess just Coro here. That's another idea though. Just try this one first. We get a 15-second Coro. It doesn't show here yet. It's only in combat. It says while in combat. And I guess we get minor prot on the back bar. Doesn't hurt. Tim, how you doing? Difficult setup with this, one of the Spear Player. You basically download the game again and copy paste your add-ons if you want to have all of them. Some of them will be bugged, so you have to disable them. And every PTS you have to copy paste the add-ons. A bit annoying. Still animation to Griffon. That kind of fits, I guess. It's like yellow glow, right? Wait, I don't see the duration. That's a problem. Don't have a tracker for that. I think. So I need that to... Alright, there's no cooldown, right? It's a 10-second duration. No cooldown, so it's gonna keep refreshing. I'll just assume it's up. Can we finally get a BG? Maybe it's a little bit more scoreboard damage with the 9-second burning and all of that. If only this was fire damage somehow. But there's no burning knife. Deep Light, how you doing? Hello, hello. Catch you up on next stream. Have a great time all. Yes, welcome as well. Thank you for hanging out. Lionel, how you doing? Think about using Griffons on a decade too. I went through a lot of different options earlier. But there's not many good backbar sets really. If you run a heavy set on the front, for example, you can't run light set without going 3 light. Which is not ideal with Coro. And the other medium options don't seem too amazing. So Griffons it is. I mean, it could be clever Arc crafted set, for example, but then you have the downtime to deal with. And honestly, the speed is pretty good with Paula's, I think. Or should be pretty good. Perfect in front bar. I have to run it back bar on this. So otherwise I'd have to back bar the chain and Coro. I think. Fuck, it's a damage duel. We have Coro though. Do we wanna use it here? Probably not. Goro. Okay, we did the wings there, but it wasn't necessary. Just gonna get CC'd anyway. So I guess we kinda gotta know the opponent. We still have Goro here, thanks to our Elf Bane. Would have run out otherwise. And now it's out. So I guess the extra duration can be nice. Use the knife to block the OB or the heavy attacks. Also have a gap closer which I need to use. Can I get close up there? I can. Bonk. It's just the ulti gen that's a bit slow on this, unfortunately. Okay, I spent too much magic up there. Ouch. Oh, if I had a fucking potentates, I could Goro there. I don't want a psycho. That's not yet. What's up, Lau? How you doing? I don't need to do the wings, really. Do you have the Elf Bane active? Just bonk all of them, why not? Bonk, bonk, bonk. Well, that works. Do I need the gap close, though? What if I drop the gap close? Do the armor buff use like... I'm probably in trouble here. So I could also do something like blood spawn, right? Switch to front there for the wings. It's a bit strange to play, but gonna try and do his thing. I have the wings there. We do have Goro in just a moment. Didn't touch. I'm using the wings a bit too much here. Need to rebuff everything. Goro's out in 2 seconds. The problem is I have to go to back bar for the Heart of Flame. So I run out of resource before that. The combo is really expensive. So you have to use 2 abilities for the CC basically. I fucked up. I should have stayed on the front part there, on the wings. But it's still kind of L2P issues at the moment. Just in time, got the heal there. Do you want to be in Goro there? We're outnumbered, even a little bit. Okay, this guy's just squishy. You have the Goro available, wings explosion going off soon. Okay, we get off balance there, nice. He doesn't die, that's a good thing. It means that we get our... Okay, kinda like that. We still had the Goro there, so otherwise it would have run out. I think. Let's block the ballast there again. Oh dear, is a bit special. Bonk bonk. I'm starting to feel the wings on the front bar. that is a guaranteed CC, right? Into guaranteed power loss. If you do the wings thing there. It does make you tankier too. If you have any range damage on you when you do a combo. It's an AoE CC, so it knocks people off of you. Like the ones that you are not trying to focus. Herbie, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you, thank you. You have Paula still, nice. Koro. I just, at this point, we just need a better mythic. That doesn't exist at the moment, but... better mythic would be Giga. Oh, we didn't get CC'd by the wings there, for some reason. Guess I was too far. We still have the Koro here. Yeah, Herbie, thank you for 15 up to color. Thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. Elfpen Kuka, yeah, this... Oh no, okay, I didn't realize they followed me. I tried to throw the knife there, but... The wings are really nice actually with the chain. I always had wings on the back bar, but... I can see this being good too. You still need the Saturn rocks for blockers. Okay, that's actually a fun combo.
Quickly, grab the ball! 5, 8, they dropped the ball!
That's the Ryan Deuce thing. So we're gonna win anyway. Oh, this poor guy. He's gonna get not CC there yet. Wings into the whip. Still doing 15k whips there. Hey there, how you doing? Looks like, look, I also the thing here. You can get close into the wings and then whip with the powers. I didn't use it like that before. It works because of the chains. Interesting, interesting. It's good damage too because you get more duration of the burning. You get guaranteed burning from the chain. It's a lot more damage than other people. Still famous, yes. Maybe Elfbane, maybe Elfbane. Too early to tell. I have a good feeling about it. Like, this one kinda clicks a little bit. Previously, like, everything felt... Maybe still the off-balance feels clunky, but I can probably get used to it. But the CC feels reliable now. In the whip. Kind of the idea. Or if they're gonna block, then you do this, into wings, into whip. And that makes it unavoidable, technically. Unless they outrange you. But they can't outrange you that easily when you have 3 Swift and Minor Expedition. And Major Expedition. But you doing good, doing good. Bit of decay cooking. I don't hate this build. Damage felt good in previous PG. Let's do one more. Yeah, the Coro duration helped a lot too. Uberfish. Nice having a bit more duration. Well, 50% more duration. Got so mad at you, beeline at you. He always does that. He always does that. Always beelines me and then dies. And does it again and then dies. And then quits speedy at some point. This patch everyone's a DK, next patch all are Werewolf. I mean, we will see, maybe. Depends on what they do with Werewolf. It could be Werewolves and DKs, but I think a lot of people will want to test Werewolf. Because it's the new thing. Yup, at Inferno Heavy and Bar Swap you get the Elf Pain extra time on the dot. Oh yeah, that's the one thing I want to test if you get that. I think you do. I don't see the dot. Game, please. I don't even get the dot. What the fuck? So I swapped too early? Oh, okay, so if you bar swap too early you don't get the dot. So you're not on Inferno stuff, you're on dual build. I see. That's not ideal, it's not the end of the world, but I didn't know that. There's probably change that. I don't think it should work like that. I feel like Kashyyyk is the best race option even for zero. Really depends on the build, not necessarily. If you want to build for just max crit damage, max damage, then maybe. If you have something like Corrosive, a good option, but we have Noplin. We have Sticksticker, IQ. If you want a like just overall very solid race, that's always gonna work to some degree, then Breton. The Breton 4.6k spell resistance is insanely good. Especially in current meta where it works against the fire damage as well. Also Dark Elf is good because the flame resistance and decay meta. But if they make Werewolf OP, that might be about to change. It's not like Werewolf has any elemental damage. Actually get nothing out of the Breton there. I didn't see what sigil they got. Oops. Ah, the wings are so good on the front, what the fuck? Why didn't I think of this earlier? I feel fucking retarded now. Okay, what's this? It's gonna dodge saw, and the wings are gonna miss there, but it's still dead. But you could land the wings if you break the dodge saw direction. So you go fast, fast, zoom, zoom. That's a guaranteed CC there, if you didn't block the... Oh, I do have to be a little bit careful there. There's no Koro. Do we have the Paulus? I think we do. This guy's a bit tankier, I think. Maybe not. Never mind. Stay deathmatch? No, it's captured the relic, I see. Okay, nice AoE possibility there. It's blocking, so we need to do the Latin rocks there in the wings, nice. We have a Koro here. Oh, they're fucked, I think, if we get the off balance. Okay, I don't know where I got close. We still have the Koro active because of Elf Pain. Koro's out now, we can pop the Paulus though, I think. Yep. Nice pop there, buddy. Oh, he's dead. Just gonna deny the block there. Okay, I don't need Koro at all there. I'll let IQ do his thing. No, this guy though, he steals my kills. I'm gonna kill him. Okay, no whip needed. Pop the ballast here. Yes, CC maybe? He's also dead. And we still have the magma cell for 2 more seconds. Why do I have infinite resource? Does someone have recovery con? It's just fucking slaughter, man. You too. Okay. Lag spike. Sure, why not? Another lag spike? Another lag spike? What the fuck? Okay, my turn to Koro. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I kinda fucked up there. We have Koro for 7 more seconds. We have synergy there. Oh, he's fucked. He is still fucked. Yeah, that was not super amazing though. Pick up the big core. With that, we do need to apply the off balance though. There's the OB. Server chill out. Yeah. It's a bit, little bit laggy. But now they stop jumping down, right? He didn't even block them. I should have blocked the off balance there. Still do it. Ouch. Good thing I blocked there. The fuck is doing damage to me still? Yikes. Kill the tanky boy. Do you want the Koro here eventually? 1 powerless left. Cooldown for 8 seconds. This guy's just sitting in the base. It's better fight here, I think. Charm is gonna also, so we land the powerless, but doesn't matter there. Now we have powerless, right? Don't want to be too much of an asshole. It's very outnumbered. I really like the speed too from Minor Expedition. I think it's noticeable. No off balance, Sally. But But we should win the BG here soon.
Our foe has the relic. Send our aid us.
Yeah, poor Stickstico. This matchmaking was not the greatest. The heck? No, that's illegal. Nice Koro. My turn.
The relic is loose.
I should have done these easy there, I guess. These Saturn rocks. They have Koro for a few more seconds. Okay. You have to heal there. The fuck? It's like the... that walking dead, maybe. Dude. Fucking bird. Die. Ui. I'm on the wrong bar. I'm fucking dead. I should have done the sequel there. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Oh, Vicious dead, of course. That's what the damage was. Could have been no death. Also, I thought the Vigor was on the front bar for some reason. It's entirely my bad. Still have the thingies. Oh, it's that. Corrosive armor. Guess we have to be careful a little bit. Okay. Everyone dies once this PG. Let's make it fair.
They dropped the relic.
Only once. Oh, that was kinda my bad, I died earlier. GG. We did have a shield bot, to be fair, most of the time. 2 mil. IQ on DK 1.7. That's more of a like dot build, right? Yeah, Master Lock Streak. I think I saw Disintegrating. Like Take Flight, lots of builds. I guess the damage is alright. I do wish the ulti built a little bit faster. Maybe there's some ways to optimize this still, but... And I do need the gap close. I do need to set a knife for the off balance. I don't know if there's a way to optimize this. Unfortunately. It's the last minute. 20k powerless, always decent. So I think without Sigil, didn't pick it up. Yeah, no. Okay. I mean, it's decent. Markin's the only way for you currently. You lose so much damage with Markin, it's not even funny at that point. If you compare to... let's take this one for example. If you do 20k powerless at the moment with Minor Berserk and Anti-Major Force, and this would be 17k with Markin. 16 to 17k at most. The only reason we do this damage is because of the monomyth. Sadly, it's the only option, because you lose so much killing potential if you don't have it. And there's tankiness too, like it's not just the extra damage, but major protection while on back bar is pretty nice. Minor vitality for the heals, super nice. Marking gets you what armor that gets counted by Koro, and onslaught. 200 weapon spell damage, which kinda offsets the minor berserk, or not even fully, but partly offsets the minor berserk. Like you used to always better off with monomyth sadly. Oh, you have basalt, I see. Might actually be the new build. Too a little. Oh, did I read that earlier? That was before the BG, right? Maybe it is the new build. I don't know. I don't know if there's any changes I can make. It feels alright, but then again, the other DK builds also felt alright. But I like the combo now with the Saturn Rocks into Wings, because I didn't run Saturn Rocks before. But I didn't think to run it on same bar with the Wings. Change of cassette. Bossmare only real race option in the game. Bossmare's alright, you get a lot of sustain and you don't really need that on DK, but on other classes it's really good. Especially Nightblade, because you get stam regen, which you can turn into Magicka. With death stance and stuff like that. Imperial is also good for the cheaper cloaks and whatnot. Original pay to win. Willie's Imperial was some terrorist shit. You got the like free heals. There was like a percentage chance to heal on any damage done. The passive was called Red Diamond. Very balanced. I remember that one.
Good, just... Of course.
Can't half tell the PT is going up tonight. The again, the hamsters that power the servers are getting stressed already. Yep. They are. Do you use basalt? I use mono. Skips and takes. You could try this, what I have at the moment. With Elfbane stuff, the basalt. It's less ulti gen, but you get longer ulti duration. It feels pretty good. And I think burning gets a lot more value, since it's 9 seconds instead of 4 when you proc it. I think normally it would be here, like 7%, something like that. Maybe 8 or 9. When I sustain with basalt, I can go in more often, hope for a new good mythic too. Yeah. Like, if I could run some other mythic, I would run basalt here, or here, and Elfbane here on the back bar. And you'd be spamming Koros basically. Or well, you can gain ulti while in the Koro, but you could build it up a lot faster with decisive minor heroism, major heroism. Doesn't take too long. Imperial health plus. In good old days, good old days. It was Imperial DK. I had an Imperial Nightblade, like, or still do. It's my main character. It was my first character as well. But yeah, do I want to do more PGs, or I can just wait for the patch notes at this point? Should release any moment. Should be doing the Blitz, I think, so I don't have to finish a BG or something. Because usually it's around this time. What is this in Discord? Only correct way to treat Otir. I'm gonna show this. Some molten whips and contis based. I think it will work well with Acuity. No, I don't like Acuity, because you can't control it anymore. It just procs whenever you don't want it to proc. And when you want it to proc, it's not available. So you can't like just chill on the back bar, you need to proc the off balance. I think Acuity with Molten Whip maybe could work, but not with the Paulas. Vicious Death. I mean, yeah, if there's something that dies, then everything dies, but it's a big if. No, Didum, you cannot type that. Can I delete that?
Praise Vivek
Rogero Mako.
from capturing the Coral Heart.
I'm gonna get Vicious Death to proc. Like Otir. You need the right opponents, that's all. But on EU, I don't think you find so many of the right opponents. Based on the time I spent in Cyrodiil this patch, it's like everyone's just fucking bulk group or some small scale with 30 to 40k health, and the moment you Koro, they just all streak away, or like it doesn't matter if you're in Koro, they will just tank it. Runs after you too. Oof.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
Kamal doing some PvE. I hear. Doing some twice flanked farm.
To be
Why MRK not streaming anymore? That's a very good question. Is MRK still here? Where streams? Giga Air. Oh, IRL stuff. Okay, okay. I see, I see. Prop enemy players to build class cannon. I had that idea once where you'd have like an agent in Cyrodiil just running alongside the ball crew, and then you'd run like Vicious Death and maybe Vicious Death and Plague Break or some Giga like on kill kind of build. You'd put like the inevitable detonation on them, and just kill them with the inevitable detonation, and get all the procs to go off as well. It'd be funny.
Looking to lighten your load.
Yeah, just like 0 health, negative health actually. You could run Truss and you have like 14k health or something like that. So their cross heals and shields wouldn't keep you alive. And then just blow up the bulk room. That's actually, I'm not encouraging this by the way, might be the OS.
Tragic.
Actual terrorism, when you think about it. In-game terrorism. In-game? Yes, in-game terrorism. Would it be insensitive to say the bulk groups... actually, no, I'm not gonna make that joke. I'll restrain myself. But technically you could do that. You could kind of have someone just put every possible AoE bomb on you and just run to a bulk room. All I'm gonna say, it would be a real shame if something like that happened to bulk groups. It would be such a sad day in Cyrodiil to see that happen. 2019 also, we'd have someone running up to people naked, 0 health. We could gank with Vicious. Oh, so you did that. Why am I not surprised? So the agent strat has been utilized already. Got bombers for a reason. Yeah, I suppose. It's just a little bit different when it's like your own faction bombing you instead of the opponent faction. Only 7 years late to party. Only, huh? Okay, let's see if I can finish all the reads before the patch notes. I'm refreshing the BTS forums. Old days where chains pull you up all. Oh yeah. Good times, good times. Some infiltrations. Did people get banned for that? Every troll idea you can think of, probably already done it. But the reason it got removed. Maybe. But you can still do the agent shot though. I don't see why it wouldn't work. Only this vicious stat.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of
Ambush through doors, yeah. Watching bulk group spamming synergies, put Warden Gate in there, one of them actually sent himself off the bridge. Oh, that's actually funny.
To be
Bridge fishing, I think that's still doable, right? Or did they nerf that too? There was some nerf, but I've seen people still do it. You can also on Decay, you can stand in middle of the bridge with Immobile or some troll tank and just spam the wings around you. If someone tries to pass, they get knocked in the water. Very funny. Jump off leash and yeah, that was also a thing. And for a while the pull into the death zones in IC as well. A bit more on the riskier side though. I think that's a bit you know, might get you in trouble, kind of funniness, but they did nerf that or fix that, I should say.
Looking to lighten your load.
Bully? No. Not the right word when talking about bulk groups. You cannot bully a bulk group. You can only dish out justice. Or provide justice. Bulk groups are the ones trying to bully people. Oh, the bridge thing, I did do that at some point in Zero. With the warden. And I remember I got really pissed at one warden once who did that to me. I was not having it. There's one dipset just hiding behind the fucking wall with the portal. Or some giga tanks, so I couldn't kill him either.
Axes and armor may earn you
Pull people into the death plane on one of the old PG maps too. Yeah, you still can, by the way. Or maybe not anymore. They increased the height of the spawn zone, so I don't think you can do it anymore. But it used to be possible in the platform map, whatever it's called. Reynolds Folly or something like that. At least someone pulled me once with, I think, Necro armor or something like that. Kinda miss old PG maps. Yeah, the old maps were good. I did enjoy those. The Onion type ganks. No, Onion had the MX, there's still a stream command, I think. Best EU ganker. Not sure if you've seen this, Isanas. You've probably seen that. It's a legendary clip. The classic, yeah. Don't know what's worse, wall groups or a 3 to 4 man's XP warning. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing. If you play in a like 4-man group, that I would call that a ball group. If you play with buff sets and you play like a ball, basically. That's where the name comes from, like ball group. It doesn't mean that you have to be 12 people or 8 people or 6 people. If you're 4 and you play in a certain way, I can call that a ball group. But if you're kind of like a random group, just kind of scattered and whatnot, it's not a ball group. It's just terminology, like some people will not call it ball group, and that's fine, like I understand. But that's just the terms I use. Both technically a ball group, a smaller... Yeah. Also, there are like it's a shame that there's a negative connotation with that in the first place. Like, the only reason is there's patch notes. The only reason is because of how people like approach PvP fights in those groups, where it's like a lot about just XV1ing outnumbered players and whatnot. I'm gonna turn into Brits. I'm gonna get kicked from the game, guaranteed. So I'm gonna turn into Brits, and we go through the patch notes. Thank you, Vakarel. Can't change the playlist too, because this might be on YouTube. For the ball group, if the group members fills up skills and gear wise. Yeah, and it's like everyone's stacked together, and there's damage heals and gross heals, and they run together like in a ball. That's how I treat the term. Yeah, still the definition where like 5 to 8 is ball and then more is circ, but it depends on the way you look at it. Okay, good. We didn't get anything to the list. I can just start reading the patch notes. I should probably get some water before I start though. It's gonna be a long read, I think. I'll be surprised if it isn't. We might be yapping for a while. Disclaimer. So I'll get some water and we start reading the notes. I'll be right back. Okay, back. Some really good coordinate movement-wise groups, but their builds are whatever they like. Yeah, it's kind of more like solo builds and whatnot. Okay, let me change the music. Can go display up here. What should we play? Some Expedition 33 music. Why not? Nixarian, how you doing? Read on the forum about resource bar crashes when using Core Flame. Yeah, there's a desync bug. There's no way that I know of to solve this. It happens sometimes, and it fixes if you die or if you relog. But there's no other way, sadly. The devs need to fix that. I was watching HyperXS do some PV and happened to him as well. So it's not the add-on, because he's using different add-on for the resource bars, and it's just an issue with the skill. Okay, let's get started. 12.0.0. Speed test cycle will focus on update 50, new content coming later in season 0 and in season 1. Also focus on general bug fixes coming to ESO. This update has several systems coming online to give you more flexibility and agency around the way you play and are rewarded. Systems include chance difficulty, PP veterancy, class mastery. Class mastery, this new feature grants access to powerful passive effects for characters that have reached level 50 in their native class skill lines and are not actively subclassing. Additionally, Werewolf update. Don't need to read all of this. There's also some RP stuff. I think it's pretty cool that there's a new mythic that you upgrade by doing the quest line. I'll have to point that out. I hope they keep doing that. It's really cool. Nixarian, thank you for the follow. Thank you. A favor system? Wait. What is the favor system? It's not the rumor system, that's a different one. Is this like a reputation system that they have in the night market? Are they bringing that out for more content? Could that be cool? I think it brings a lot of flavor to the game when you have factions and they can like you or hate you. I like that kind of stuff. Hopefully it's like that, but it probably isn't. Quality of life improvements. Okay, we kind of read about all of that already, so I'm just gonna skip to the interesting stuff here. This is the difficulty, it sounds difficulty. So you can make the overland and whatnot more difficult. That's also a very good thing to have. I don't know if it's really that rewarding. You get more gold and more XP, but it takes longer to kill things, so we'll see. Wet transit, I showed this on the stream. A couple days ago we covered that. Vengeance campaign. So there's some changes, right? So you earn perks through veterancy system. Some new perks, I assume. New loadout skill lines. 6 new abilities per loadout for Soldier, Vanguard, Paramedic, and Scout. Link into the playstyle of those loadouts. Okay. So there's also going to be Grey Host. And they close everything else. Okay. Okay, fair enough. Class Mastery. Okay, here we go. New feature that grants access to powerful passive effects that have mastered to reach level 50 in all 3 of their native class skill lines and are not actively subclassing. These skill lines will utilize class mastery points distinct from skill points. These are exclusively utilized in your class mastery skill line and are unlocked automatically when you unlock class mastery. Time being you're limited to 2, which are both immediately granted. Okay, losing access to class mastery in any capacity will refund these points and their effects, and the respec process is the same as normal skill points through the respec or armory systems. I hope this is not going to be exploitable, where you keep the class mastery passives even though you subclass. Would not surprise me. I hope they test this thoroughly. Activating subclassing any capacity by swapping out 1 or more of your native skill lines will automatically refund and unlearn. Okay. Makes sense, makes sense. System is highly iterative and will likely see significant changes over time, as its primary goal is to lessen the gap between subclassing and pure or monoclassing. As we continue work on the class refresh, the contents of these skill lines will be adjusted as necessary both functionally and numerically. So they will probably nerf the passives as time goes by, and I really hope that the DK ones will be less good than the other classes at the moment. Like the strongest class mastery should be on Arcanist, Necro, and then maybe Nightblade after that. But definitely start with Arcanist and Necro, then Nightblade, then Templar, a Warden at that point probably, then Templar. Actually no, Warden should be giga strong because pure Warden is Garbo. So their class mastery should be really good. How would I do this? Because you kind of want to play pure Arcanist on Arcanist, so it shouldn't be the strongest ones. Even if the Arcanist itself kind of struggles. Probably Necro and Warden then. Necro and Warden then... what is really bad as pure class Nightblade after that? And then probably Templar, and then Arcanist, and then Sork, and then DK, something like that. In terms of like how powerful the class mastery passives are, but we'll see on BTS, I think. Or we can see here if they mention the values. They don't. Passive effects stating they upgrade a specific effect mean they require you to have access to the effect. For example, passive that grants upgrades rank 2 of Blood Magic. No way that's going live. I know exactly which passive this talks about. There is no shot that goes live. That thing was disgusting. Like absolutely disgusting. Still strong. If it procs from any ability. Like 10% heal on any ability use is insane. Even if they nerf the regen part. Terminal Tomes. Okay. It's the Belba stuff. They kind of talked about that as well. Season U50 BTS challenges. Okay. It would be nice if you could earn something for live server from testing on BTS. That's something that they could consider. Like maybe some trade bars or something. That could incentivize people to test on BTS a lot more. Sork has Giga class masteries. Spoiler. This is what I just said. They should not make the Sork masteries so strong. Sork is already pretty good without subclassing. Hey Fluffy, how you doing? Kanmu. Hello, salut. DK nerfed yet? Unban no longer worth it? No, I don't know. This is the patch notes. We haven't gotten DK yet. Hopefully they don't nerf it. They're adding the class mastery passives that buff any class if you don't subclass. And Werewolf reworkers in this one. So this was also explained. Ashen black and white skill styles have been added to Werewolf transformation. Okay. Piercing Howl is now Gnash. New biting ability. New slaughter mechanic. Akin to Vampire's Feed and Blade of Woe assassinations. Prowl. Reduce your aggression radius against monsters by 66%. Allows you to sniff out hidden enemies with stealth detection. I wonder if it counters Cloak as well, or Sneak. Mechanic also makes it great, easier for you to go on a slaughter rampage, have fun. Nightblade passives aren't too great, wouldn't surprise me. Like, I think they were very poorly designed when I first saw them. Dragon Knight. Team has also been addressing bugs and player feedback from the first round of refreshes that launched in Update 49. Changes include added in Emerald green skill styles for Knight's Dragonfire Breath, Serum Strike and Magma Armor. Interesting. Interesting. So you can buy these in game. Don't have to spend trade bars or anything. Adding a skill style for Dragon Knight's Molten Weapons that does not include Weapon Override. Okay. That's something people asked for. Update the animation for Dragon Knight's Earthspike Mantle to read as more outwardly aggressive, so more dramatic silhouette change. Okay. Just not really balance changes, but visual stuff. Thieves Guild. Wait, new consumable item, Somnal Powder. The fuck is that? What is Somnal Powder? I completely forgot about the new consumables, like the skill scrolls that they add in Night Market. That's still a thing, I think. I had completely forgotten about those. There's some other one, I guess. The powder. Interesting. New mythic, no new sets. Seogorat, new rewards, emote, new pet. Okay, no items. Favors. So what is this? Set up bossing boards throughout each alliance. New daily quests are specific to characters in their respective alliance. Each character's quest can be completed once per day. Completing a favor quest, players will receive both a reward and a letter from that character detailing an ongoing story that unfolds across 20 quests per character. Okay, so just more dailies, I see. I see. Not a reputation system with factions or anything like that. Okay. It's the quality of life changes. We kinda learned about this already. Vampire and Werewolf quest improvements. Motive sourcing, in-game events, new titles. Any cool ones? Not really. Collectibles, template info, known issues. Werewolf skill style icons are still mid-flight and are missing or incorrectly displayed for the following. Transformation icons are missing. Nash, previously piercing hole icon, is still displaying an icon for the piercing hole person. Okay. Class Mastery, nothing wasted. Necromancer Class Mastery passive can result in the stacks becoming stuck on your character in very specific conditions. Still letting you generate stacks again, allowing to bypass the stack count. Okay. Sleep powder? Yeah, I wonder what that does. What is the sprint speed cap? It's the easiest way to reach it. Sprint speed is, you get normally 40%. Each piece of medium armor is under 3%, so you get 55 with 5 medium. And that gets you 55% speed, which doesn't bypass the overall speed cap, which is 200%. And your base speed is, it starts at 0. So if you're sprinting with Major Expedition, you get 85%. If you have 2 Swift, you get to 99%. Or 199% because base speed is 100%. And yeah, it doesn't go above that, basically. So you get to speed cap very easily. Guild mail. Okay. Fix an issue where light axe could become stuck in the ability queue when there were multiple attempts to light axe while using an ability with its cast or channel time. Should resolve the issue where your character could become stuck in what appeared as a heavy attack animation when using these abilities and attempting to weep rapidly. Huh, interesting if they actually fix that. Where you get stuck doing heavy attacks. Just randomly happens sometimes. Buff from continuous attack no longer drops in the vicinity of the lowland bandit camp. Okay, cool. Player pets have had their defensive capabilities updated to account for the ever-growing power scaling updates for player abilities. Pet's 85% damage reduction against area and overtime effects has been updated to also include any proc-based damage. It's purely a PvP-centric adjustment. Oof. Twilight healers just became a little bit more annoying. Not a lot, because not every build has proc effects, but still. Updated damage limit pets have to never take more than 33% of their max health in a single attack, rather than 45%. I didn't even know that was a thing. That there was like a cap on damage the pets take. Nobody likes pets. Yeah, it just adds to the clunky targeting, I think. Corrupting Pollen's debuffs now sorts closest to area center instead of targets. Okay, whatever. Following abilities, following effects now update per tick instead of on area enter. Ah, okay, so you don't instantly take damage. Interesting. So if you go in and out, you don't continuously take damage. That's a nerf to all of this. I didn't know cleansing ritual worked like that. Wait, we can test that in-game. You can like cheese the ritual by going in and out. Would be silly if it works like that. But I don't think it does. This probably means something else. A lot of proc sets affected by this Winterborn's damage. Fix an issue where some bonuses that granted damage down to monsters were multiplicative with other damage bonuses instead of additive. Fix the following. Unsol adjusts this set to 6% damage down to monsters, increasing to 18% for 30 seconds after interrupting, rather than 7% and increasing to 14% for 10 seconds after interrupting. It's probably an overall buff to Unsol, I think. Although if it's no longer multiplicative, then that's a nerf to Unsol. That's a big nerf. Because they already reduced to 6%. I just crafted Unsol. Unless you have something to interrupt. 30 seconds is a long duration, but it's a big if. It's a bit more situational set now. Boss say they increased the bonus because of the change to the scaling. Empower, Shadow Cloak, Typeborn Veldstalker, Velocity got nerfed, okay. Interesting. This will result in affected effects to be reduced in power when used in tandem with other percentage-based damage bonuses. Generally increase some of the affected effects, some of these remain untouched until we get more data on average value impacts. Change in power was dependent on what other bonuses were being ran in tandem, which we can rectify during BTS or in a future update if necessary. Okay, I mean, Velocity you could say is a little bit too strong. It's a little bit too strong. Visual and audio bug fixes. When crouching, combat animations now play whenever your weapons are drawn instead of used when you're in combat. Okay. Hairstyles no longer float. Cool. Dragonite adjusted the effects for Dragonfire Breath and its morphs to be more performant in an effort to prevent them from being randomly cooled while in use. So that's when the Fire Breath disappears, like you don't see it, but you're still fire breathing. Visuals for Incinerate now correctly appear if the ability killed the target and ended combat immediately. Okay. Can we please, at the very least, can we get a fix to Flameless? If you kill the target with the Flameless, you should get the Powerless. It's so fucking annoying that you don't get the Powerless. Multi-weapons animation now cancels properly while using dual ult or one-handed and shield. I wonder if they fixed the polymorph. The animation bug. Third-person staff animations no longer stutter when returning to idle after using Petrify with morphs. Molten weapons visuals no longer appear during dialogue. Okay, whatever. Molten weapon effects were unintentionally remaining visible while casting other abilities. Dimensional audio for Earthshield Mantle versus Sleep's nocturnal skill style now works correctly. Dimensional audio for Magma Cell now correctly placed for targets other than the caster. Double Whirlwind and its morphs are no longer missing some visual effects, most notably when paired with certain skill styles. Chaotic Whirlwind sets visual effects did not properly apply to the Whirling Blades morph. Okay. Okay, Arcanist. Unblinking Eye, Languid Eye. Decrease the stacks this ultimate can achieve to 12, natural cap of 1 cast, down from 20. Introduce the cooldown to stack generation, preventing cases where multicasting this ultimate with Crypt Cannon. You could actually get a Giga Languid Eye with Crypt Cannon, or you can on live. I saw a video about that. Generate stacks faster than the intended rate. Note that multicasting this ultimate is expected to have each cast inherit the highest stacks. They do not each have separate stack counters for the same caster, as none of the game's stacking effects do. While this is a nerf to the ceiling of damage, in reality the vast majority of use cases will never feel these changes through. These are specific adjustments to quell some insanely high damage productions in special cases where you are able to have more than one Languid Eye active at a time. Okay, this didn't really see use in PvP. You could maybe in theory use that with Darkon, but who's gonna get pulled by that? Dragonite, Ardent Flame, Lava Whip, Flameless. This move no longer grants increased damage done after consuming all charges, as we have recontextualized damage into a class mastery system. Okay. Move no longer grants increased damage done per stack, same thing. So they removed the extra damage. It's only for DKs at the moment. Any other class using whip does not get the damage. That's fine, yeah. I think that's fine. They don't have the damage of Flameless, they don't have the damage of Molten Whip itself, just the extra bonus. That's fine, that's fine. Core of Flame, fixed an issue where this ability and its morphs could cause desinks to your resources if repeatedly cast while already active. Thank God. Thank you for fixing that. Baggins, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Much appreciated. We are just going through the patch notes here. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome everyone. It's a huge raid. We just got to the interesting part actually, the class changes. So they fixed the desync issue, hopefully, at least they say they fixed it. This ability would quite often desync your stats if repeatedly cast while already active and while a cost per tick ability was active. Oh, okay, so the desync happens if you run Hottenholm, or if you run Banner. Interesting, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Belfast, how you doing? Protavis, hello. Gemji, hello. How you all doing? Hello, Baggins. Veteran Nascaldis for the Stonehulk set. Recommended. Nice. That's not an easy DLC one. I did the it's actually one of the harder ones if you do the hard mods there. I was stuck there for a while with my group. Did that like couple months ago. But it's a fun dungeon. Did you do the minigame? There's like a music minigame as well. Was stress, was tough, very healing. Because that's especially for healer and tank, it's pretty rough. Yeah, hopefully the build works out. Has some potential. The other set you can buy the Fast Rider if you're going for that. This ability will now begin to restore resource after a 350 millisecond delay rather than instantly. Ah, okay. That's a small nerf to Heart of Flame, but not a big nerf. Wait, did they buff Heart of Flame? Its morph now heals you for 15% of your max health per tick. Rather than 12 to 15 of your missing health per tick. Wait, what? No way. No way they buffed this. No. It was good. It was already really fucking good. Jared, how do you feel about this here? Your favorite skill? And now healing for 15% of max health. That's a vigor if you have 30k plus health. Holy. Because that's a big difference. Missing health and max health. It was 15%. Read. Now heals you for 15% of your max health. It is missing health at the moment. So normally you're not really missing that much health. It's only big ticks if you're low health. Like you can get bigger ticks than vigor at the moment sometimes. Now you get those ticks all the time. I don't know if that was necessary. I think it was fine. But more tankiness for DKs, sure. Sure. Gumber, how you doing? Usually there won't be 40k HP DKs, that's what I do on my dueling build. Oh boy, I've already had 7k healing per second in duels. And now it's gonna be like 9k with this, that's crazy. That is actually insane. Wow. Searing Strike, Searing Claw. Oh. Here's the thing. They didn't need to buff this skill. They needed to buff this one. So they kinda buffed the wrong thing here. Because Heart of Flame is being used. It's really strong. Both morphs are fine. Is Rearing Claw in PvP? You don't really see people use that. Fix an issue where this ranks... oh, it's just a fix, okay, I see. Doesn't really affect anything. Inferno, fix an issue where this ability inserts morphs damage were not considered direct damage in some cases. Ooh, a little buff to corrosive, nice. It is considered dot damage by the game at the moment. It does not get buffed by onslaught, does not get buffed by corrosive. So that's a big buff to decay damage on certain builds. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, I think my multi-chat froze. DK really needs more tankiness. I don't know if I agree with that. I think right now it's probably fine. It's stronger than other classes, but they do want to buff the other classes. Can you hear the forum crying now though? Will be reversed before patch. Oh yeah, forums are gonna be on fire once people figure out what this actually means. Because all people will read this and they're like, oh, it's 15%, now it's 15%? Okay, nothing changes, right? Missing health. That makes all the difference. Bullseye, how you doing? And Fubi, hello. Doesn't know shit about their game. I mean, I wonder how they arrived to this conclusion. And Latera, how you doing? Nerf rallying cry, did they? Good. I really hope they did. I'm gonna get to that soon. Wing buffer. Fix an issue where these abilities and Fleetset Wings morphs knockback and stun effects were unintentionally treated as proc events. What does this mean? What difference does it make? If it's a proc effect, it doesn't do damage. Is there things you can proc with the knockback? No, right? Or is it like you can proc Rotgar now because there's a stun to the effect? Maybe that's the... It's not a huge change, this one. Spike Mental. Spike Mental. This ability now tracks the duration of the bonus damage rather than the damage over time effect with combat timer settings. To alleviate the issue where killing targets with the damage over time effect would active would result in the timer to be wiped. Wait, you tell me it's bugged right now? Oh, come on. Oh, it's only the other morph though. Fix the issue where this morph's effects did not all inherit Elfbane's duration extension, resulting in other cases where combat timers could produce confusing results. Interesting. Link to patch notes, it's a pin message, I think. But maybe someone can link it again, or I can. I'll link it in YouTube as well, actually. So I'll just do a multi-chat message. There we go. Draken is really, really, really good with the upcoming mythic. You'll see me use that a lot. Changing a ton of sets. Interesting. Interesting. We'll get to that soon as well. Superheated Forge. Update the animation for this ability and the volcanic Forge morph to align better with the style and language of the abilities. Okay. That's the damage shield that people don't really use even though it's really good. It's because your DK heals are super strong from draconic power. You don't usually want to build max magicka and run the damage shield. Even though it's really good. Necromancer, Bone Tyrant, Bitter Harvest. This ability and morphs now properly work with effects that treat targets as a corpse. Oh, okay, that's really nice. So I think it's it is bugged at the moment. I noticed that on my Corpse Burster Noblin Decay Necrover, like you don't get extra duration on the heal from the self corpse. That's a good fix. That's a really good fix. Warden, Grim Balance, Nature's Gift. This passive now restores 125 to 150 magic and stamina to you when healing any target with a Green Balance ability, rather than restoring 138 to 177 magic or stamina whichever is higher whenever you heal an ally with Green Balance ability. That's a huge buff. This now works on yourself. This is what I said when I was talking about Green Balance abilities in one of the tier lists. I said that this passive would be good if it also worked on self-heals. And they made it work with self-heals. Like, Green Balance could actually be really good now. If you're taking damage every second, that's 500 magic and stamina regen. If you have, like, Vines active, for example. It's really solid. It's a good change. I wonder what... that makes me wonder what the Warden rework's gonna look like, if they keep this passive like this. Because the skill line overall is probably getting buffs in update 51. Interesting. Winter's Embrace, Sleet Storm, Northern Storm. This ultimate now grants 4% damage down per stack, up from 2%. Now decreased to 1% per... No, why? Why would you nerf it in PvP? This... Okay, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that this is because of the upcoming Warden changes. But they could just roll this change in update 51. I don't see why Northern Storm has to be nerfed in PvP right now. The PvP buff is fine, but this could stay as 2%. Why is it 1%? Makes no sense. So they don't mean 3% in PvP. Well, it says this bonus decreased to 1% per stack, not decreased to 3% per stack. So it is a nerf, I think. Frozen Gate. Fix an issue where this ability and morphs could prompt a break-free activation despite not being able to be cancelled. Okay. No one really uses that. Glacial Presence. This passive now disables its damage down bonus to shield if you're wearing Steppath Signet. This is such a weird change. Why would you do this? Okay, no more Winter's Embrace on the status build. Fine, it's not gonna make a huge difference. Targeting a very specific combination here, as we've seen this mythic introduce some unhealthy power spikes with very specific builds. As we continue to balance other aspects of the game, we'll come back and monitor if we need to iterate on this interaction to make it less punitive. Did they also nerf Drauken? Drauken is also doing some funny things with the status mythic. Warden nerf? Yeah, kinda unnecessary. Judo Hayden. Ruinaldo, hello. Someone in Balancing Team hates getting killed with Acuity Wretched Northern Storm, which is not even that good. It's a budget Koro at the moment. Unnecessary, but it's pretty insignificant nerf, to be honest. Warden gamers should be used to unnecessary nerfs by now. Yeah, but doesn't make them right. Redfish Hayden. OP and PV. Crazy Magnum bosses. Yeah, but the solution is not to... It's such a weird thing, like, oh, this passive is disabled if you run this one very specific item. It's just weird. I don't like this approach. You just make other things as strong as the Warden passive. Perma on status build. Permafrost? Yeah, on a status build, but why would you play a status build since they make it not work? You would not run the skill line on a status build. Forgot to nerf Arctic. Yeah, Giga OP skill, right? Classmaster, okay, here we go. Warden's current passives are highly generic and number focused while we work on the class refresh. Makes sense. I hope that all of this, keep in mind, this is Warden. All of this is temporary. They will probably change the passive, they will probably change the skills a lot. They will probably buff this because this nerf makes no sense at the moment. It will not make sense after the rework. So it's probably some temporary thing. I hope they keep the Nature's Gift though. This is a good buff. Expect this to change in tandem with the effort, with that effort when it comes. Tundra's more. Passive upgrade shield status effect to also apply major brittle for 2 seconds upon application. Okay, you don't subcast on Warden anymore. So it couldn't get worse, but somehow got worse. Did I go through that part? Did you see the... You're probably referring to decay things, right? Or maybe there's something worse still, I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. It's OP, but... Let's see what else they cooked. Wild adaptation. This passive increases your weapon spell damage by 333 for each stage effect your target has on the, up to max of 1.6. There is no way this makes it live. No. You can't give... That's free 1600 weapon spell damage. So they were not... They were the actual numbers that we saw. When they showed this. Like, no, that's gonna change during BTS. This can also apply to friendly... What does that even mean? Change pretty much all the others. Oh, so just Warden gets Giga OP passives before the Warden rework. That's, I don't know, a bit weird. For heals. Also applies to heals. Oh, okay, so if friendly targets have a lot of state effects on them, including yourself, most likely, then you get 1665 to healing, which is gonna make your vines like crazy. Vines which got buffed, so you have infinite sustain pretty much. That's Brett's Vitality passive. Yeah, that's a bit OP, I think, that passive. When combined with this one. Glacial Obstinance. Passive upgrades bond with nature to also trigger off activating Winter's Embrace abilities. Cause the effect to grant you 15% weapon spell damage, that's also kind of broken. If you're at full health after the heal. So you combine these two. So you get that 15% on this thing. You have like 10k weapon spell damage, you get another 1600 from this passive. I think it's Major Brittle, like, who cares? Who cares about Major Brittle? Let's get the Giga weapon spell damage. Greenkeeper's Side. Passive reduces your damage taken by 3% for every stage effect on your attacker. Up to maximum 15%. So that's like major protection and minor protection. But I think you go for this one. I get way more tankiness from the extra healing, because you have vines. Free triangles mitigation like that, pretty much. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Or you can give people major heroism. So for a healer, this would be good, I think. You can give people free major heroisms. And the sustain. On healer, you probably run on this and... maybe this. No, you would run this one, I think. On a healer. Because everyone's gonna have status effects. Templar. Bastion of Light. This passive causes you to heal for 8% of your maximum health every second that Sacred Ground is active. Wait, you told me that they nerfed the passives. If you're at full health after the heal, you generate 2 ultimate while in combat. Sacred Ground will also be able to activate while you are inside the area of your Nova or Spear Swords, or while Radial Sweep or Soul Barrage are active. It's super easy to keep this passive active. 8% of your max health, that's Giga heals. That's 3k healing per second. If you have 40k health, that's just 3k healing per second. For free. It's insanely strong. Devout Guardian. This passive causes you to gain the damage skill for 6 seconds, up to once every 6 seconds while Sacred Ground is active. So the same passive. That's how big of a shield? Absorbs up to 20% of your max health. Really sauce. So if you have 40k health, it's a 4k shield every 6 seconds for free, right? I mean, that's not too broken with 40k. You probably want more max health. Oh, grants you 300 health, magic, and stamina recovery. And ulti. So you can spam ultis. So you'd probably run this on a healer. Both of them. And you spam the healing ulti. For example. Bright Harbinger. Passive upgrades rank 2 of Illuminate to grant the affected group members 300 weapon spell damage, increasing to 600 for you. I mean, this is pretty good as well. You get 600 weapon spell damage for free, basically, just by playing Pure Plar, which already was pretty strong. I don't know, like, these are pretty good. Judgment's Brand. Passive upgrades rank 2 of Burning Light to increase your damage done with Templar abilities by 1200. 625 against players. For 3.1 seconds after activating. I mean, if you proc the Sundered... but it doesn't buff Sundered. I think this is also pretty strong, even with the nerf against players. 625 on each stick of jabs, on Solar Barrage, potentially on the ulti. It's before modifiers, right? Nah, it's not bad, I think. Passive increase the amount of damage you can block by 20% while stationary. While stationary. Imagine this one with 0 Banes. You will not take damage while you block. You hold block, you cleanse, and then you get infinite sustain from this and rune. Easy. Or maybe you don't need to sustain, maybe you just build max health, and 8% of your max health every second, 50k health. GG. Stand in the rune, hold block. Vampire Bane is stick, yeah, would also buff that. I don't know, maybe there's some potential here. You could run the set that buffs your reflective light. I think any Templar dot, any Templar ability becomes good with this. So you can run this passive with reflective light, with the soul barrage, with the probably not spear shots, that's a bit too crazy, but you would in theory get a lot of value out of that if you run the class set that buffs the Dawn Sweat damage by 20%. Oh, wait. Templar, that includes Beam, right? Beam benefits a lot from this. Beam gets a person's modifier. So you apply this to the base tooltip, and the base tooltip gets like plus 450%. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. Okay, Sorcerer. Conservation of Energy. This passive upgrades rank 2 of Blood Magic to also activate of any ability with a cost, excluding cost-per-tick abilities, and to also restore 2% magic and stamina upon activation. That's giga strong. Buff that 2. Is it all 2? Wait, the class sets? Okay. We'll get to that in a bit. But I'm not gonna run out of sustain anymore on my Sork. Basically ever. So you have a lot of max Magica and max Stam as well with the Disdain and Bewitched and whatnot. Because you probably want to run Bewitched with this. And you get 10% heal with any cast now. Except it's gonna mean that you want to run a Sork spammable. Oh no, it's any ability with a cost. It doesn't even have to be Sork spammable. 2% only on any ability cast. On any ability cast. If you have, let's say 30k. That is 600 Magica and Stamina every time you use a spammable. So your 2.2k, or let's say 2k Stam spammable is now 1.4k. That's more than 30%, 27 point, it's like 27-28% cost reduction. It's insanely strong. It's like two 5-piece sets worth of value. And you get a heal as well, so it's even more value than that. It's insane. Actually insane. Axel, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, that's fucking nuts. What are they doing? Who's gonna want to subclass? I don't mind that, but that's crazy. Font of Power. This passive upgrades rank to exploitation to also activate of any sorcerer ability. Grants you 1% weapon spell damage for every 1750 magicka or stamina you have. Whichever is higher for 10 seconds. That's not bad either. That's not bad at all. If you build, let's say, 40k magicka, if you do disdain and you don't go like too crazy with the max magicka, it's 22% weapon spell damage. Let's say you have 5k, that's plus 22, it's 1.1k, it's almost the Warden passive. Hey Bob, how you doing? Damage boy, hello. I think short passives are very strong. Static Reverberation harkens to an ancient impassive implosion. Passive causes your damaging attacks to have 1% chance for every 1% missing health the target has. To trigger an additional hit of shock damage, 31.5% of the higher of your weapons or spell damage, up to once every 200 milliseconds. I don't think that's too strong. I mean, it sounds strong, but how often is it gonna proc with the cooldown? So let's say you have, let's say you play a higher weapon spell damage build, so no stack in max magic or stamina. 31.5% before modifiers would be 2.2k proc. That's not a lot of damage, that's less than Way of Fire. Can proc more often, sure. But is it that good? I don't know. I think it has to be tested. Warden ultimately grants you insta-kill for the fuck of it. Warden passives are kinda nuts. Like, green balance with this one passive is kinda crazy. Wines are like, you don't die. So wines are giga strong if you can stack the weapon spell elements. Hey Blizon, how you doing? Blood magic works like frags, pretty sure you can exploit to proc whenever you want. Wait, no, it's an ability cast, right? It doesn't proc when you start casting frags. You can proc the proc frag by starting to cast it, but it's a PV passive. Implosion? Maybe. The cooldown kinda messed up. If it didn't have a cooldown, sure. It is shock damage though. You could there's a certain set that procs from shock damage. You could make a funny build with that. Font of Power passive for shock based off max stat or stats at the time of cast. I think it's at the time of cast. It says for 10 seconds. So if you have high stats when you cast it, you keep the weapon spell damage based on that. That's how I read it. So Silrauk, how you doing? Chance further reduced for every permanent pet you have active. Calculations present chance based on 1% of each missing health, divided by 1 plus the number of permanent pets you have active. Oh, so you don't want to run this on a pet build, I see. But then again, you don't really want to run pets anyway. Most of the time, in PvP at least. Calculated defense. This passive causes you to gain a damage that absorbs 30% of your max health for 0.5 seconds. Anytime you begin to activate a sorcerer ability or an ability with a cast time. If the shield fails to break, you grant you and your group members 3% weapon spell damage for 20 seconds. That's not too amazing, I think. I mean, it makes Dark Deal a lot better and Dark Conversion, because now you get a damage shield when you start casting it. But meh. I don't think you need Dark Deal. Why would you run Dark Deal if you have this passive? That's kinda pointless, I think. Sphere of Influence. This passive causes your damage shield abilities to grant additional damage shield to the target for 3 seconds that absorbs up to 15% of their max health as damage, scaling with 25% of the higher of your max magic or health. Up to 15% of their max health. 25% of your max magic or health. It's more of a support thing, I think. I don't think you want to run this. You want to run this too, most likely. Or this and implosion thing. It's one of the two. Any short skill, other skills with cast times? Yeah, I wonder if it works with like ice stuff heavy attack. If that's if the heavy attack is counted. It could be good. Like every ice heavy you get damage health when you start to cast the heavy attack. Up to 30% of your max health, which is huge. Like let's say 40k. Let's say like 38k, something like that. In PvP minus 15%, you get 5.7k shield when you start casting, and then you get a damage shield when you finish the cast. And that could be decent, if it works with the ice heavies. And it's good for the group ride. From extra weapon spell elements. Heavy attack is most likely not counted as an ability. It is by most things in the game. For example, the Cyanide set procs from a heavy attack. It says on channeled ability, but Cyanide works. Warden getting Trust and Stranglers with one classmaster is still insane. Yes. I think the Warden ones are probably the most broken. Sork, Poly... Actually, no, I don't know which one even. Poly Warden is the most broken. Templar has some really potentially good stuff as well. Like this thing is broken defensively. I think like 600 at all times alright. Maybe this is broken. Okay, Nightblade. Passive upgrades rank 2 of Hemorrhage to have a chance equal to your weapon critical chance to grant you 2 ultimate up to once every 3 seconds. Garbo. And Eye for Exploitation. This passive increases your weapon and spell damage by up to 1250, reduces your damage taken by up to 12%. Both based on your target's missing health. How does this... Okay, note this works for any effect that scales with weapon spell damage, meaning it can increase damage against low health enemies, increase healing against low health allies, including yourself. And reduce damage taken from low health enemies. Okay. I see. Yeah, I think you run this. 1250 on heals if you're low health is very impactful. And I think the other passes will suck, let's say. Increase your critical damage and healing by 15%, 7% against players. Ah, they added the player reduction there. Also increase your maximum potential critical damage and healing by 25%. Adds to normal cap of 125. I don't know. I don't know if Nightblade needed more burst damage, but I mean, they're buffing every other class. Passive causes you to dodge incoming attacks for 1/3 of a second when activating Nightblade ability while bracing. I don't like this. I don't like the idea that you have to always block tap before casting a Nightblade ability. Dodging any attack through any means causes your attacker to take 5% increased damage for 5 seconds. Okay, they added some damage to it. But I don't know. Gonna have to test this, but I have a feeling it's gonna be too clunky. It's gonna be too clunky because of all travel times and delays in PvP, like desyncs and whatnot. It's a lot of undodgeable damage as well. 1/3 of a second, yeah, huge. Conservation of energy is still the most broken there. Yeah, easily. Infinite sustain. Shadow Balls. This passive upgrades rank 2 of transfer to double the ultimate you gain from it. 4 up from 2, while also granting the nearest 4 group members 250 magic and stamina and 1 ultimate upon activating. Okay, well, Nightblade ones suck. The Nightblade ones suck. Nightblade Goat already made a new forum thread. Oof. Do I want to check that out after? Yeah, I don't like the Nightblade ones. Apocalypse, or how you doing? Hello. I think you'd probably go for evasive strands and I for exploitation. So I don't think like, yes, you increase the crit cap, but you can also choose to not build around crit damage and build around proc damage instead. And then instead of getting this passive, you get a lot more survivability and 5% more damage on the target. For example. Doesn't matter, yeah, there's also a lot of people just reducing your crit damage by so much that it winds up not really mattering that you increase the cap. So I think it's probably this one and this one, but I don't know. Looking at what other classes get, you're gonna struggle damage-wise on Nightblade. You are gonna struggle. Necromancer, nothing wasted. This passive upgrades rank 2 of corpse consumption to also... that's the passive that gives you ulti when you consume a corpse with 16-second cooldown. To also grant a stack of nothing wasted for 12 seconds every time you consume a corpse, up to 10 stacks max. Okay, so no cooldown. Am I reading this right? Nothing wasted increases your max health and weapon and spell damage by 2% per stack. That is giga strong, if you can keep them up. And you kinda can keep them up. On my Corpse Burster build, for example. You spam the Venom Skulls and drop the graveyards, Blast Spawns, drop the graveyards, you're automatically stacking up this passive. 12 seconds is enough time to keep it stacked. If the stacks reach their full duration, they instead lose 3 stacks and refresh, rather than losing all stacks. Okay, so you can't really gain full stacks, is what I'm understanding. But even then, it's still 16% max health and 16% weapon spell damage. That's really good. That is good against all of the burst damage that other classes get with the extra damage they get. So let's say you have like 40k health. Well, you don't have 40k before modifiers. It's going to be additive with other health modifiers, but you can have like, let's say 34k, something like that. 5.4k max health as a 5-piece, and then you get more than a 5-piece in terms of weapon spell damage. And you have a lot of health scaling stuff as well. Interesting. Tempo 1 adds 650 damage, like landslide, Dragon damage, right? It's more than Dragon. Dragon is 330. It's 2 Dragons. But only to Templar abilities, so you're gonna have to build around it. Malevolent Promise. This passive upgrades rank 2 of corpse consumption to mark the... It's the same passive. To mark the closest non-player enemy to you with death stats for 6 seconds whenever you consume a corpse. So all the time, basically. Which allows you to use corpse consuming ability against them, so you can proc the Corpse Burster again. Guaranteed. Can occur once every 2 seconds. That makes Corpse Burster a lot more reliable. But it doesn't provide any other bonuses, right? It would buff the... all of these extra corpses, they would buff the Necro class script though, if you find a way to run it. Somehow. Consuming or replacing this effect triggers rank 2 of death cleaning. That's the sustain when something dies. Every 2 seconds you get... is it like 600 stamina magica? I mean, it's pretty good for sustain, this one. It's not bad at all, but I think this one is kind of locked in. Upgrades rank 2 of reusable parts to... That's when any of your summons dies. You also grant Lord of the Cycle for 25 seconds, increase your damage down by 1% for every 1% more current health percent you have compared to your enemy. Caps at 25%, 12% against players, still pretty good. 75% current health, your enemy has 50%, you would gain 25% damage against them, 12% if they're a player. Oh, you can't really stack this that easily, actually. So I think if... Wait, no, you can. If they're at 50% and you're at... No, it just stacks to... Never mind, it just stacks to 12. 25% difference is not huge. Yeah, the speed of cycles can be interesting. Don't need to stack anything, just HP. Yeah. 12% damage, I mean, it's decent. It's decent. I think this passive is stronger. You get more than 12% from all of this weapon spell damage. Pound of Flesh. This passive grants you a 1% chance when taking damage to restore 10% health and 5% of your missing stamina up to once every second. So they didn't nerf it. It's they maybe even buffed it. Wasn't it like 5% of your health or some static number? Up to once every second. This chance increased by 1% for every 1% missing health you have. 50% health, you have 51% chance to activate this passive when taking damage. And you get more max health from this passive. So you get like 50k health, that's a 5k tooltip heal every second, and you get stamina back, perma block. Yep. Seems balanced. At the Precipice. Passive activates when directly healing a target below 50% health. By the way, this is gonna fix the sustain issues on the Necro build I have. Now gonna get to 50% HP though. No, any burst and you get to 50%. Any burst you take, especially from all of this stuff that they're adding. Passive activates when directly healing a target below 50% health, allows you to use a corpse consuming ability against them within 10 seconds. Consuming or replacing this effect grants the target to ultimate. Can occur once every second. Okay. Necro build you got about to go crazy with this. Yeah. It's looking interesting, but you also have to play pure class, so you lose the draconic power, wings, and have to play different stuff. You lose minor berserk, minor upgrades, and you have to use the necro heal, but it's still worth it with the passives. To play the nastiest troll tank ever, I mean, is it really more broken than the Tempa one? 8% at all times, you don't have to be low health. And you get ulti. I think the Tempa one is more broken. But you do get stamina from the Necro one. Yeah, this seems really strong. This one, I don't know. Maybe there's something you can do with this. You can apply tethers to your allies, but I don't know. DK. Okay, hopefully DK passives are a bit weaker, because DK did get reworked. Passive upgrades Landslide to also grant 1% potency to damage and healing done. And damage dealt strength per stack. 1% potency to damage and healing done, but you already have the damage. Means this bonus applies to base calculation of these events, causing it to become multiplicative with other bonuses. No, that's so it becomes so it is a pretty good buff to damage as well. Yeah, it's like it's multiplicative instead of additive. You have a lot of bonuses on DK that are person's damage done, which dilutes the effect of any further damage done person's bonus you get. That kind of secretly makes this a bit stronger, but it's not really as strong as the other passives still, I think. It's not like it adds 10% damage. It probably adds like 5%, 6%, something like that. A booming voice. This passive upgrades rank 2 of Storm Voice to also grant 1 health, magicka, and stamina per ultimate spent for 10 seconds. Huh? I'm confused. You get 500 health, magic, and stamina per ultimate spent. You spend 500 ulti, you get... Now this has to be a typo. This is terrible. Or it's like per second, but you don't really need that with Heart of Flame. Now this passive is noted. Wildfire Embers. Passive upgrades your Dragonite's damage over time effects to apply to enemies. That apply to enemies, Searing Strike, Dragonfire Breath, Burning Talons, Tether Spike Mantle. To apply unique 12-second damage over time effect on enemies whenever the trigger in the abilities end. Damage effect stacks up to 12 times, increasing by 25% per stack. Past 1 up to 275%. I wonder how strong this is. Oh, it says base damage is 10.5% of your weapon spell damage, 1% of your and 1% of your max magic and stamina. So let's say you have like around 6k and you have around 30k magic on. So tooltip would be 630 plus 1% of 30k plus 300. You would have 1k tooltip base plus 275. 3.7 per second. That's a very strong dot. But it takes time to stack. But because it's a stacking thing, Empois, thank you for the follow. Because it's a stacking thing, that also means that it probably makes cleansing very annoying. Maybe it's like Relican or General in that sense. Which I think makes it even stronger if it works like that. Like, sure, it can be cleansed, but you make other things uncleansable. Damage-wise, that's Relican. You get a free Relican. Though you need to spend a bit more time stacking it. Or you spam Dragonfire Breath and it just stacks because you refresh the buff. You don't have to wait for it to run out. Which is how I think it works. Interesting, interesting. Yeah, it says here, ending case means natural expiring, being recast early, or being cleansed. Also, if they cleanse your other dots, then this one stacks up, and then you have to cleanse the thing that you stacked up. Lovely. That's gonna be not annoying at all when fighting DKs. Resolute defense, this passive increase the amount of... I say annoying, but I think it's good, by the way. I think it's a very interesting option. Resolute defense, this passive increase the amount of damage you can block by 6% every second. You remain bracing up to 30%. Blocking has 20% chance to restore 500 stamina up to once every 250 milliseconds. Okay, I mean, it's not super amazing for PvP, but... Lead from the front. This passive upgrades rank 2 of the Storm Voice to also apply Major Berserk and Protection. They remove the Major Heroism. For 1 second per 15 ultimate spent to you and group members within 28 meters of you. You have changed given Major Berserk already. So that kind of devalues Major... the Gap Closer. So maybe drop the Gap Closer, use this passive, it buys you a bar slot, and then you run the dot passive if you play normal DK. If you play Koro build, then poly this one and this one. Because when you cast Koro, you get Major Berserk and Major Protection. Maybe that's the way you want to play. So this sounds terrible. This passive. Okay, Arcanist is Riot here. This is class. Abyssal Emergence. Passive upgrades your Arcanist ultimates to immediately generate 3 cracks upon activation. Well, okay, so they didn't change this at all. Interesting. So you can drop the Eye ultimate, for example, and immediately... But you can already do that. You can already build up the cracks. Maybe now you can Tentacle, drop the ulti, and then Tentacle again. That's a thing you can do. But I mean, 666 weapon spell damage also. I mean, it's pretty good, I think. It's pretty good. Maybe enable some combos. Passive upgrades rank 2 of Impeccable Outcome to also generate 3 cracks upon activation. This when you spend cracks, like you can just get back-to-back cracks. And you get 300 weapon spell damage, a bit less than the other one. Already said he's got main shield support. Oh, yeah, I mean, on shield support is probably can be good too. Unbound Potential. Passive upgrades rank 2 of Fated Fortune to also increase your damage down by 30%, 15% against players. Okay, that's just plus 15% damage at all times. Basically, that's the passive that gives you crit when you generate cracks, I think, or spend cracks. It's pretty much always up, this passive. %15% is quite a lot, especially if you get another 666 weapon spell damage. Passive upgrades Fate Woven Armor to also grant 1 ultimate and 300 magic and stamina when you take damage. Increasing by 100 magic and stamina per crux you have up to once every 2 seconds. That's broken. That's kind of like the Warden passive earlier. Like, you don't run out of resources anymore with this one. You don't need Heart of Flame for sustain, for example. So maybe you run this one, and I don't know if you run this one, 15% against players. Passive enables to generate crux when you heal or overheal a total of 750k health while in combat. Okay, well, who cares? When you heal, it's not when you shield. That's stupid. I don't know what I would pick here. I mean, if you need sustain, you pick this one. It's also just ulti every 2 seconds. But you probably pick this for max damage, right? Or maybe you pick these two and you skip the damage done. So this is also damage done, the 300 weapon spell elements. It's not 15%, but it's still like 5%. You can spam tentacles and or the rune wards with that. There's some interesting options for Organist. Okay, Werewolf. There's a lot in these patch notes, holy. YG, how you doing? I think the changes are in place for the overland difficulty changes. The class mastery ones? No. They're because people are very not fans of subclassing, myself included. I don't like subclassing too much. So they added these to incentivize people to not subclass. They kind of made it so that you never want to subclass though, I think. These are kind of insane. Hey Indy, how you doing? How's Nightblade and Warden looking? Warden absolutely fucking bonkers. So you have infinite sustain if you run Green Balance, because they made this passive also apply to yourself. The Nature's Gift one, and you get 1665 weapon spell damage pretty much at all times based on target's debuffs, and then you get the another 15% weapon spell damage. So you have vines that give you infinite sustain and vines that have like fucking 5k tooltip on the hill. Very balanced. And I played kinda garbo. I don't think the Knifehead ones are that great. You probably pick Evasive Trance and Eye for Exploitation. You can get some big heals when low health, but I don't know. It doesn't seem too amazing to me. But you need to sustain, lock in, also up against DK, spam in Shattering. Don't need to sustain really. Subclasses should have never happened. Yeah, but they're like soft rolling it back with these changes. By the way, this one 750,000 health. That's crazy. You generate 1 crux when you heal for that. I think this number is ridiculous. This should be like 75,000. There's like 1 0 too much here. And even 75k is maybe a bit too much. Werewolf. Werewolf experience has been updated alongside the Combat Refresh initiative, updating almost all of its combat effects in some capacity. At its core, we've made sweeping changes that should align towards making the transformation more fluid, easier to sustain and manage, with more overall potential build, craft and support. Added a new Brawl mechanic, which replaces crouch while transformed. Brawl costs 5.1k stamina to activate, grants 6 seconds of 66% reduced aggression radius, which will require you to be close to them before they notice you attack. Imagine if this works in PvP, where you get like stealth until you get close to enemies. It is not gonna work like that, but that would be cool. Like a unique sneak mechanic for a werewolf. And stealth detection, equal to same strength as detection potion. Holy. Yeah, Nightblades, have fun next patch. Everyone's gonna be a werewolf. Everyone's gonna just crouch and insta-detect you. Or maybe everyone's not gonna be a werewolf, but there's gonna be a lot of people testing out the changes. Hey, Strapsos, how you doing? What does that mean? Overheal 750k at once or 750k total? I think 750k total, kinda like the recovery con. But it just generates a crux. I don't think that's too strong. When you heal or overheal. I don't know. I don't know about that one. 3-second cooldown on activating Prowl to prevent excessive stamina loss. Okay, I mean that's a good addition, I think. Prowl does not have a unique animation, instead overrides your character's posture to begin to sniff around it. It will blend out while attacking, okay. Probably some PV thing, yeah, most likely. Added a slaughter mechanic, which is a new synergy that becomes active against targets that you would normally be able to use Blade of Foe or Vampire Feed against. So it doesn't affect PvP. Have to experiment to see for yourself what it entails. It is largely meant as a fun first experience, rather than in-combat decision-making tool. Quite potent in the higher difficulties of challenge mode, however. Imagine if this gives you some giga damage buff, and you use this in Imperial City. That's my first thought when I read this. It says, okay, it doesn't work in PvP, but what if it does? In some environments. Someone linked this. It's in the pin message. But here you go. Is the kill pass mega buff maybe? Yeah, imagine if you can abuse that in PvP in Imperial City. Werewolf transformation. This ultimate and its morphs have been largely reworked in regards to how they function to cast and manage. These ultimates now only require 100 ultimate to activate. That's not a lot, that's less than half of it, what it used to be. But will continue to drain 100 ultimate every 10 seconds while they are active. Failing to have 100 ultimate when the cosmetic occurs will forcibly de-transform you. Cost to maintain transformation is now completely disabled outside of combat to help mitigate the need to constantly engage in combat. So you still have it in BGs basically, and Zero Duel, because you're stuck in combat. Ultimate generation is no longer disabled while transformed, making it the primary method of sustaining your form. Interesting. So 100 ultimate every 10 seconds. You need 10 ulti per second. But there's probably some other ways to stay in Werewolf, right? Completely restricted the back end of the transformation, resulting in all Werewolf effects and passives to only apply while transformed. All Werewolf effects and passives to only apply while transformed. Oh, because people would heal with the Werewolf thing. And a college dissertation level of data structuring changes, rather than applying permanently and constantly checking if you're in Werewolf form. Should have no observable changes in behavior unless called out otherwise in further sections. Lastly, non-player facing only aims at helping cut down on combat calculations for Werewolf characters. Saved 15 whole effects, which is new records. Okay, cool. However, if you experience issues where you lose access to passives or other effects while in Werewolf form, please let us know. Transforming into a Werewolf no longer increases your maximum stamina by 30%. Instead, all Werewolf abilities that scale with maximum with stamina or magicka will now be 30% more dense in their scaling, allowing for similar levels of combat power as before, without the added bonus of having a deeper resource pool. That is, by itself, that is kind of a nerf, because you have less max stam to dodge all of it. And you have more or less the same damage, right? But let's see what else they changed here. Also nerfs any interaction with a max stat scaling set. There's quite a few of those. Reduce the poison damage taken while transformed to 10% down from 25%. I don't think this is a good change. I think having a counter to things is usually healthy. And this reduces the potency of the counter. Not a huge fan of that. Werewolf stamina costing abilities aside from the core combat mechanics such as block, bash, dodge or prowl now cost 1/3 of their ability category counterpart, rather than costing 25% more. That's a massive sustain buff. That's crazy. Done to help open more potential build opportunities for non-stamina damage dealers to utilize Werewolf. Oh yeah, you also don't need to be a stam build, because you don't get max stam, you get nothing. Interesting. Also adding to the sensation that this ultimate is a transformation that makes you more powerful in some capacity. Cost is now almost exclusively on maintaining the form, rather than the form and your normal resources. helping simplify its combat loop, letting you focus on the focus while the beast is unleashed. Werewolf combat actions no longer see a 15% damage increase in their scaling. We'll cover this more in its ability, but fear not, werewolves are stronger than they were before in most cases, with some other adjustments. Free sustain for everyone. Yeah, this is just passive sustain though. We'll see how it plays out. Like, right now you need to build around sustain a lot, which means that you have to do it, but because you do it, you don't have a lot of damage as a werewolf. Now you don't have to do it, so you can just focus on the max damage instead. A unique power that activates while in werewolf form has been reworked to house a new mechanic called Fury. Interesting, I like this. I like having unique resource or like class mechanics. In this case, werewolf mechanic. This is interesting. Unique resource that generates from activating werewolf abilities while in combat. Slows up to 1000 and each ability activate grants 15 at base. Okay. Fury does not decay, but leaving werewolf form will result in losing all build-up fury. Morphs and passives both can expedite the amount of fury generated, or can even add more forms of generating it. While you have 1000 fury, your ultimate ability will be replaced with rampage. Morphs and passives, okay. Activate Rampage drains all fury and grants you a 20-second window of increased power, increasing move speed by 20%, damage done by 15%, removes the cost of all werewolf abilities, including the transformation. So you just have 0 costs on heal, on dodge soul. Oh, on dodge soul still you would have that, but you already have like almost no cost after this change. Oh, including the transformation, you can stay in the werewolf form easier. Activating Rampage will temporarily disable your ability to activate werewolf transformation again, to create the sensation of loss of control of this inner beast. Oh, so you can't like click the ultimate to go out of werewolf. That's fine. You don't want to do that anyway. Wolf has like 40 unique mechanics now. That's good. I love that. Not so bad. Avu was super dead and ass. Still ass, but better. We'll see. We'll see. I suppose making it harder to accidentally activate and immediately lose the effect if you input the button multiple times and detransform. Interesting, interesting. Werewolf light decks no longer have their base damage capped at 4813 like other light decks, in efforts to help add more damage potential while transformed. Okay. Is it the Blood Moon angle? Might be. Let's see what else they change. When Werewolf Berserker, this morph now grants major berserk while transformed. Ooh, free 10% damage. Update the bleed from this morph to apply on light and heavy attacks rather than only light attacks. Nice. Bleed now appears to stack up to 5 times in total. Upon reaching 5 stacks, the 1 second delay will be removed, allowing you to deal much more consistent damage while sticking to target. They nerfed the damage, right? Surely they nerfed the damage. Hold on. Build editor. Werewolf, let's find it. Let's pull into the last page. If I can find it. Werewolf Sork, is it this one? There's probably some outdated one. Oh no, it's the correct one. Okay, so we have the werewolf here. That bleed right now on live is 5k per second. 20k bleed damage over 4 seconds. And now the heavies will apply it in AoE, and it stacks 5 times. No, they nerfed it, right? Stacks do not augment damage or duration. Oh, so they do not grant you damage, but once you have it fully stacked, every light attack will instantly deal the bleed damage, kind of like how Relican works, for example. So it's still a pretty big buff. But okay, it's not that crazy, it's not 25k damage per second. because that would be kind of broken. Bleed no longer fails to reapply if it's already active. Oh, that was the thing? I didn't know that. Mean the first few light attacks will result in a damage decrease, while drastically increasing beyond. Wait, what does this mean, damage decrease? Reduce the duration of the bleed to 3 seconds, down from 4, that's whatever. Reduce the damage scaling by 35.5%, okay, so they reduce the damage. 35.5 on the weapon spell elements, and 16% for the magic and stamina. But it's over 3 seconds, so maybe it's still the same? Hold on, so I have 6k and 30k, let's say. Of course we can build for more damage after these changes, but 6k minus 35.5 would be 2.1. And 4.8. Wait, what was the again? You're getting like, is it like 6k per second? That's a buff. If it's per second. Or if it's over 3 seconds, that's probably a small nerf. I don't know. I need to test this. Need to see the tooltip in game. Well, my math is not strong enough. Heavy attacks in this form no longer create an area of effect in a cone around the target. Okay, so no AoE bleeds, I see. Well, that kinda sucks. Mofna also improves Devour, which will be explained in the passive section. Okay. Interesting. This Mofna increased the amount of damage you can block by 30%. What the fuck? It's like having Zero Banes. Do we do Backleader now? And grants major protection while transformed, rather than unique 10% damage reduction. Continues to spawn 2 direwolves and grants you and nearby group members minor courage. Morph now also improves Rampage to Enduring Rampage, which adds 4000 health recovery to base effects. Okay, it's a 2k heal in PvP, worst case scenario, but probably like 3k. Or 4k even, depends on the modifiers. Adjusted the attack speed of the direwolves to happen at a more consistent pace rather than going in between erratically fast and slow attacks. Fixed an issue where the damage of the direwolves did not dynamically scale with your offensive stats. Oh, so that was bugged. Fixed an issue where the damage done was missing rank up progression built in, resulting in 3.3% damage increase. Add some minor variants to their attacks so they do not perfectly attack in unison. Feel less like a hive mind entity. More like wolves fighting in a pack. It's gonna be interesting. Let's see what the Devour does, but this seems like a very valid option. If you can just permablock. Spam the now cheaper burst heal. Nothing but DK and Werewolf Zergs everywhere. What's up, Akinus? I mean, some of the class mastery passives are kinda strong as well. It's gonna be an interesting patch for sure. A lot to unpack here, so we'll start with our overall intentions and design philosophies. Our goals for the Werewolf refresh are relatively simple. Improve the user flow of entering, sustaining and playing as a werewolf, while updating it to something that has more build potential. The experience is meant to be different from other combat options, good, while still being familiar enough to approach and play. Originally the form introduced many stipulations that acted as overrides to rules, while the updated form should instead feel like augments to the rules. Rather than overriding your ultimate and disabling that mechanic completely while introducing a new one, it now hooks into existing ultimate loop, while also gaining access to an ultimate level ability while transformed. Additionally, there are many more added effects that help reduce the high demand and stress of sustaining werewolf, such as the out of combat cost removal, new rampage effect, and a few other hidden effects we've added for you to find. Is anyone hungry? All these changes hopefully culminate into a more liberating transformation rather than a limiting one. To improve the build diversity side of things, we're also looking at few core interactions to see where the existing limits were created. Originally, Werewolf was stamina focused, as abilities costed an exorbitant amount of stamina, and Magicka, the heal is super strong but also super expensive. Despite their abilities mostly dynamically scaling, this created a lopsided experience that made playing a stamina build vastly superior, which made the transformation even less accessible to for build types. We've shifted away from both of these stipulations by significantly reducing the stamina drain of active werewolf abilities. The focus is now on sustaining the form rather than the form and abilities, and instead baking the power of that massive stamina increase into a stat scaling of their abilities, meaning both magic and stamina are effectively increased by their original amounts, without the added effects of actually adjusting to your character stats. Okay. So far so good. So far so good. Vamp refresh when... yeah, they need to redo Vamp as well. Give back the old mist form. Also looked at morph engagement and tried to improve the split between the two dominant build focuses, full-on aggression builds and bruisers. That's the only good way to play Werewolf. I will die on that hill. More chunky survivable damage deal? No. No. Throw that in the trash bin and ship the fucking trash bin to overseas or something. Do not play that. That's... no. Morphs now have more stark differences between what they do for the most part, either granting more outright damage production, adding utility or survivability upgrades, or adding more mechanical complexity to their base abilities. Our other focus for the Werewolf refresh was the combat flow of what it means to play as a werewolf. The Werewolf's ability bar override removes the access to bar swap, which introduces a more digestible but ultimately simpler combat flow. This is often seen as a positive and a negative. Yes, we looked at what these abilities closely to try and retain the good parts of that simplicity, while also working on trying to flesh out a bit more depth to improve the negative aspects. At its core, the werewolf experience is still pretty straightforward, being a big brutal badass. Jumping into the fight, prioritizing speed and aggression, good. Chasing your prey with relentless attacks are all still there, good. That's what I like about Werewolf. It's very hit and run, fast-paced kind of playstyle. However, we've re-evaluated some of our original stipulations to these abilities to try and make them a bit more user-friendly, while also trying to ensure each button press has more than one context in which you'd want to use it in. In some cases, such as bounce, that means completely dividing the ability to two separate states. When targeting faraway enemies, it swaps to the gap closure ability. When targeting enemies in melee range, it becomes the melee damage over time ability. That's really good. It's very clunky at the moment. Both the same abilities as before, but with more dynamic experience that gives you what you need in the context of the moment. Also, did we do a shoutout for Mr. Akinos? Not yet, I think. The Necro Goat. Definitely gonna make some OP things on Necro. With the changes. Already run 12-man Werewolf and 12-man DK Zergs. Gonna get way worse. We'll see. I think there's some pretty broken shit. Was in BG? No worries. Lethal mode is lacking. Yes. Where was I? Other abilities such as Roar now have multiple outcomes that cover a larger array of effects to offer more utility and reasons to press the button. Roar continues to operate as your primary crowd control, while also being a support function by housing the feeding frenzy synergy. And still having solo play application by granting you blood hunger, an effect that amplifies some of your other werewolf abilities. Interesting. These updates should all help improve your overall combat effectiveness, while adding some additional nuance and mastery to the experience. Okay. Bounce and Carnage, these abilities and their morphs now dynamically update themselves based on your distance from your target, rather than requiring to activate Bounce, then locking you into activating Carnage for 5 seconds after. Bounce is only available when you are greater than 7 meters to a target, while Carnage takes over when you are 7 meters or closer to a target. Note that this will result in only Carnage displaying on your hotbar when you hover over it outside of the skill system, as you are the context of the target. Your skillbook will always display pounds. Reduce the cost of pounds and it morphs to 1071, down from 4016. Holy. That's quite a cost reduction. Trion, how you doing? Is Orc passive mega bad? No. What do you mean? 2% max stats and 10% of your max health on any ability cast? Nah, that's broken. That's infinite sustain. And infinite dodge rolls as well. It's both resources, right? You'll see. Adjusted the damage of bounce to 0.63 weapon or spell damage or 0.78 magic or stamina. Rather than 0.78 and 0.75. So they nerfed the damage a little bit. That's the gap loss part. Raise the cost of carnage and it morphs to 995 down from 2000. Reduce damage per tick to 0.09 weapon or spell damage and 0.011 magic or stamina rather than 0.098. So small nerf again. Increase base duration, okay. A brutal bounce and carnage. Increase the radius of these abilities to 7 meters up from 5. Brutal carnage damage over time now stacks up to 3 times, increasing by 10 seconds per stack. Oh, so it's kind of like a carve. Rather than granting stacking weapon spell damage when hitting enemies. Okay. So you can stack a long duration bleed. It's not really that big of a deal in PvP though. Feral Bounce and Carnage. This morph now grants 200 stamina each time. Either portion of the ability deals damage, rather than granting 100 stamina and 1 second of Werewolf timer. So either portion of the ability, so the dot is gonna give you 200 stamina every second. Ducking, how you doing? Shock passives got nerfed, was 1000 stamina magic per cast. Yeah, but it's still broken. I showed it earlier. Because if you have like even let's say 30k, and you get 2% of that every cast, that's 600 magic and stamina every ability use. So if your spammable has 2.2k cast cost, for example, that's the average cost. Basically, you now have 1600. That's more cost reduction than you get from 2 5-piece sets, if you were to slot 5-piece cost reduction sets. That's more than you get from, let's say like Soul Cleaver would be 21%. And that's 462, so you get insane amount of sustain from that. And healing, because 10% heal every cast too. Do you need more regen on Sork? No, you do, because you don't want to run Dark Deal or Dark Conversion. I think that ability is bad. Maybe you do with the shield one, if you can cast the... if you can get like a damage shield when you start casting Dark Deal, but I don't know. Don't think it's worth, personally. Some of these masters seem a little insane, a little bit. Just a little bit. So this one, 200 stamina every second, or every time the dot ticks. Whenever either version of this morph deals damage, it will also trigger a Fury generation. Addition to Fury generated for activating it. Up to once every 4 seconds. Allows Feral Bounce to generate it twice per cast. Either version of this morph allows Feral Bounce to generate it twice per cast. Feral Carnage to generate it... Oh, okay, I see. I see. So the return is also going to return Fury after like a couple of seconds. So the initial cast gives you Fury, and then after a few seconds you get Fury again when you generate stamina or recover stamina with it. Interesting. I think this one is the better move. Or maybe not. 7 meter range up from 5. That's also a pretty nice buff. No, I think you pick this one for the sustain and the additional Fury generation. So you have a gap closer, you just cast it right after gap closing, you always should be able to cast it. Making this ability in its 2 forms significantly more straightforward to use by having them automatically update to the effect you need in the moment. When you close the distance, the bounce variant of the ability will take over and allow you to leap to your enemy, while the carnage variant will be available when you are within melee range of your foe. Also slightly adjusting the morph differences to be less about raw damage versus utility and going into 2 forms of utility, both of which have the potential for damage. Brutal Bounce and Carnage remain better for area of effect damage, and Carnage saves on global cooldowns, letting you experience a more simplified rotation. Oh, because you can stack the blade. I see. That's like easier to use, and this one is more power, but you have to keep up the dot, and you basically pick the better morph. Especially if you plan on using one of the rework morphs of Raining Claws. Okay, I mean, we'll have to see that. Feral Bones aids in stamina management through block and helps you activate rampage more frequently. It grants a large damage steroid. Dexstars, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Here's Bounty, this is the OP heal. Reduce the healing of this ability by 8%. It's still OP. You can reduce it by 8%, it's still gonna be giga strong. I think it's 60% of your max health at the moment. So in PvP this is a 16.2k tooltip with 30k health. So instead of 60%, you're gonna have 55%. It's not the end of the world. Especially when you reduce the cost by 1.4k. I think that's a good trade-off. It's gonna be a lot more sustainable. Ability and Heroes rates now restore 10% of your maximum stamina, increasing by 1% for every 1% current health you have, up to a maximum of 20% stamina after the heal. Oh no. I don't know if I like the idea of a perma-block werewolf. So what this does is it allows you to use turn the magicka into stamina, and then you get 30% block mitigation with the other werewolf morph. I don't think that that is balanced. Oh, this morph now adds major vitality while slotted, so you don't even lose any healing. Oh wait, no, that's the morph. Let's see what the... So you don't have to be full health to get the stam either. That's a big buff. For every 1% current health you have. 10% of your max stamina increasing by... Oh, so you always get 10% of your max stamina. After max... Okay, that's broken. That is absolutely broken. You will need the stam though. Right now you do. On life you do. On BTS not sure. But you can always turn stamina into blocking or dodging. You can perma-block with this. If you build for mech reason and you spam the heal, and you get 20% of your max stam back, like 30k stam, that's kind of broken. Resistance 42, reduce the healing of this morph by 19%. Now increase the stamina restored to 12% of your max stamina at base, increase by 1% up to 24% max stam, adds major vitality, return granting minor fortitude and endurance for 20 seconds. No, I think that's bad. You gain 12% healing receipt, but you lose so much of the base tooltip that I don't think it's worth it. Even if you get more stamina back. Here's Rage. This morph now heals based on your offensive stats. Wait. You want to run the non-morphed version of the heal? Really? Or maybe this is still worth it. I don't know. Need to test it. I don't know why they nerfed the healing on this. Like either nerf the base tooltip or... Oh, right, it gained... Like right now it gives you extra healing when you morph it. So it's gonna be the same as the base, but you gain more stam basically, and major vitality. So it is quite a big nerf then, in that case. You go from 60% to like 50% of your max health. Still better than Polarwind, but that's a big nerf. Now heals based on your offensive stats rather than max health, healing 70% weaker than a traditional burst heal, such as Rust Ceremony. Oh, so you can never survive with this? This is your only heal, or maybe they added some other ones, but... Now increase your damage done and taken for 12 to 15 seconds. Okay, so this is just a suicide morph. Based on how high your current health percentage is. But then apply major berserk, increase your damage taken by 10 to 7%. If you were at full health while casting. Morph now also generates double fury on activation, adds minor berserk while slotted. You get a lot of damage, but do you want to heal for less and have a weak heal and take a lot of damage? Not sure. Yeah, this is the Devil Soul morph. What's up, Devil? Maybe if you dodge roll a lot, you can use this. If you can just spam dodge rolls and play like very damage avoidance type of way, maybe you could use this, but gonna have to test it. It's interesting though, interesting options. Toning down on how much raw healing this ability and smurfs can do while simultaneously adding more purpose to the button press for resource management for tanks in PvP encounters. Now rather than being a binary heal versus restore, it will grant both. Will reward you in similar situations, granting more resource while at higher health. Resistance 42 sees a decrease in the initial healing, but gains the potential to be healed significantly more while in groups. Or using other effects and morphs. Or because you have the healing taken, so other people heal you for more. Helping out the tankier bats while Hirzin's Rage continues to focus on the offensive nature, but with a healthier balance, as both the bonuses and the punishment degrade as you weaken, while also healing more effectively for damage dealers. Oh, right, so you don't have the debuff if you don't heal yourself. So you can kind of choose, if you heal at low health, then you're gonna be tankier. If you heal at max health, yeah, it's maybe not that bad. Even though it increases your damage taken. Interesting. Very interesting. Aurora. This ability and smurfs is the CC. Have 350 millisecond cast time before they apply their effects to help better line up their animations to their outcomes. Fixing issues where you would be feared, hopefully they increase the radius. So right now it's instant, which allows you to land it a lot easier. In PvP. Fixing issues where you would be feared before even seeing the animation. Increase the radius. Yes, good. Thank you, Sos. Thank you. Increase the radius to 10 meters up from 7. This more than makes up for the increased delay. It's an unblockable, undodgeable stun, by the way. AoE. Also applies major beats. Kinda OP. If you could use it outside of Werewolf. Reduce the cost to 1k. Okay, 1k cost on your CC, nice. CCs are usually very expensive. Not this one. Definitely not this one. Oh yeah. This ability and smurfs now apply a stack of Blood Hunger for 30 seconds, stacking up to 4 times. Blood Hunger empowers Nash, previously Piercing Howl, and Claw Fury, previously Claws of Anguish, to deal additional damage. This ability is no longer applied terrified, it's effectively an easier to use form of that mechanic with more interplay within their kit. This ability and smurfs are now home of the Feeding Frenzy synergy, rather than being placed on the Owl of Despair morph. Feeding Frenzy is granted up to 12 nearby allies for 10 seconds within the radius of your roar. Feeding Frenzy now lasts 30 seconds up from 20, and increase damage done by 6% instead of granting Empower. Ooh, well that's a good synergy now. Maybe you want a Werewolf in PvE. So that's just a synergy for everyone. 12 nearby allies, plus 6% damage done. Nice, I like this. Maybe I become a Werewolf main in PvE. It synergy continues to grant minor force as well. Nice. You can also use the synergy yourself, I think. Unless they change that. I don't have the morph, because you don't want to run it on live. So you want the Major Breach morph. But now you get it on the base skill, so you automatically have it. But I believe you could use the synergy yourself. Know how much Desi loves suicidal ganker players. Oh, I mean, at least you can see them coming if they're werewolves. Unless they're werewolves with invis spots. In which case, shame on you. Oh right, this also gives major protection currently. Oh, also it's not on this skill, it's on the Howl. You or an ally can activate this energy. So get the minor force from that, but you kind of want to run this one usually. You already have minor force from the Oaken. Now you might not want to run Oaken. You get minor force and a lot of the other buffs. Deafening Roar. This morph now also applies Major Maim and Cowardice to enemies hit for 12 to 15 seconds. Major Maim and Cowardice. Rather than Major Breach and Minor Maim for 7 to 10 seconds. Passive slot for this morph now grants Major Evasion and Minor Protection rather than Major Protection. Ooh. So you run this with backlead, you're gonna be disgustingly tanky. You have like all the major buffs to reduce damage and 30% block mitigation. Purchasing this morph will automatically upgrade your Nas and morphs, rework of Piercing Owl to also taunt the enemy if the ability was cast while bracing. Making taunting more deliberate and less dangerous compared to the previous slot passive of heavy attack into taunt. So you can play Avu tank. Interesting. Which class for Werewolf though? Depends if how the passives interact, if they change that. Need to test that on BTS. Ferocious Roar. This morph now also applies major crits to you and 11 nearby allies for 20 seconds. Allows you to use your own synergy and grants 2 stacks of Blood Hunger on cast. Rather than increasing the speed of your heavy attacks by 33%. How do you get the major breach now? Maybe they added it to something else. But I think major crits versus major. No, you run this one on in PvP as well. Would be crazy not to. Like sure, major crits is nice, but well, major crits and minor force, but you get minor force from Oaken. You have to run this in PvP, right? Major Maim and Major Cowardice from the same button click with a CC. And passively grants you major evasion and minor protection. You have to run this. Like, that's not even a question. I don't think you run this one. Making Roar and its morphs the home of the Feeding Frenzy synergy in efforts to make the effect more easily accessible, while also adding a little incentive to bringing the pack to groups with unique damage bonus. Additionally, we're improving the Terrified mechanic into Blood Hunger. It can now stack for multiple uses, helping reward a more diverse rotation in PvE and PvP, while also being easier to use at the baseline. Blood Hunger isn't completely exclusive to Roar either, as the effect can now be referenced by other morphs, for those who are looking to sink their teeth into more complicated rotations. This should help keep Werewolf experience simpler, but with some added forms of mastery for those who find themselves hungering for more. Piercing Owl, Nas. So it's now a melee ability, I believe. Ability and morphs have been completely reworked into a melee 7 meters, driven double bite attack 2 hits, rather than a 10 meter projectile howl attack. Hey Onion, how you doing? And Blake, how you doing? Hello. What's up? We're going through the patch notes. There's a lot of crazy stuff. So we have less radius on the spammable. Now scales with 0.525 of your weapons or spell damage and 0.65 of your magical stamina twice, rather than singular 0.31 and 0.25. So it's a nerf to the damage, but you probably gain more damage from all of the other things here. Initial hit deals physical damage, while the second hit deals bleed damage. Okay. You already kind of proc bleed all the time, or hemorrhaging. Both attacks have 10% chance of applying their respective stage effects, so you get minor bleeds more easily. That's good. Nice. Second hit happens after 0.4 seconds, no cast time, so it can be animation cancelled with no loss. Interesting. That's really interesting. So you can cast the ability, and then like you get the first hit, and 400 milliseconds after you get the second hit. And deals 200% bonus damage to targets under 25% health. So you have an execute with this ability too. One or more Blood Hunger are active, the initial hit deals 25% bonus damage, and 1 stack is consumed. So that makes it way stronger. Oh, initial hit only. Okay, never mind. And it's basically free, 765 stam, down from 2.9. Howl of Agony, Bloodiness. This morph now adds a 50% chance when benefiting from Blood Hunger to not consume a stack. Some RNG morph. Morph also upgrades the second hit to always apply the hemorrhaging stage effect. Morph no longer increases damage turn against off-balance targets or reduces cost as it ranks up. Howl of Despair, Rip and Tear. This morph upgrades the first hit to always apply the standard stage effect. I think this is better if you run the light attack bleed morph of Werewolf. 100%. As well as inflicting major bleeds. Okay, so you basically run this. This morph might as well not exist. Rip and Tear it is. The second hit heals you for what the fuck? for 0.27 of your max health. 27%? No. Oh, it's 0. Okay, so that's not a big heal. Ranks up by 1.1% per rank if it hits. Bloodhunger's 25% increase applies to both the base hit and the healing effect for this morph. This morph no longer grants access to Feeding Frenzy as it has been moved to Roar. Well, I think the morph choice here is pretty easy. I don't think we need to think about that too much. In PvE you run this one, I think. You run Bloodiness. This is the PvP one. Werewolves have finally learned to put their jaws to use with this new spammable, raining flesh from their foes with a much more brutal two-part attack. Gone are the days of angrily yelling at your opponents to death. Nash operates as both your standard fare single-target spammable and an execute both in one, helping make up for Werewolf's bar space deficit while leaning into their fantasy of masters of the hunt. Hunter who cannot finish off their prey often returns empty-handed after all. This helps werewolves become significantly more terrifying to low-health foes, while giving them reason to stick closer to their enemies and make use of their speed boosts in melee range. The morphs once again split with more diversity, granting two utility-driven effects that can both lead to more damage, but more of an option between damage and survivability. I need some water again. Too much yapping. The previous iteration of Terrified has also been reworked to Bloodhunger. Okay, we already read about that. Infectious Claws is the AoE, current undodgeable, kinda hard-hitting AoE. Has spammable tulip on life. Use this more than the Owl at the moment. Rending Claws. This ability and Claws of Life morph have been adjusted to deal physical damage on their initial hit, and bleed damage for their overtime effect. Okay. Rather than dealing disease damage on both hits. Reduce the initial hit's weapon and spell damage scaling by 20%, so less of a spammable, but you have a better spammable now. Hey Dennis, how you doing? Merhaba Kades. Increased its magic and stamina scaling by 4%. Interesting. Damage over time now lasts for 10 seconds, down from 20. Increased the weapon and spell damage scaling by 92%, and the magic and stamina scaling by 150%. So the dot hits a lot harder now. Its ability and morphs now have a target cap of 6 rather than hitting all enemies. Okay. The initial hit now has a 15% chance of applying Sundered, and the damage over time has 5% chance of applying Hemorrhaging, rather than the initial hit applying Diseased and the damage over time having a 1%. Interesting. I mean, that's gonna make the dot tick even harder, because when it procs the dot, that's an instant tick, so even if you have the dot already, it's still beneficial. Hey, Wesok, how you doing? Hello. Claws of Anguish, Claw Fury. This morph has been reworked into a channeled attack that deals direct physical damage over 4.8 seconds. Oh, so you have a channeled playstyle on Werewolf as well now. Hitting up to 6 enemies goes to you in 7-meter cone with 90-degree arc, up to 30 times. Wait a second. How many hits per second is that? Oh, 2.7? But it's an AoE. Imagine this with like Dragon's Appetite or Draukin or something. That's a lot of damage potentially. Claw Fury generates Fury and stack of Bloodhunger up to once every second while dealing damage with the ability. Claw Fury scales with 0.48 weapon spell damage. What's the main ability? So if you have, let's say 6k, still a lot of damage, right? It's per tick. Wait, what did I do? L times 488. So do 3k, 10k per second in AoE. It's like the decay breath. Roughly. And increased by 25% for each stack of Bloodhunger you have. So if you have full Bloodhunger, that's kind of like the DK Fire Breath. Claw Fury ends in any capacity, all stacks of Bloodhunger are removed. Interesting. So you could have a like kind of like a normal DK, kind of like a normal werewolf with the spammable, or you could do a channel playstyle with this. Build around the Bloodhunger. Close of Life, Blood Claws. This morph now heals for 40% of the initial hit damage done, rather than not healing at all on the initial hit. Okay, it's a decent heal, I think. Damage over time now heals you for 6.2% of your max health when damaging an enemy, rather than healing you for 66% of the damage done. When damaging an enemy, so no cooldown, that's an AoE, right? Yeah, it's an AoE still. So if you hit multiple targets, you heal multiple times 6.2% of your max health. That's a pretty decent heal. Like, let's say you have, you go like 35k health per target, that would be a 2k tooltip. If you hit 3 targets, that's 6k per second. It's not bad at all. Just rank up progression, 1.1% for initial hit, 1.1% healing down for the healing from the damage over time. Any PvP content yet? There was a lot. There's the class mastery passes, there's the werewolf rework that we're going through at the moment. We still have the item set changes, the new sets and whatnot. It's a lot. I'm gonna upload this to YouTube after. There's gonna be a lot of things to go through. It might be the most extensive patch notes I've ever seen for PvP point of view. Generally buffing the skill to now be a full power area effect attack and damage over time effect, rather than reducing the damage of the area effect from the damage over time. As such, we're generally peeling back some of the cleave damage of the initial hit. Yeah, it's not a big nerf, right? I mean, 20% is pretty big nerf. While greatly increasing the damage over time potential in all capacities. So this ability feels more like 2 separate abilities rather than one blended ability. Yeah, it's nice. I like this design where the morphs are more different from each other. Same with the DK Fire Breath. You can use the one for the major breeds, that's really, really good on a lot of builds, or you can use the channeled one that creates an entirely different playstyle and makes you approach the game in a different way. That's really good design. I like that. And I like that they do the same here with Werewolf. I hope going forward we have similar morph design. Don't dislike week 1 of BTS? No, this is good stuff so far, I think. Maybe some kind of crazy passives and whatnot, but it's interesting. It's fun. Like, all of these sound fun to me and look fun to me. Maybe they're not balanced, but you know what's more important than balance? Fun. I think fun is more important. Balance comes after. Like, if balance prevents fun, then you need to balance things. If balance doesn't prevent fun, then you can let things be unbalanced. Werewolves have finally also washed their damn hands, moving them away from disease damage in the kit. So no more major defile or minor defile. Instead focusing in on the physical and bleed to have more savage and brutal experience. Additionally, we're splitting the morph diversity to either add more healing for both damage and bruiser builds, and a rework morph that functions similar to something like Engulfing Dragonfire, helping werewolves who'd rather focus on cleaving foes down. Claw Fury is slightly weaker than the traditional Nash focused build in single target, but comes out ahead in encounters with multiple enemies back together. Ooh. Werewolf Rush of Agony Bomber. You gap close in with pounce, and brr, you do Claw Fury, and everything dies. Oh, I want to try that. I really want to try that. I want to try the other werewolf too, but this also sounds fun. The AoE one. And Devour. Insatiable Hunger. This synergy now has a minor grace period for movement, allowing you to move slightly before and after activating it, without causing the cast to be interrupted. Oh, that's the feed synergy, right? Yeah. That's good. Really good. I mentioned this in my werewolf tier list. That it gets cancelled very easily, the feed synergy. It's very annoying. So now it allows you to move slightly before and after activating it. Note that this grace period is not the same as the resurrection ability update that lets you move while casting it. Okay, how long is the grace period? Is that exists to give a small amount of time to let your momentum end if you cast it while moving? Yes. Sometimes, like, you stop on a corpse with a werewolf, you click the synergy, but your character is still moving server side. And that caused the synergy to cancel. I think that's what they're fixing here. Increase the healing per tick to 20% of your max health, up from 8. Nice. 100% heal over the total duration, up from 40%, or 150% increase. Each tick now grants 15 ultimate rather than 3 seconds of werewolf timer. Activating the synergy will disable the cost to maintain werewolf transformation for 12 seconds. So you don't drain ulti anymore. Rather than disabling the cost of maintaining only while channeling it. This passive will also trigger Fury generation each tick if you are a werewolf berserker, even if you are outside of combat. Interesting, interesting. Balance is big part of fun. Yeah, but things will never be balanced, like fully balanced in MMOs. It's never gonna happen. Pursuit. Master of the Chase. This is the... also the move speed. Yeah, I was thinking it's the move speed one, but you also get more stam from heavies. That's why at the moment you have to do a lot of heavies. Passive bonus to heavy tech resource restore now only occurs at rank 2. As it is largely irrelevant for most playstyles after cost reduction changes and cuts down on performance. Yeah, this kind of stark contrast to how Werewolf plays right now, where you have to, where you kind of want to weave the heavies, and I kind of like that. It's kind of unfortunate it has to go, but I mean you can still heavy attack to get a lot of stam back. You can also heal to get stam back. You can also gap close to get stam back. You can also just never run out of stam because your abilities are basically free. But maybe you need to like spam rolls or something. Oh, by the way, dodge roll spam is gonna be a lot more doable on Werewolf, which makes Gold Thief a lot better. It would be a lot of heals as a Werewolf. Spamming rolls. Blood Rage. Passive now increase the amount of fury you generate by 5 to 10 per source, rather than adding 3 to 5 seconds to your werewolf timer when dealing damage. Up to once every 6 seconds. Increase the amount of fury you generate by 5. Okay. Blood Moon. Shadow of the Blood Moon. Just a simple name change that updates the name away from implying the actual Blood Moon is happening every week. New content like content that motivates players to initiate PvP like goals or more decent leaderboards rather than changes. There's the veterancy system. It's like seasonal things to unlock in PvP. And they have the mid-size... as for actual content, they have the mid-size PvP zone next year. But before that is like system changes, balance changes, the class tree works, that kind of stuff. I don't know if any other things come in. Maybe they rework BG leaderboards or add something else in update 51. We don't know yet. But veterancy system is in this update. Savage Strength, Feral Cruelty. Increase the amount of weapon spell damage granted from this passive to 16 to 33%, up from 9 to 18%. Okay, maybe no... Fuck. Maybe no Gold Thief after all. I think you just want to stack max stats based on this one. That's a lot of weapon spell damage. Call of the Pack, Call of the Hunt. This passive now works by reducing the ultimate cost of maintaining werewolf form rather than reducing the timer drained every second. The percentages are the same as before and works identically. So this if you have other werewolves in group. Reduce cost of remaining in your werewolf transformation by 20% for each transformed werewolf or direwolf in your group. So you kind of want to play with other people, I guess, because it sounds like it's harder to maintain the werewolf after these changes. That's what worries me a little bit about Werewolf, is that you might run out of the timer. Might be a place... this might be a place we iterate based on feedback, as we understand that this passive is vital to allowing werewolves to indefinitely sustain their forms, but recurrent utilizing the pack leader morph, or playing with up to 3 other werewolves, or playing with a pack leader, to really gain effectiveness from. We're cautiously optimistic that other sweeping changes to werewolf form sustain will be enough to keep the core experience a case where sustaining form is something you feel spurred to do, but with far more grace than before. Let us know your thoughts. I think they reduce the amount of uptime you have as werewolf, but we'll see. We're gonna have to test that. Because it's 10 ulti every 10 seconds. And you gain 3 from just light axe. You would need minor heroism. You can get 4 ulti. You can get to like 4 or 5 ulti per second usually. On average, which means that you will eventually run out. Unless you eat a corpse. Sounds like a reason to come back. Hopefully they design a better Emperor-like system to it. Yeah, hopefully. Ei rangastaudun. What's the verdict, Oracle? Wolf good or bad after rework? It sounds really good. And I am excited to try it. Like, it sounds fun. The changes. Especially the gap loss one, where it changes based on distance to target. That's really cool. I like the... that you have like different, entirely different playstyle based on which morph you pick on the previous Claws of Anguish. That sounds cool. I think the spammable sounds very interesting and strong. With like hits twice, but with a delay, so it's a little bit different from other spammables. This is cool. I like this. Scripts, Class Mastery. These scripts have been renamed to Class Flurries to avoid confusion with Class Mastery system, I see. Warden. This script now causes charmed enemies to walk. We were kinda expecting a nerf to Warden charm, based on all of the feedback. Now causes charmed enemies to walk to the center of the area rather than to follow the caster. Okay. Was done in effort to try and mitigate the frequency this charm could force enemies through terrain. These are good change, but it's not really gonna nerf the combos, which is probably fine. I don't have issues with the Warden's arm usually. BTS Online, what's up, Crimson? Yeah, I will probably hop on BTS. It's 11 PM. We still have the itemization to go through. New item sets. Prowl's Talisman. So it's the new mythic. You acquire it by doing the storyline, that's cool, and you upgrade it by doing the story. While Battle Speed is inactive, bracing while crouching turns you invisible for 10 seconds. It's kind of whatever. 1900 at 10 stacks and 160. It was 160. You guys were saying 150 on the blurry screenshot. No, it was 160. I told you so. But it's not good enough. Like, sure, you can keep this up if you have dots. But given the state of mythics in the game, like Monomyth, in order for this to be viable in PvP or in PvE content, they should be higher, and they should buff DDF as well. Like, both of these should be higher. I think. Class sets. Current item sets, class sets, Ares Cry. This set now increases your damage done by 10%, rather than only damage done with animal companion skills by 10%. That's Essence Thief. That's OP now, what? That's a proc set and Essence Thief in one. What the fuck? Sos. What are we doing? If you play Warden, you run this set. You 100% run this set. What the fuck? That's 10% more damage done against the target. A dot set, or proc set that's on par with other proc sets. It's unfathomable darkness damage-wise. And now, like, it doesn't buff your sharks and your birds, which is kind of whatever. It buffs everything. Holy shit. Buffs your status effects, buffs your light X. Wow. Theorycrafting. Update damage proc from this set to be considered a class ability. This should help the set scale with a few more interactions, namely a few Templar specific ones. Wait. To be considered a class ability. Also, it gets buffed by Templar passives and stuff, and the Solar Barrage. Weapon spell damage from this set now presses for 10 seconds up from 6 to help improve its uptime in actual combat. It's a nice buff, but it's still clunky. I don't know about that one. Beacon of Oblivion adjusted the damage and healing bonuses while no permanent deaths are active, and Battle Speed is active to 7% up from 5%. 7% damage and healing. I mean, it's decent now for PvP. 5% was not really worth, but 7? To kind of put things into context. It's shield breaker, but also buffs you healing and it's 1% more. It's only 3% away from being a 100% uptime essence thief. That's not bad. It's definitely worth testing, I think. It also drops in all armor weights as well. Interesting, interesting. Monolith for Storms. Increase the damage of this set by 37.5%. Set now grants 200 weapon spell damage for every monolith active. Yeah, no, this is kind of broken. What the fuck? But you have to run Stormcalling abilities. So you'd have to run the execute or something. I can show the tooltip here. Or, wait, I need to sort the set, right? The damage-wise is pretty decent. 5.1k every 2 seconds. They buffed that by 37.5. So with 6k damage, that 5k would be... It's actually more because it buffs the base tooltip. So it's 7k plus. 7k plus damage every 2 seconds. That's giga. That is definitely giga. And you get weapon spell damage. You can have 3 monoliths, so you can get 600 weapon spell damage. How is this balanced? What the Ay. This might be the most broken set. I'm gonna run this on my Sork. Rest assured. There's a little trick with monolith, by the way. And I don't think they fixed it. I don't think it needs fixing. It's supposed to work that way. But you spawn a monolith when you use a Stormcalling ability, or when you land an Overload light attack. That also works. Also hidden Horcrux, how you doing? So yeah, this is kinda broken. Kinda broken. Barband. Update is set to interact with Wildfire Ember's new DK class mastery rather than being based off generic damage over time effects. Decrease the damage of the damage over time proc by 31.y. Decrease the damage of the area effect by 26.y. Theorycrafting now removes up to 3 stacks of Wildfire Embers or your Biobrand. Return up to 3 damage over time effects. Adjust the damage, bonus damage effect to 25% per Wildfire Ember stack. Decrease damage of the damage over time by 31.4. Adjust the bonus damage to 25 per Wildfire up to 300%. I see. So it is buffed. Big time. That's a buff. That's 100% a buff. Again, gonna base that 6k weapon spell damage. So it's 8.9 over 6. Let's see. 8,900 divided by 6. Plus you get the plus 60% at the moment. You would get 2.3. 8.9 minus 31.4. Plus 300%. Oh wait, no, I fucked it up. My bad. I fucked it up. 8.9 minus 31.4. Divide by, I forgot to divide by 6. So 1k after the nerf. Wait, how much was it before? It was 1.4. It goes down to 1k base. But you gain plus 300% now. You get 4k per tick. Up from the... how much was it with plus 60%? 2.9. So it's buffed. You just don't heavy attack. Decrease damage of the area of effect proc by 26.1. But you gain the... Oh, you gain this on the heavy attack, right? No, they buffed the heavy attack. What the fuck, man? Went to ESO, man. New passive so OP, new item sets OP, or changed item sets. Because I only went through the light attack portion, but you have a 6.2k instant damage on this too. Plus the execute modifier. And it benefits from the plus 60% at the moment. So right now this would be... let's just say 6.2k, keep things simple, plus 60%. So if you don't have someone in execute, you have a 9.9k tulip proc. Now next patch, it is a baseline minus 26.1, you have 4.5k or 4,581 plus 300%. You have an 18k proc from Firebrand if you have Wildfire Ember stacked and you do a heavy attack. You have an 18k tulip proc with 6k weapon spell damage. And you automatically get it from Wildfire Embers. That is fucking crazy. Mercer proc off a heavy attack, yeah, and you have off balance from DK. So imagine you have full stacks, you off balance someone, you land a bow heavy, and they're dead. With corrosive, because you get full pen from Coro on the proc as well. That is more damage than... it's not more damage than scavenging, right? Scavenging is going to be 20k. No, it's the same damage as scavenging, right? Scavenging, for those who don't know, is the hardest hitting proc set in the game, besides Vicious Death. It's absolutely fucking bonkers if you can land it. And now you get it with a heavy attack. Without having to deal critical poison damage and then cast Satin Rocks to land it. Which worked in previous patches. But it's way easier to land. I don't know, I think this is kinda good. Okay, let's see, Soul Cleaver. Let me guess, they nerf Soul Cleaver. You can use it on Stemblade now. Adjust this set's 3-piece bonus to critical chance rather than max magicka. This set's 5-piece bonus now increase the damage and healing and reduce the cost of suffering abilities by 15%, down from 21%. So that's a nerf. Draining ultimate from this set now increase your damage down by up to 12% based on how high your current health is. Oh, so they buffed it. Yeah, I think you slot this on Stemblade. Pre-major berserk, plus 2%. Because you're always full health when engaging, basically. You get 15% on your heals, because you have to run Healthy Offering again on Nightblade. You get less cost on the... maybe this helps you stay alive on Stemblade. So you can sustain Cloak and use in Siphon attacks, but we'll see. It's Pattern Disjunction, I was already gonna run this. This set now also increased damage down with stage effects by 40% while worn. It generates crux when the set activates. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. So what are you doing? You run this set with Stage Mythic, the upcoming one. Although you kinda want to subclass at the moment, but you could run this on... it's still good. You get plus 40% on top of the Status Mythic, and you get a Crux when the set activates. That's huge. This is kinda strong. You run this... but wait, how do you... No, you can even use Tentacle without slotting Rune Blades. Because my only complaint with this... My only, like, what I thought was going to be a downside was that you didn't have any good, like, ways to generate Crux, right? You would be using Crushing Shock as spammable every single time when using the Status Mythic. But you don't have to anymore. You don't have to, because you can just use the Tentacle anyway. Because you get full Crux with the passive. Ooh, that's gonna be Salm Stuff and Drauken. So this set, it doesn't say here, but it also procs 2 random stage effects when it procs. With 7-second cooldown, something like that. And you buff these stage effects by a fuck ton, basically. when combined with this, the Arcanist passive, that's gonna be crazy. Ratson, this set now stacks up to 30 times, down from 30 or 40, making it easy to reach the maximum potency sooner. This is what I mentioned on my set tier list, that they should do something like this to make it more viable. Increase the magic recovery per stack to 21 up from 12, helping offset the penalty of this set over the course of a fight while retaining highs and lows of sustained draw. Ratson at maximum stacks now increase the damage of Templar skill line. Templar skill line abilities, not just Donshad, by 25%. Oh. Never mind. Let's move on. They fucking ruined it. It was looking good, but why this 10% against players? God damn it. It takes then, like, it takes too long to stack up for a good mech region, even. I don't like that. Dungeon sets. Werewolf's Guidance. It says bonus duration is now properly reflected in tooltips. Okay. Savage Werewolf. Adjust this set's 2-piece to critical chance rather than max stamina, 4-piece to weapon spell damage rather than stam regen. Okay, that's a lot better to the 4. This set's 5-piece now also grants 6% damage done while in werewolf form. Okay, interesting. Poly is still not worth running, 6% is not a lot. The proc itself is kind of weak. It's not super amazing, I think. 85% stage effect damage while against players while at 170 more ulti. Yeah, and you also get the extra status box from the mythic, and those get 40% damage from this set. And this set procs status effects and generates crux as well. Yeah, I'd say that's kinda good. It's kinda good. Mythic items, script canon. This set did now properly disable slot. Who wrote this? Slot passives of ultimates, it override. So what they're trying to say, this set now properly disables slot passive. Okay, actually, I don't know what it's trying to say. I give up. Sidepad Signet. This set's bonus damage done. Bonus damage done effect with state effects is now reduced based on the number of permanent pets. Okay, who cares? The value is divided by. Okay, so if you have pets. Okay, that's whatever, it's not gonna change anything in PvP. Turning down how strong this mythic can be in ultra niche cases by targeting the relative problem space pet builds, especially ones that utilize Feral Guardian for the major, for the hemorrhaging, right? I don't think that's gonna change anything. Hide of the Werewolf. This set now grants triple ultimate generation 18 while in werewolf form, rather than 6. Ah, 5-second cooldown. When you take damage, we might have a solution to stay in werewolf form. Because they didn't change the cooldown. 3.6, you have 3 base ulti per second, 6.6 per second. Maybe, and then if you get a kill, you get 20 ulti from the PP passive. Yeah, I can see this working. You also built the... actually, no, you don't build the Fury mechanic with this. Well, it's a 5-piece though, if you go for this. 1k weapon power out of nothing, yes, and that buffs the base tooltip of stage effects by quite a bit as well. Worth keeping in mind. Crypt Cannon on you don't get the passive bonus of your ulti if it has a passive bonus. Crypt Cannon, you don't get the oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I didn't even know that was the thing still. I thought they fixed that already. PP sets. Following sets have received changes to their non-keystone bonuses, meaning their single stat lines, like 2 to 4-piece bonuses, better align with what their keystone bonuses are, as well as to improve on overall hybridization where it fits. Affliction. They didn't change the 5-piece, so who cares? Like, this set is terrible. Weapon spell damage rather than stam. Okay, pen rather than stam regen. Cool, but 5-piece is bad. Crit resistance rather than stam. Okay. I mean, that's pretty good. Blunt Blade was... that might be usable now. In some cases. Right? When you take direct damage, minor innovation is applied to your enemy. That's 10% damage... 10% crit damage reduction. So you could maybe... it's only 4-second duration though. I was gonna say you could maybe backbar this in place of... rally on stam builds, but no, you can't. It's only also when slaughtered you gain the damage, the plus 6%, but you do get a lot of crit resistance from this. This is a good change, regardless. Coup de Grace, offensive pen, that's good. Crest of Citadel, crit resistance, 2-piece, okay. Darkon, weapon spellmass rather than max magica. Ooh. That's a good change. You can play Darkon stam builds without feeling like an idiot. When is this patch coming? Well, we just got the PTS, so probably in 7 weeks, 2 months. Something like that. Yeah, this is a good change. A bit more diversity for Darkon builds. Elfbane, crit sense rather than max magica. Oh, they nerf... Fuck. They nerf my mech decay with this, I think, a little bit. It's not a big nerf, but... Max magica is nice for the Heart of Flame sustain. June 8th. Okay, thank you, Cyphers. So it's still quite far away. Fast Rider, critical resistance rather than max stam. Ooh. Ooh, wait. That's super good now. Crit resistance, for those who don't know, that's 6% crit resistance. That's really strong. Losing value though, kinda. You lose some damage with Fast Strider, but it actually gains value because you gain crit damage based on your opponent's crit resistance. And if more people have more crit resistance with all of these changes, keep okay. Galerian's Revenge, crit resistance is for mech reason, okay. It's kind of 5 pieces bad on that. Huon's Under, weapon spellmass rather than max stam, offensive pen rather than, okay, but 5 pieces bad. 2 to 4 crit resistance, okay. Oh, reduce the max, but why? Reduce the bonus to 986 crit resistance down from 1650. I don't know about that. Like, this set was not that amazing at the moment. Why nerf it? We need more crit resistance, not less. Indomitable Fury, crit resistance. I like that they're adding a lot of crit resistance to the game. Night Slayer, now usable on stam builds without feeling like an idiot. But I don't know if it's worth running. Still, it's kind of low value 5 piece. Does it double proc from double heavy? No, right? Legacy Focus 3 and 4 piece, crit resistance. Okay, but 5 piece is still bad. Crit sense, weapon spell mats. Are they just getting rid of all max magica and max stamina? Because I'm not a huge fan of that though. Like when every set is like a hybrid set. Bonus now reduces the cost of any health, magic, or stamina ability rather than only magic abilities. Okay. Morkthong, crit sense rather than max stam. I mean, it's kind of whatever. Phoenix, weapon spellmass rather than max magica, crit resistance rather than max regen. Rallying Cry. Crit resistance rather than max magica, you can run this on stam builds without feeling like an idiot. Weapon spellmass on the 4 piece. Crit resistance now begins at 986 and loses 50, so they nerfed the rally crit resistance. That's good. And it's a bit more usable on stam builds, I suppose. You still get the same crit resistance, you lose the max magica. I think that's a good change. But no, it's a good change. It's a good change. Added new food? What? How much is there in this patch? Transmutation, crit resistance rather than max magica. Healing done rather than max regen. What is the 4 piece of transmutation? I forget. I can't believe I don't remember this. 4 piece crit sense. So you lose the... Oh, this could be good. Ralling's actually buff for you and better damage. I mean, it's the same damage, right? Or you get weapon spell damage if you front bar it, I guess. Top on PTS because masters are a bit different than internals. Okay, we'll do that. Yeah, it's better on stam build now, which is good. It's one of the big issues with the set on live. It's a good change, I think. But you might want to run drops of transmutation. Like the weapon spell damage is not that impactful, I think, compared to crit resistance. And transmutation gets you 1400. Now, maybe rallying is still worth, but it's not that clear anymore, I think. You could run transmutation and actually no, they're both light. Never mind. Sentry, crit resistance, okay. Shed pain. No, Zos. Okay, actually, yes, but they ruin my cheese dueling build. Oh well. It's more usable now. You can use it on magical builds. Open some options. Shieldbreaker, crit sense, offensive pen. Still 6% from the 5-piece, not really worth. Siege Master, okay, whatever. Spell Strat, whatever. Record Slash, whatever. Don't change the 5-piece. Don't change the 5-piece. But more diverse options, I guess. Vicious Death on stam builds now. Guess that's kinda decent. Wizard's Riposte, this is the worst crit riposte, basically. Innervating Aura also applies minor evasion to enemies hit. Ooh. So this one is the sustain nerf set. Interesting. If you could land this guaranteed, it could be very good value now. It's also minus 10% crit damage. Companion abilities and passives, okay, don't care. Where's the food stuff? Sigil of Imperial Retreat can now be used in or out of combat rather than only out of combat. That's good. It has a cast time. You can stealth or invis when using it. Good change. Now let us mount up in PvP as well, in combat. That'd be nice. Beast personality. Long place the sound of while sprinting. New housing, new furnishing. UI, it has sound effect for queuing and leaving queue for Cyril and Icy. Add-ons. Okay, fine. And that's it. I guess we have to log on BTS to see the food. Some very interesting patch notes. This is gonna be on YouTube, I think. I like the changes. I think there's a lot of really cool stuff. I think the class masters are interesting. Apparently different on BTS, so we'll find out. Granny's Eel Pie, 5.8k max health, 5.4k poison resist, 7% healing taken. 10% block mitigation if you're Werewolf. What? That's kinda OP on Werewolf because you don't need the stam. Or magic, I think. Poison resist, kinda nice, I guess. And healing taken, just OP, and the block mitigation. I hope the class sets can be viable now. Class sets will be more than viable, I think. I really like what they did with the class sets. They seem really interesting to use. Apart from the Templar one, I think the Dance Rat one was kind of whatever. So let me change the playlist again. Something chill, maybe this one. It's all the food Xynos AI talked about. Not a liar anymore, imagine. Imagine. So Cleaver still looks ass. What do you mean? You get 12% damage from it if you're high health. and another 15% on siphoning. And you don't want to subclass with the class masteries, right? Which means that you want to run siphoning, which means that you want to heal for 15% more with your healthy offering. Let's start with Nightblade. Fuck it, let's just check that one first. I like the idea of the resistance foods though. Like that gives you more options to like rock, paper, scissors, or people basically. It's a good approach to balance. Check out the crown crate mods, by the way. There was one that looked worth spending your skills on if the crown crates are on PTS.
Curse it! I haven't even done anything yet.
Okay, so people. What are those on Pyre? Missed that part. It looks like a nerf at first, but I think it's a massive buff with the class mastery. But you have to run the class mastery if you play that. You can get a like highest hit in burst proc in the game if you do if you fully stack your thing and the class mastery dot, and you do a heavy attack, you get the hardest hitting burst proc in the game. And also the dot hits a lot harder if you stack things up. I really like it. Really like it. Janet linked me the food. 5.8k max health, poison resistance, healing take, and block mitigation. Yeah, that looks like best in slot for Werewolf.
You there? Want to earn some coin and confound the law?
I have to change all of this again.
Buy local. Get your goods here.
Of course, everything has to be tested on PTS. So things might not work as well as we think, or they might work better than we think. It's worth keeping in mind. Well, let's see we have the class masteries here. Hemorrhage says to turn to ultimate can occur once every 0.3 seconds. Okay, so it's a bit more ulti than I thought, but you don't wanna, like, you don't really benefit from that much.
Buying goods at fair prices.
If your target has low health, if you like burst them and they try to counter burst, you have 12% mitigation. This is also on heals, the 1200, so it makes the healthy offering just put you to full health every time, I think. Which is good. Increase max crit damage and healing. It also affects the healing. It's still 7%, but I don't know. Like the Nightblade passive seem kinda meh. Maybe you do this one, but doubles the ultimate you gain one. Okay, so you have a lot of ultis in, but not really that important, I think. Muscle Fire Whip will nuke people. I mean, maybe it's about stacking the class mastery though. That's how you stack Firebrand. They changed the stacking. It's based on the class mastery now. Exploitations auto-include. And this one, yeah, it is. So you pick these two, and you don't subclass anymore. Rest in peace, Cloak Whip, but it be what it be. Hogwhip isn't real. Not anymore. Not anymore. The Polly didn't say something here. Skill scrolls. These will be available with Night Market. But there is something else too. There was some new consumables. I want to see what those do. Any other food that's new? No, I can't even find the food here. Clock leap. Oof. Clock leap into Bobrok. Oh, there's a special update 50 thing, I see. So what is this one? Ball of clay that shatters and releases an alchemical sleeping tincture. Up to 6 living humanoids within 2.5 meters are disoriented. There's no way that works in PvP.
I can't possibly be drunk. I've only had a...
Wait, do I have you on PTS? No. And Thieves Guild RP, what if it works in PvP? Use the consumable and it stuns the player. Yeah, Quick Cloak is gonna be on every fucking build, I think. Every DK especially, because you don't need to sustain. You could use the extra damage though.
Can you believe it?
Actually, no, it's gonna be on every werewolf too.
Own homeland.
Not just DKs. And every warden with the class mastery, because you have infinite sustain. Wait, I'll put you. No permissions as such. So wait, we haven't unlocked the potential yet. Does this actually get buffed further, or...? Motifs then... What if this is the non-upgraded version? And it actually gets really good? Yeah, I saw the werewolf food. I'm done. Should work now? Okay, I'll put you in a moment.
Well,
So I didn't bind the mount up. Should have done that.
werewolves. Well, that's
Oh no, I
certainly more
didn't
interesting than
enable a
wild
mount.
dogs, but a lot more
Or
dangerous
choose
too.
one.
I think I'm going to avoid that area for the foreseeable future.
Enter Zero and Thrive, they really work in PvP. Wait, which ones? The skill scrolls? I don't see why they wouldn't. Damage going to be so high? Yep. It's gonna be interesting to see which one is the most broken. Probably Sork. Hey Rene, how you doing? Don't need Soul Cleaver on Stamina play, by the way. Nice Rally Cry nerf, only bugs use it. I mean, it's a small nerf to Rally. But there's a lot of other sources of crit resistance now. So probably the average crit resistance is gonna be higher.
Psst, you. Over here.
So wait, who do I need to talk to? He must start the Prowler. I don't have the nameplates on. 7.8 k weapons right now on a proc build. What's your tooltip on the OP Sork set? On the monolith? I was gonna say monomyth, but I mean everything mono is now OP. Mono class is OP, monomyth is OP, and the monolith is OP. I'm lost. Armex than crystal weapon on dummy. Balanced, very balanced. I don't know where this NPC is. So I want to figure out if this can be indeed upgraded. Millen Detzery. Am I blind? Or you need to do the quest line or something. Maybe it's like here after quest line. Yeah. Not sure if I wanna do that on BTS, but if someone does, let me know if the mythic is getting buffed. Mr. Patch Notes, how is Plar? I think potentially pretty broken. Just like a lot of things. 6.6 get told him. It's close to what I thought it would be. 52k consistent DPS on dummy with overload. Nice. Okay, let's see if this works. I'll throw a smoke powder on you. How is Sniper Desi? I mean, poly kinda mid. No, it doesn't work. You can confuse your opponents by throwing them. That's about it. Ace Various Iron. Very dangerous. The top 3 broken stuff. Sorkon number 1. Poly Warren, because you Poly can't kill them. It's hard to say. Poly Warren, Sork, Werewolf? Not sure yet. Very early to say. Like there's so many changes that I can't say like, oh, okay, this is how it's gonna work. Everything is to be tested again. It's like subclassing in terms of how many impactful changes there are. So increase damage and healing of siphoning abilities by 15%, reduce cost of siphoning abilities by 15%. Increase your damage time by 12. Up to 12% based on how high your current health is. Että nu has the weapon spell damage on the UP, so you can use this on stem. You would not run this mythic, but... Desi, how do you feel about ESO turning the permablock game now? There's no such thing as permablock. I'm yet gonna high health. Which still subclass for Werewolf, I don't know how it works yet. Assuming that you don't gain the class mastery in Werewolf form. Yes, but if you gain the class mastery in Werewolf form, I mean, you don't play Nightblade. I think Nightblade is just ass. All of this is kinda whatever. Or maybe you get the... No, you never proc this and you never You actually proc this one. You can proc the ulti here, but I don't know. They changed the glow. I think it was purple before. Now it's red. So 5.3, is this only in PvP? The 12-second buff, you can cast that while invis. Also, Legion Strike is cheaper, so you can actually perhaps sustain it even while using invis. Was always red, was it? Oh. Wait, why did I just gain health? Thought I had 25k before. Impulsion 7% damage on dummy from 100 to 0, not further. Yeah, I figured Impulsion is probably not the best one. So wait, do we see the buff duration, or is it only in combat? I think it's only in combat. Let me borrow the dummy. Where is it? Yeah, so in combat that works. Get plus 12%. It's another buff to track. They didn't change the other set, right? For Nightblade. Umbral. Yeah, no, this is still meh. This thing is completely fucking busted. I can't believe what they're doing to these sets. Applies 2 random stage effects. Every 7 seconds. Oh, and you get plus 40% on them, by the way. And you create a crux. It generates a crux there as well. Yep. Yep. Balanced. And this thing... Damage scales of the higher of your weapon spell mass increased by 25% per stack of recursive flame and firebrand. Up to 300%. That's both the light attack damage and the heavy attack. So you have Scaven Demise and Veliken in one set. With the decay set. So you kind of want to run that. Of course, this is still Garbo. Nobility is still decent, I suppose, but they didn't buff it. This thing is completely fucking busted. I don't know what they were thinking. Buff Ratson. No, yes, but no. They nerfed it. 10% against players, the damage bonus. Down from 25. They buffed the sustain, but who cares about that? Redshift, thank you for the follow. Thank you. As Umbral with new class mastery. I mean, you probably waste some value of it, right? Because you're already dodging. Just lose uptime. Gonna watch a new Dotm also. Ooh, I wanna watch that at some point too. Should be good. Looked good from the trailers. Message you tomorrow about Nightblade. Need your thoughts? Sure. Is it doing PV DPS on this dummy? Yeah. Does not surprise me. Banger show. Yeah, it seemed good. I can kinda tell with the Star Wars source, it's either gonna be Garbo or it's gonna be kinda good. I watched pretty much all of them. Even the Acolyte. I watched it, I suffered through it, but... Music recipes? Oh, let me fix that. Sorry for the audio issues. Hopefully fixed. Actual monet value isn't great. 7% at the damage, even with the buffs. That's because you get 600 weapon spell damage. All of your other damage is buffed so much, and from the class masteries you also gain damage. I think that buffs your abilities so much. That's probably why. Okay. Next, I think we make some actual experiment. So I have a Nord, a Redcard, and a Breton when it comes to Wardens. I'll make a Werewolf, I think, but also check the passives. I think Nord is gonna be a lot more value, by the way, if there's gonna be a lot of Werewolves. Because that armor from Nord also applies to all of the Werewolf damage, not just magic damage. And sustain's gonna be a lot easier, so maybe Breton is not that good. The Clone Wars animation style, yeah. Like that too. 13k buff for battle, decent. Wardens should back up if not best unplayable. I think Warden should be giga broken.
Curse it! We haven't even done anything yet.
So what are all these icons? Okay, that's slightly better. I have some weird shock tracker on BTS. I have different add-ons on BTS. Do me a favor before you enter stream, sure. You know what, you want the DK build? Do you want this polygon to change next patch? Because there's so much broken shit.
The little one ran off with my purse.
Far away, true. True. Want 2 months because you moved to better flat. Oh, right. True. So clever range blade? Maybe. Gillos, thank you for the follow.
Master Mary.
Oh, you do get the extra damage on plus 12% on the bow proc, that's huge on Soul Cleaver. Confession of energy works in Werewolf. Okay, so you keep the class masteries. That is probably not good on Werewolf, by the way, but... You could get 20% crit damage. Or major pitol. You get the healing, the plus 10% per cast, that's broken. It's absolutely broken. If you get the sustain as well, then you actually get more stats back per werewolf ability than you lose stats in some cases. Because the ability costs are so low. And yeah, this should work in Werewolf as well. Of course not these passives, but just want to check what kind of tulips we get. But magic heal on werewolf spam, well that's broken. You also get a heal from it as well, like it has a heal itself and then you have the... That's giga broken. Why do I don't need that. Actually no I do. So they buffed this one, they didn't buff this one. They probably want to change this entirely with the Warden rework. Because this is not gonna be a healing skill line only. The Grim Bones. Yeah, there's no difference there. So you would run Ares, 100%. Could backbar this. It is single target though, it's kind of a dueling thing I suppose. Werewolf size, sure, Max Taxa, thank you for the follow. I do have to use this or that works. I need to get ulti though. Also if you lose Werewolf it's not a big deal because it's only 100 ulti. Just buy some house. Is this the new one? I think it's the new one. Wait, where is this? Like, I can't see it. Oh, in Somerset, I see. So, how you doing? Will you be testing a werewolf, I think? Just wanna check the abilities and whatnot. It's probably not best on Warden. You probably wanna be a Sork. If you play werewolf. Point of power and calculate defense for Sork, yes, would probably be the most optimal werewolf. Just trying to think if you do Oaken. Do I even... I can make a new character. So I don't know if the... if the Warden Classmaster is that great. Like this one you don't proc in Werewolf. That's just the damage reduction as a support. Support passive shield you could have with a glyph. But it's also single target only in this case. So I probably try some non-werewolf first, I think. Dodging it better, only animation didn't like was the jump. Okay, I'll test the animations at least before I switch. I think it was here. Target dummy, crafting station. Oh wait, no, I don't need that. Wasn't there the... I can buy it from here, I think, the ulti-well. Gain major berserk. Light and heavy supply of bleed. This one gives health reason, block mitigation. I worry that this one's gonna be better. It's just crazy amount of block mitigation. Additional damage to other nearby enemies. Oh wait, so this one is AoE. Can sit in a cone and increase the duration on successive application. I think you go for the AoE. I didn't realize this was a... They didn't say that on the... Patch notes. That also makes it undosable. I'm pretty sure. Skills of your offensive stats. Max stats. I mean, they're both options. I think I'll probably lean towards this one. Mythicurus? No. You do use this morph though, in this case. Nash. Is the PV morph. It's the channeled attack, but you would run this one. I don't have a target dummy. But you can stay in Werewolf forever. Oh, that looks cool. Like some visual effects. Can I do housing as Werewolf? Where's this visual effect from? Is it an ability I used or is that default? So we have no gear on at the moment, just keep that in mind. So I don't see the skill bars, I need to fix them. Hey Lucifer, how you doing? Very full of this update. Yeah, some cool stuff, to be fair. Where are my skills? What? I just slotted them. Oh, I slotted them on the normal bar. I'm an idiot. Oh shit. Yeah, this is better. I would say this better. Is this a cast time? Oh, this is a cast time now on the fear, but it's 10 meter radius. So if the where's the special resource? Where can I see it? The jump though? I kinda like that. But it's a bit slow, I think. Let's maybe speed it up a bit. And now I have the special activation. Okay, didn't really... the special activation I wish just was more visible. Look at my resources, what? I'm spamming abilities here. Oh, we do have the special activation available, but still. I have no gear whatsoever. Okay, now we're using resource again. Come to your house. Wait, how do I... Housing editor... Settings. Try the stealth detect. Oh, the heavy attack is different too. It definitely seems heavy. Still light attack. Basically I have 100% uptime on that. On the detection, yeah, 100%. Where's the... there. Just wanna see the animations. I like the bite. It's definitely better than the owl. Dodge roll? It's the dodge roll now. It's a lot better. And you're gonna be doing that a lot on Werewolf, you have so much stam. So your abilities are free. Oh wait, why can't I use any abilities? What the fuck? Okay, I bugged out. What the fuck? Why? Sauce, please. It was going well. It was going well until that moment. Now I can't use my spammable. What is this? Like grenade, how you doing? Wait to get circled by this new werewolf. Yeah, it's probably gonna happen. You can try cloaking. I need to log on the night plane. Or subclass, you. Okay, I don't know if I can sustain this too much, but I'll try sneaking. I'm detected. I'll try cloaking. Can you see me? You probably can't see me, right? Yes, okay. That's pretty much 100% uptime on it. So there was a 3-second cooldown on it, but otherwise you can spam it. Fully wordless. I mean, if it's a counter, if it's like the supposed counter to the build, I'm fine with that. It's gonna be an uphill battle if you fight werewolves as a night player. Yeah, Arrowly, thank you for the raid. Thank you. How's your stream? Welcome everyone. We're still on the PTS testing stuff. Pretty cool the new update, or the upcoming update. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome everyone. Oh, that's a lot of follows. Does FPS Noleag Spark? Thank you for the follow. Jiggy, how you doing? Dallas, hello. Das, hello, how you doing? No sleeves, Arrow, hello. Nice beard, thank you. Get smoked, thank you for the follow. Crucicide. Oh shit, it's going fast. I can't read all of them. So, hope you have a good stream. We're on the PTS, we're testing the Werewolf at the moment. I don't know if you've seen Werewolf, or tested Werewolf in ESO yet, or know how it is on live. This is how it is on PTS. It looks a little bit different. All the animations and stuff. It's the gap flows. It feels entirely different. Pretty damn cool, I think. Also checking the class masteries. So next patch is gonna change everything basically. There's a lot of changes. And no sleeps, how you doing? Thank you for the follows, everyone. Sun Dusser, thank you for the follow. Hello, Nolag. Nevillenator, thank you for the follow. All Things AV, thank you for the follow as well. And VK12. Jeplar is back. Yeah, Jeplar is... we can check that out. Should be pretty solid. Is a PP streamer out there? Well, thanks. Nevillenator, how you doing? Viking Beard. And thanks. And Sound, hello. See if Japs hit harder as our player. They should. I'm on Warden right now. This was not Arrowly's favorite class. Let's start with this one, but it's kind of strong with the class masteries, I think. Are you finished by chance? I am, yes. The Mexar, how you doing? What are class masteries like? What numbers? Well, I can show you the Warden one. We can't access it right now because I was testing something. So I just need to slot green balance again, confirm. About the Plar. I think Plar should be pretty strong. Greek? No, not Greek. That's an inside joke that I still don't understand to this date, but I am very much Finnish. Yeah, I'm from Finland. They are memeing. So these are class masteries, these are the Warden ones. Some pretty damn broken ones. So this one's 333 weapon spell mass for each stage effect, and you can have pretty much all of them. Full uptime with something like Disdain. Should be kinda strong. Actually we probably run Disdain on this, right? Need to change the gear again. I was gonna test the class set. Poly class set here, Disdain front, if that's doable. Could be interesting, because you wanna make sure that you always have the stage effects with this class mastery. And the class set is OP. Just 10% damage from back bar. They changed this from only animal companion damage to any damage, so it's just flat 10%. Kinda giga strong for a one bar set. It's only single target though. Maybe you do the stem sharks. So I think you want to LS us. Hey Moist, how you doing? Werewolf any good? Oh yes. I can show you the animations here. It looks really cool. I have my UI off. It's a mess at the moment, but just hide the UI for now. Nerf the Sork ones. Okay, I'm gonna hop on Sork. So I don't believe that. So the first ability on Werewolf is really interesting because if you're at ranged, it cap blows. If you're melee, it does a like dot, AoE dot. That's your heal. You have the AoE CC. They buffed the CC as well. It's 10 meters now instead of 7. The owl is now a like you take a bite out of your opponent basically. It's 2 hits. Oh, run out there. First time you want to play a WoW? Yeah, this is really cool. It's really cool. There's also a morph. You can also have a channel playstyle on this if you use the other morph of this, right? Claw Fury. I want to see what that looks like. So you could kind of play this like the channeled Firebreath DK as well. Also Vinasar, thank you for the follow. I didn't see that earlier. Exit, but the real question is, can you any cancel abilities? Yeah, of course. Of course. You can any cancel this one too. Like, look, these 2 hits. The second hit is with a 0.4 second delay, but you can any cancel it. It's the channeled. Okay, this looks kind of Pepega. But apparently it's really big damage, and you can buff it. Maybe it gets a different visual if you buff it. Come on, thank you for the sub. Thank you. Much appreciated. 30 months. Thank you for the support. Get rid of the glowing, I wonder. I don't know. Maybe it's part of the... Oh, I see the stacks here. So we have fully stacked Bloodhunger now. No, it still has the same animation. Okay, so 1 point of feedback for Sos. I wish they changed that if you had full stacks. I think the animation should be empowered as well as the ability. I think that'd be cool. But yeah, I don't know if you can hide the... let me try the Morph. PTS on live? This PTS. What's up, Chronic? Crucicide, how you doing? Hello. Going to end up back with Stamshock Werewolf Mechanical Quit again. Possible. Seems like Werewolf has a lot of potential. How sustain and heals? Is there any heal over time? So same old oval for burst heal only. You have a heal over time on the other morph of the close skill. So this one is based on max health. We have basically no max health and it's 1500. As anytime you deal damage, it's an AoE skill, so if you hit multiple targets you get a lot of heals, I assume. Otherwise you have the burst heal. They made everything cheaper, sustain is a lot better. I have no gear on basically, it's just some random stuff. And I can spam abilities and not run out. Let's try the other morph. Is the Fang Serpent not on cooldowns add-on? No, because it stacks, there's no cooldown on it. You can make a tracker for it though. With high bet also, I think. I can see if I can cook up something. So is the other one, you don't have the... oh, you have some green stuff. I wonder if there's like skill stars for it or something. I see. So you can change that. You can choose what kind of werewolf you are. Yeah, that's cool. I do want to check out this orc though. So I'll see what kind of class masteries they have. I'll just make him an orc. Do you need cooldown for this? Super fast max stacked? Yeah, that's why I didn't make one. It stacks up really fast. Wait, let me scroll up. About to step in ESO for the first time after watching your boy Arrow. ESO's a really fun game. I think you'll have a great time. It's a lot to do, and they're adding a lot to do in this patch that's coming. Especially for new players. It's a lot of like different types of content they're adding. Like the like different type of questing. There's the dynamic world events, kind of like in Guild Wars 2. Coming in this update as well. For like leveling experience is really good. Show me, okay, I'll set up the keybinds and check the passives of that. Dragon's Appetite and Reds with Oaken or Monos would be good for it. Or Werewolf. Yeah, maybe you have a lot of different small hits. You have easy source of bleed on Werewolf, so could be an option. You don't need the stem regen though. That stem regen on Dragon's Appetite is kind of wasted. Everything's so cheap on Werewolf. There's also some pretty broken class masteries that do work in Werewolf form.
You there?
It's also worth keeping in mind.
Confound the law?
Still have some checker, it's the riposte poly. Okay, pardon the UI, it's not what I have on live. So this thing is OP, it's 2% of your max stats, the resource return. And you bought magic procs on any ability use. It's by far probably the most broken passive. This one seems OP. 7.5k shield. Oh, we need to test if that box from heavy attacks. Yeah, split how you doing? Steve Warden changes? Have you double fitted yet? We were on Warden a moment ago, but I didn't set up the build yet. It's gonna take a bit longer, I think. Thought that the Sork first. The Sork I have a pretty good idea. So you definitely run this. Definitely run that. You don't subclass. That's those days are gone. I could just play my... Or maybe I do Crystal Weapon. We play the Max Shock, but then I need to change the race again. I wonder if Shroud is worth it. Because now that you get the bot magic anyway, no matter what skill you use. With this passive... Any ability will cost. So you already get like you get stronger heals as well. 10% of your max health with any burst heal. I think no more Vibrant Shroud. Sadly. It kinda devalues dark magic actually. So you don't need this anymore. Crystal Weapon's still decent, or we do frag. I think we do frag. Healer Soul, possibly. Also with the monolith we want... Yeah, we want something from Stormcalling for sure. Besides Hurricane. Maybe it's just Crystal Weapon and Execute actually. Something like that, and just for the monolith. Maybe it's worth it. Want Overload? Yeah, but you can't always have Overload, so for the time you don't have Overload, I think you probably want to run the Shock Execute. Should be good. Or we do Dual Scribe, and you can sustain that. Yeah, we do that. That's better. Switch this to the frag again. With the scribe and stuff. Because normally you can't run Double Scribe, it's too expensive. But since they gave us the OP class mastery, I think that's very much an option here. So it is more damage than the Vamp spam as well. And more range. It's just gonna suck if there's some perma sword and board build. Staff would not be ideal. Oh wait, why do I have fucking provisioning? Got the wrong one. Only multi-target is worth it. 12k jab ticks on dummy. Decent. Always the class flourish, as it is called now. You'd do off balance if this was the current life paths, but only do monomit. Berserk is a pointless minor force. Probably no space for that, honestly. With the bound papugas. And I think you pretty much always want to overload, because you have the monolith stacking from that. Do you need energy overload? Probably not, right? So might as well get more damage. Neojet, thank you for the follow. Passive applies to burning light too, pretty sure. That makes it a lot stronger. If so. Overload skill style, no, I don't think there's one. Maybe they added one, not sure. So you can probably one bar the monolith, I would assume. Just trying to think what we could do. I could go full damage and just do like TFS and the monolith. Or we probably backbar rally. So otherwise it's what just run. Just do mazes here. We need that. Buff monolith, oh yes. Might be the most broken set in the game now. So every monolith gives you 200 weapon spell elements. And they buff the damage of the monolith by 37%. That's like 7 to 8k to live. And Firebrand also giga buffed. 0.7k Japson player, not bad. You can hit that on live. In BGs even. With draconic power. It's not like too far outside the norm. and poly eye stuff. You can test the passive as well if you get the damage when doing an ice heavy. That could be super good too. Sadly, good old monomyth, that's not gonna change. First build to set up, not focus on jabs at all. Yeah, you can definitely scale it a lot higher. Are you doing the reflective light? Like all the possible 10+ skills? Get the extra damage on that. Should be solid. We have 4k weapon damage, and that's a 3k dot every 2 seconds. And 600 weapon spell elements. It's crazy. But what do we want as monster set? The next question. You do Nibene have a little bit more tankiness. So of light, 30% healing, 1.1k HPS. Yeah, it's broken. As I thought. Polydonid rocks. I could try the new set. It's 2% damage taken. Because we have minor force, so can't do blind, for example, on this. Damage pool is so high, you do impen. A bit more tankiness. Oh, this looks kinda cool. Roxa, no, I'm telling you, you don't need Roxa. You don't need any sustain. This passive is insane. Just quickly do the CPs. I wish there was an add-on that just instantly did all of the CPs. And Sapsu is hidden. How many these more eyes? Yeah, it's not quite 1000 yet, but it's an interesting one. I don't have off balance, can't do that. Still, I think because of the lost rallying crack resistance. Nah, it's a very hit and run playstyle. Don't need all the tankiness. I don't have rally on my live server Stamsock. Don't think it's quite as needed. Should not really staying that long to brawl. Cleansing revival. I don't know if you need that. I think it's gonna be just a lot of one shots. I think we skipped the low health procs. kind of a mix of AoE damage, dot damage, and single target, so maybe Wrathful Strikes here. Fighting Finesse. Could even do max them, but not sure about that. Oh, the passive scales based on max stats. The other class mastery, you actually want to do max them. Just realized. You have a lot of health scaling, boneless vitality, poly, and pestilence shot. Skip the fortified. Tempest is gonna be pretty much immortal. Yeah, that's the vibe I got from seeing the passives. If you build around it, you do have to take the tank class masteries. Oh, is tanky no touch here? Is one master, is that the healing one? The 8% heal per second? It's nice, but it's still... you should still be vulnerable to burst damage, right? What about if you're on Sork? What about the Dark Magic one? This one? I need the right enchants. Not done yet. So I'm gonna have slot the Siphon ability now. Days ruined. I just slot the Siphon attacks. I don't think you need any other ones. Siphon attacks front bar and healthy offering back bar. Let's see, I think we do Storm region. And we need a transmit station. I'm fully powered still. Should be fine. Stone with Monolith is worth. You're asking if 600 weapon spell mass is worth with a free proc. I was running the Core Riptide for quite a while, and that's only 600 weapon spell mass. Yeah, but just by having the proc active, you get the weapon spell damage. It's 100% worth it. It's like some damage and very easy very easy uptime on lots of weapon spell elements. Change the jewelry too. I think because you have so much scaling, I think Triune makes sense here. Our spell in this junction looking now very good. It's looking very good, especially with the Status Mythic. I didn't test it yet, but on paper, I can already say it's gonna be good. They did a giga buff on that side. Just for slotting it, you have 40% more damage from status effects. It's already a 5 piece. Then you get the free status effects, and it's kinda insane. What do we want? Disease and poison. Sounds good. And weapon damage. Oh, I didn't set the back bars yet. So this one now is 15%. It's gonna be a bit more once we stack the... Oh wait, no it's not. It's 15% is the most we can get. Thought you were done with that place. Nope. It's an easy haunting curse. Still need a heal. In this case we can do the soul magic heal. Or we have to do the soul magic heal, more like. Probably a bit too good with the extra healing. On the class mastery. A dark one, iron. Nerf the Zork ones, but buff DK and get Nightblade and Warden the same. They didn't nerf the Zork ones. Still very, very strong. So heal. I think just do the heal over time and vitality. And afford to craft that. Well, now we can. And just sequel the back part. Okay, something like that. Do tripods. If we even need to do tripods. But 24 cast time, it's kinda low stats for this actually. Ah, that's because I didn't do this yet. We don't have a Mundus. Let's put everything into Stam. Hopefully this works. Because of the scaling, I think we do a Tower Mundus even more sustain. A bit less damage than Warrior or Shadow, but in this case I think it makes sense. Because now this passive is going to return us... so we get 21% weapon spell damage. And we get 762 stamina every time we use any ability. And this should be sustainable. Yeah, like look at my resource here. Look at my magic on. Especially. You don't need the overload, you don't need any sustain basically. You can have a pretty basic build. I'm using double spammable, the most expensive spammable you can run. I'm not using bots here. It's basically impossible to run out. And I'm running Bevits. The fuck are you watching? Some very balanced stuff. Not really doing any proper parts here or anything, but we have only one monolith. I should be doing the overlords, I think. Now we have 3 of them. The damage is a bit higher. So we have like a pretty good burst window there. But yeah, you get the point, right? I think Sork is fine with the class masteries. Trigger mono 3 times with the same skill. I don't think so. I think it takes a while to stack. It's only 3% here, but it also gives 600 weapon spell damage. You get to 8.1k spell damage with 38k stam. Wait, does this scale based on stamina as well? It should, right? Yeah, higher of max stamina or magical. We get 641 stamina per second. Okay, defense is crazy strong. 2k HPS against Audacia. That's the Sork one, right? That's the other one. Do you drop even? You lose your sustain if you drop that. And the healing, because there was a lot of healing. Because every ability cast activates blood magic, which is 10% off your max health. So every cast we have the... first of all we can proc crit surge, which is 3.6k for comparison point. Then you get this one, it's 3.1. More healing than conservation, okay. That's the... beginning to use a sorcerer ability or ability with cast time. Ah, right, this is what I want to test. Should you get this when you cast a heavy attack? I think you do. Yep. I'll let the shield run out. Pull this out. And you get the damage up there. You get it twice actually, I don't know why you get it twice. For a moment it's 20k there. Oh, it's only half a second, I see. But you do get it when you start doing a heavy attack. You also get it when you do medium wave, so for you martial build it's really good. So when you go for the martial, keep okay. So you can kinda like skip the light waves and just get constant damage shields. That's actually kinda broken if you do it that way. If you don't do any light waves, but just always medium wave. Then like every wave you proc a 5k shield. You see like the 10.2 on my health bar, that's the damage shield. It doesn't last long, but then again in actual PvP it's going to be gone in no time. Interesting. Hey Mumble, how you doing? Applied the beginning and end of the heavy. No, the end is the... it's just the trifocus, I think. It's the same tooltip on the shell. 10.2 and 10.2 on the class mastery. But yeah, there's some interesting stuff. I think this is probably... It's either damage or you run that stuff. Monit focus intended, yes. That it's pretty strong. Get to 8.1k weapon spell elements. It's a lot of damage here. I can try to proc it a bit more. Just build the ulti. I could also run some storm calling on the front. What if you do liquid lightning, for example? Or lightning flood, I mean. Oak Fighters? No. You get 600 weapon spell elements. This has to be better. Okay, my animation is completely bugged out. That's just PPS things. Happens, unfortunately. So yeah, we're doing 50k DPS there on the dummy. And their monolith is 7%. 7% and 600 weapon spell elements. Sustain is crazy. Yeah, sustain is endless. Because it's on every ability cast. The blood magic. If I was taking damage, you'd see the healing too. Conservation is still better. Yeah, it was infinite sustain, right? And I think you need this one, or maybe you don't need this one. It's like not having the weapon spell elements buff up. It is a damage loss, but you could do both. You could do this and calculate defense. You get 3% from this too. I guess you go Shadow Modus then, change the attributes a bit. Some interesting stuff. Also, this one is AoE. Up to once every 2 seconds per enemy. So in BDs you will hit multiple targets with monolith, not just one. Just keep that in mind. The tooltip is very, very good. And I think given the usual BDs, you can just do this, right? And someone just got one shot, because they take instant tick from the monolith. Or maybe it's not instant. Wait, what? Why is there no monolith? Oh, you need to... Okay, so you need to have like the monolith connected for it to do damage. But still, we got 200 weapon spell elements from the first one. Still something, right? I think now it dealt damage when the second one lands, right? Oh no, I did. Didn't land the light attack. No, I did. Maybe I was out of combat here, and that's why it didn't proc. But it should do instant damage. 9.6k there. No, does Overload not work then? Maybe they fixed that. No, it does work. But it doesn't do instant damage, I think. .5. does damage at 2.4 after 2 seconds. Not sure why I'm getting ulti. What about this one then? Is that an insta-pop? No, it's also after 2 seconds. I think there will be more MBGs. Or if you camp this, if you're in a duel and you just camp through monolith. Like every 2 seconds there's gonna be damage here. To try a max Magicka Sork. Want of power, it's going to be insane. I could. It's just my stam Sork at the moment. But you could go for max Magicka. I just don't think max Magicka is really good value though. Like the max Magicka sets are not usually optimal. It's like if you have to choose a... you can still build kind of high max Magicka and do some like disdain for example. And you get the extra duration of stage effects. Get max health and max Magicka from disdain. So that could be an option, for example, with Case Cities or something. Or you're not a humble 40k HP, 6k shield. Every Sork ability cast for 0.5 seconds enjoyer. Every Sork ability, you mean every medium wave you do, or every weave you do. That's also kind of broken, if you mean calculated defense. It doesn't proc from every Sork ability, right? But yeah, if you do medium weave, that procs it. I don't think about casting armaments. Oh, casting armaments also procs it. Oh, okay, so it procs from any Sork ability, I see. I thought it was only cast time abilities. What the fuck? Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I was like, okay, how do you get 7%? You're proccing a lot of Marshlock there, Gerard. If you're getting 7% from that, or how much was it? But no, it's just from any ability cast, that's crazy. Sork is gonna be open world movement card again. Think of it this way, if I... do I have to... I do, okay, so you have to be in combat, right? I think? Because I don't get it here. Oh no, I do, never mind. Let's say you're streaking away from a Zerg. Well, you get a damage shield for like half the streak duration. That's just gonna absorb everything thrown at you. That and every cast is just a lot cheaper with the other passive. So you could run these two. And it's gonna heal you as well, the streak. It's gonna give you a damage shield for half a second and it's gonna heal you for 10% of your max health. I think that's pretty good. It's pretty solid. Hey Shorty, how you doing? What's he running? I'm testing the new or updated Sork class set, Monolith. Just running the 1000 Eyes there, the upcoming set from Night Market Monomyth, Rally Backbar. It's kind of standard stuff, but we're also testing the class masteries. Humble 3% weapon damage increase for the whole crew. Huge. The max stacks are hidden. They really buffed this one. It wasn't worth considering previously. Like, think about how bad this set was. If even right now we're thinking, is this worth running? It gives you 600 weapon spell damage. And they buffed the base total by 37%. And still it's not clear if you want to run it or not. It's 4.7k to ultim. It's almost the same as on the 15-second cooldown 1000 Ice set. Class Master is on? Yes, on BTS. So this one is Infinite Sustain, this one is a 10k shield or 5k PP. Anytime you use an ability. Or Sork ability, I think. Sorcerer ability or an ability with cast time, including heavy attacks. The 680 weapon spell damage from one set is pretty wild. Yeah. Yeah, I can check how fast the weapon spell damage stacks. For Pokemon Monomyth. Eventually it's gonna be active, like all the time. You have 3 of the monoliths, but it takes a few seconds. Now we have 600 weapon spell elements and proc damage. And infinite sustain and all of that good stuff. So it takes like 3 seconds for this to fully stack for 600 weapon spell elements. Shield stacking back. I mean, you can. So you also get a heal when you cast Hardened Ward now. And you get a half a second big shield. You see, first shield is like 24 instead of 14k. This doesn't scale based on our max stam though, so you could definitely get a bigger hardened. But also every cast heals you. If I can drop health here, I can show it. It doesn't matter which one. This also heals me. It's actually hard to drop the health. Because when you cast the spell symmetry, you get the blood magic heal as well. And more resources than you normally get. Okay, so now if I want to spam the hardened, 3.2k heal, 3.2k heal, damage shield, half a second big shield when you cast it. It's kinda nice. Just rotate those two. Yeah, you could try to build around hardened, but I don't know if it's better than healing soul. Because this one also gives you a heal with the blood magic that you buff with the major vitality. Oh, you mean the spell summit? I don't know if you need to. You have so much sustain now. Maybe if you're like spamming streak, then you can spam this to get the resource back, but why not just Dark Deal then? Or Dark Conversion, because you have infinite stam. Only a little bit better value. Not the Max Magicka one. The Class Mastery, Font of Power, it's Max Magicka or Max Stam. I was using it earlier for the max damage. But you see, like there we get 2 heals. You saw that, right? It's like 15k and then 5k from the blood magic. Also, this is gonna mean that your Rallying Cry is gonna like insta-proc on Sork. So any ability you cast on backbar gives you a heal. And the heal can crit, which can proc Rally. Craft the Ancient Grace, I mean you can try that. Who knows, could be decent. Bam, 2 heals. But yeah, I don't know about the build, but I just want to test the class masteries. Also decent in group fights or BG Soul Zero, it's much worse to give up skill wise. But you gain the weapon spell. Do you keep the weapon spell on back bar actually? I need to test that. But it's only on the bar you're on. 6.5, we have 3 of the monolights, right? Or just 2. 6.5, 5.7. I think you lose it on back bar, not sure though. Because we also have more damage on the front. Oh no, it's the same. I think you lose the stacks. But you do buff your vigor quite a bit. 835k PvDPS on Werewolf, right, dummy? Ooh, nice. So Werewolf is solid in PvE. Also, speaking of Werewolf, if I was to do Werewolf with the sword class masteries. This passive works. And this one doesn't. Sword abilities. This one would though, so you could get a lot more damage if you played Sork. Or you could have the Implosion. I think Implosion could be very interesting on Werewolf. Oh, font doesn't work, I see. Ah, because you need to block the... you need to use a Sork ability, right? Right. But this would be solid. You get the shock procs from any damage, and that gives minor vulnerability. Which is something you lack as a werewolf unless you clip for it. Or Otir died 10 times against range player. Oof. Unlucky. But yeah, obviously you would build different, you wouldn't do monolith and all of that. I think if you play Werewolf Sork, I don't know if you... I think you go max health, honestly. I think you go max health and get some Giga Blood Magic value. That could be interesting. Let me find the Werewolf Maxer again. I don't know which morph. Probably this one. It's kind of funny because this used to be meta. Sork Werewolf with Implosion. It's like we're back in the past. Major cards would be nice, but I think you always pick this for PvP. I don't track the buffs properly on PTS, so it's gonna be a bit messy. So the impulsions can proc more when the target tummy is low health, right? Still doing a respectable 30k on a build missing a couple of 5% bonuses. What has major or minor armor buff? That's a good question. I don't know if they kept those in the abilities. I'm gonna check that. Wanna dips the dummy a bit more so I can see the how we run out there. Probably didn't proc Implosion too much. It's an execute passive. Oh, 5% from Implosion. It's only gonna proc more and more when the target is low health. It's pretty good. Procs the concussed as well. There's 8 procs there in 1 minute. I think it's pretty solid on Werewolf, actually. So minor and major armor. Don't forget those. Probably with Oaken. Also that you can major brutality and sorcery and minor berserk. And the other one gives you major vitality. So that you gain major evasion, minor protection. We get the major prophecy and savagery from Oaken. It makes Oaken even more best in shot than Werewolf. Actually, this change. Stack of Pot Hunger. No, there's no buffs there. No, I think you need Oaken on Werewolf. I didn't have passives. Oops. We were missing a little bit of damage. That's why I didn't have the Rampage ulti. I see. I was wondering, like, why is my ulti not building the special activate thing? Missing the passives. Oh, here. Grants you major resolve, so you do get it from passive. It wasn't an ability before, I think. They just moved it to passive. Yeah, I think you still want Oaken on Werewolf. It's getting max stam. Higher resource, so you can be max Magicka Werewolf now, if you want to. I don't know if max Magicka Werewolf is good, but you can try to play it. I don't know the pop durations or anything. The whole BTS setup is kind of a mess. Just trying to build the stacks there. Also, look at the resources. This is ridiculous. We have Bewitch, we have 0 sustain on this build. That's just all the short passive and Werewolf abilities being super cheap. You cannot run out of resources, even if you try. Which means that in PvP you can just spam dodge soul a lot. It's kinda how Werewolf likes to play anyway. Spam rolls and spam heals. Now we can use the ulti. So the roll dodge animation. It's different. It's better. I didn't test the crouch thing yet. Oh, okay, so that's the stealth detection. In 3-second cooldown. That's a death bot. So, poor knife blades. Sannako. Not their pets. Avu goes burr. Avu is gonna destroy knife blades in PvP. You click this, you see every knife blade, you have a gap loss, you jump to them, you have billion dots, which is knife blade's kryptonite. You have an AoE CC, undodgeable one. A lots of AoE damage. Knife blade is not the next patch, no. No, it is not. Jump looks shit? What do you mean? No, no, jump is amazing. Oh, jump was not working there. I like the jump. It's just a bit slow. Just make it faster. This actually reminds me of Wolverine in Rivals. Jumping looks it? Okay, well, I disagree. Ooh, also, I just realized you can build more than 100 ultim. And you can get out of Werewolf. And you can go back into Werewolf. That's the thing now. You can like switch back and forth. Interesting. Oh, the normal jump, not the ability. Okay, yeah, okay, this could use some work. This looks silly. And it also slows you down. As you do the speed jump. Like, it slows you down more than normal. Yeah, no, this is hopefully work in progress. Boing, boing. Indeed. Okay, do we hop back on the Warren? Could check some things on this one. Passive ability, Florist Trampoline. Yep. So on Warren, definitely the class set as well. I really like how they buff the class sets. Split, thank you for gifting us up to Mumble. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you for the support. Okay, so what do we want to do on this one? Not Werewolf. Because I don't think the Warden class masteries are that good. You can have, you have Hemorrhage, you have Sundered. You get like burning poison from weapons. You can get close to a gap, actually. Even as a werewolf. It's maybe not the worst. You have really good scaling for the weapon spell elements. You won't run that. That requires a Warden ability. You could have the damage reduction or damage taken reduction. If you have shield on the enchant, you can have crit damage. Maybe you can play Werewolf as Warden too. I don't think it's quite as good though. But I might be wrong. Do Vampire work as well now? Not this time around, but I hope they will in the future. Because I like that they did with Werewolf. I'm gonna be boring, and I'm just gonna do rally. I don't want to think of like some intricate setups on BTS. I just want this shit. I'm gonna run this on the front bar. Pretty much whenever we are on the offense, that's gonna proc. The most original of builds. I mean, we do have the class set, so that's something different. Oh no, I was gonna do disdain, right? For the stage effects and the uptime. Ah, never mind, no rally. We can backpart the Ares Cry, I guess. Disdain needs to be on the body. I guess we run some ability altering weapon on the front. What's up, Riot? Just to fight you, there's this new Arca Cook. Ooh. I have the Sork ready, but I don't know if it's a good build. Oh, Riot wants you to fight me. I see, I see. How is Arcanist? Is that any good? And also, do I really need this? So we probably have... or do I really need the disdain? Because I think we will have enough stage effects. To rally or not to rally? I don't want to rally. And I think we do Deep Fissure after all. Just think of doing the Stab Morph and using LSS, but we can probably get enough stage effects anyway. I don't know which morph we need. It's pretty much perma block if we do bullnets, I think. Since we have Winter's Embrace, we probably have to run that. They buff this passive a lot. When you heal yourself or an ally, so every second from Leeching Vines you get 250 regens. Yeah, Warden Sustain is looking really good. Then you get extra weapon spell damage if you low health, which buffs the Vines tooltip. Buffs your damage against the target as well if they have stage effects on them. And you get plus 15% all of that. Or you run this one. You get under 250 per second and Major Heroism. You could maybe like Perma Sword and Board ult or something with Perma Major Heroism and... but just Major Heroism though. Baylog, yeah, but 15% weapon spell damage. Also pretty nice. I don't know, I think we try that first and... can do the healing soul again, sadly. Have to run that. With the charm, of course. Having more mech and some regen seems OP. If you need it, if you even need it. Not convinced you do need it. Do you run Lotus? No, right? That's probably not worth it. Just have to figure all of the rest here. Do proc Major Beetle. You have a class mastery for it. If you applied shield, you proc the Major Beetle. Which could also be good. 15% weapon spell damage or Major Beetle, but the idea is to buff this with this. And just have a Giga tooltip on the vines, basically. How to proc shield with frost damage. I mean, Arctic. So many ways to proc it. Do we want to run Shudan or a bad armor buff? I think we probably run the armor buff still. And we could try some Frost Damage spammable. We have enough sustain for it. Which we, I think, should have. Did you do something in 1v1 yet? Nope. Kinda hard to test on BTS, but... Oops, didn't mean to get off then. So I barely can get my abilities to fire. Wait, I played this on Sork, not on Warden. But we can do the plus 2k, it's probably fine. Plus 2k, minor vuln, perhaps. Or we get crit. I think we get crit and use the weapon glyphs instead. But I don't know if we have enough stage effects without LSS. Hyper, thank you for the raid. Thank you. I was to stream. And welcome everyone. Just on the BTS testing some stuff. Hope you had a good stream. Master Ice, another resiment weapon spell elements. But it's not good. If you have a lot of weapon spell elements already, then any further weapon spell elements gets less value. And what's Piper? And Hon, hello. Paint by Eagles, how you doing? Or Beagles. Galantax, how you doing? Piper, did you kill the boss in Nazgul days? I had to go sleep the other day. Tell me you got him. No, oof. It's a tough one. It was close though. How do we get all the stage effects here? That's not gonna work. We could do... we could do a Desert stuff build. It's probably a bit more viable with all of the extra damage. Some Force Pulse angle, Crushing Shock angle. Perhaps. Crushing? Normally yes, but I think the sustain is gonna be fine. We'll see though. We'll see. We need Vigor. This way we get the stage effects automatically. And we have one slot. What to run there? Some root would be nice. Maybe we could run the shards, but I don't know. Or some scribing. Some Conti, I guess. Because we probably need more burst without any subclassing. Some chilling Conti. They nerfed Northern Storm, right? They reduced to 1% while Battle Spirit is active, but why? Why did they do this? I guess we can do better. Let's get the hemorrhaging as well, why not? Some weird build angle. And this should probably be sword on board, right? So I guess we do the rallying cry after all. Yeah, 10% crit damage, or maybe ice stuff is worth it here. So we have some damage stun modifiers, we don't have that much crit damage necessarily. Get more damage on the light axe, more block if you need to. More block mitigation. So much damage in these bats, maybe it's worth. Good try then. Just rally sword on board, I guess. Monomyth, because what else would you run? They really need to add better mythics. I think they balance the items it's a lot better, the 5-piece sets, but in this patch, but the mythics are still a mess. It's like every second build wants to run Monomyth. So I guess we can do the new one on this one. So we do have quite a bit of status. Oh wait, no, it doesn't work with BR, right? Monomyth it is. Definitely medium as well, because you get a lot more weapon spell mass now. Werewolf look good? Yes, Werewolf it looks really good on BTS and apparently it does really good damage too. I can show you the Werewolf really quick. So what's perus hyödyn? FT, don't change the morph because I like this one more. Is there a way to track Major Bit or... yeah, you can set up trackers for it. Srendar tracks it just normally. It's the Werewolf. It looks really cool. No heal over time, there is. With this ability. You see? It heals a lot more than it used to. It's now like 8% of your max health per target hit. I think if you hit multiple targets then you get even more healing. You also have infinite sustain, so you can spam the burst heal a lot more. You can sustain dodge rolling on Werewolf. So you have infinite sustain. Okay, let's see, we need the rally. Freaking Werewolf, yep. I think they did a good job with that. We'll see how the balance in this patch is, but overall I kinda like the changes. Maybe things will be broken, they probably will be, to be fair, but... It's looking like a fun patch at least, from like theorycrafting and gameplay point of view. What if we run small set? It's probably not worth running Balorg. Do you have minor force? Maybe Nibene, just something simple. Or we could do full RP with the new attack, but don't know if I wanna do new attack again. We had decay, yep. No, it's a bit of everything actually, I think. Everything except Nightblade. I think Nightblade is ass here on BTS. good heal over time on Werewolf. No, you have the... it's kind of like it was previously. You don't really have good heal over times, but you can heal over time with the heal morph of this vibe, right? So you have a little bit of healing, but you mostly are focused on dodging and spamming burst heals as a werewolf. It's always been the werewolf playstyle. Or you can run some 5-piece set that get heal over times with his sap or something, but I don't think you have good damage with that approach. Or at least previously you didn't. Maybe now you do. Because they did buff the werewolf damage quite a bit. Nightbait mains will come, a time will come eventually. Yeah, in like next year, but I don't know, I'll still play it, I'll still make it work, and I probably won't be dueling on Nightblade, but I can do like PDs and just one-shot people from stealth, right? Yay. Did Nightblade get a 6% crit damage passive? No, it's only 7% crit damage, they did nerf it. It's 7% crit damage and it raised the cap by 25%. And then you have a passive that gives you basically what Warden has all the time. Except only when target is low health, or you're low health. So you get actually not even that much, because that's 1665, the Nightblade one is like 1200 or something like that. So it's kinda meh, but oh well. I think you do protective on this. We get so much weapon spell damage on the passive. What is its own conversation? Shit is stupid. Did you see the Sork though? Like Sork is also insane. You get a stay 10k tulip shield, 5k in PvP every time you use an ability for half a second. And you have infinite sustain, so you get 2% max stam and magic back every spammable. It's busted. I haven't tried the other ones yet. I don't know how broken the like Necro is or Templar, but apparently Templar is pretty OP as well, from what I understand. So there's definitely some variety, I suppose. Heals are based off weapon damage. One of the werewolf heals is weapon damage now. The other one is based on max health. And Templars rise up. Yeah, I think Templars are eating well this patch as well. Or so it seems. DK Temple Nightblade got nothing on Warden and Sork. The Firebrand is really interesting now with the DK dot class mastery. Like a giga tool on Firebrand if you stack up the class mastery, and giga dot has too. Could be interesting. 6k jab tooltip. Decent. But from what I understood, the most broken thing on Templar is the tankiness. Where did you get the transmutation geode? Creating new characters used for this. It's in the crafting grade. It was the And we can search for crafter, I think. It's this one, I think it was in Ultimate Crafting Crate. You get this one and find the transmit station there. Do weapon damage passives transfer to werewolf transformations? We can test that. Let me just open Avu again. Oh right, I don't have dual volt for example. So 4.3k, and if I drop this one for example, it is now 4.3k, so they still don't apply. Wolf looks badass. Yes, it's really cool. The skills as well. Oh, the class set works while in Werewolf. That's actually not bad for Werewolf, I think. Some proc damage, and you get plus 10% damage done. 5k tooltip on that. You get a lot of damage as Werewolf, so just buff the proc tooltip too. You get a little burp noises every time. Banner give perma Sacred Ground? A banner? No. Sacred Ground is the buff you get from a rune. But it lasts for like 5 seconds. Also from Cleanse, I think. So you can kinda have full uptime on it. It's usually like, it's just one of those buffs that you kinda take for granted. So they're always active. Yeah, we need to do ice stuff on this. I don't think it's gonna be enough stage effects otherwise. Could we try cliffs? This is gonna be poison, I think. I kinda forgot how to make the poisons. Columbine, Namirasrot, and West Paglos. Oh, actually I have the add-on. That helps. Let's run this here naturally. Permbook 7k DPS build showed me works. Camera tried the other day, nice. It's the one with the... actually no, not gonna spoil the build. It's probably not the poison version, right? The more poison oriented version. We don't need to stack max stats on this. I'm just gonna... I think we just do Lady Mundus, to be honest. Probably gonna need that. Get to 30k resistances, Rallying Cry, Impens. I guess just... you probably don't need this in duels. Could run something else there too, but... Bot version, I see. Yeah, I don't know how this is gonna work. The spammable is a bit weird. Now, where's my fucking Magicka? Oh right, we don't sustain if you don't take damage. That's a problem. That is a big problem. Also, I didn't do the attributes. But you always have some dot on you, typically. Always put points into health in this case. It's a bit less sustained than the Sork build we had. Also, I don't have Bewitched. Too many points in health. But I can sort of sustain here, I think.
You there! The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
Yeah, it's a bit too much health now. Don't have anything health scaling. It's just dumb. So we don't have CPs. So I'll stand for the blocking. Also, yeah, I need to probably do this. Definitely force of nature on this. I think on this one we can do cleansing, or so if it's worth it. Maybe resident, maybe use tankiness. Sure. I don't think cutting defense worth it on this. Actually, no, it is because we have the poisons. We have Ice Staff and Sword on board right now. So this one's also worth it. Okay, something like that. 2 and 2. Do fortified. I think we need block mitigation. Based on the changes which sets would you think would be best on Werewolf now? Probably want to stack weapon spell elements, but kinda depends on the class and what class masteries you have and so on. Maybe a bit early to say. Like on Warden, you could use the Warden class mastery. It's 10% damage and get some free proc damage at all times. That's good value. But you can only do that on Warden. So I think it really depends. Maybe we need regen still, or sustain. Try that. Oh, never mind, we don't have... missing a few important things here, actually. Oops. Do I want 45... the bonus fighter? Probably not. So all these things should be better. Gonna be blocking a lot. Something like that. Weapon MS or proc sets? Only proc sets that buff your damage. So like, they buff the Warden class set, for example, a lot. This one's worth it because you get plus 10% against enemies that you attack. So it buffs you werewolf damage as well. Just gets you free poke damage. Okay, I can maybe sort the sustain here if this works. Some VTS? Yes. What's up attacking? The short passives? I did. Kinda OP. Let's see. We gain stam while blocking from the warden passive. But it's not that much. Oh, anti-nets, of course. What is bear doing? Fuck. I'm just roaring in the distance. Oops, no! Okay, now I need to find new mobs. Misclick. Go sleep now, see ya. Hey, thanks for your deal. Good night. Oh, right, I need to actually heal myself, so I need to keep up the vines. It should give me stam back when I take damage, it just doesn't really work in PvE. Something that costs health count is taking damage. Immobile banner, no. No, does not work. I'm gonna command the bear to chill, if it works. Wait, what is this heal? I get 695? Oh, it's the lifesteal, right? But how am I broken? Oh, it's the cutting defense. I see. That's like extra good on Warden, I guess. Box the lifesteal. Feel like holding block and healing. Interesting. Didn't think of that. Playing heavy armor? I have one piece heavy. We're not taking damage every second, so the stam sustain from the passive buff is probably not super noticeable. Also, the weapon spell mass you get, that goes a lot higher when you have stage effects on you, which is almost always in PvP. It's like if right now we have a 2.8k tool, it probably goes up to like 5k or 6k. With all of the buffs. We also get plus 15% from the skill. One with nature also activates when casting Winter's Embrace, so we get a heal and 15% weapon spell damage. Not sure if this one is worth it though. It's only when we cast the Ice Fortress or Arctic. Arctic is our CC, so we use that quite often, but... A Bracing Anchor is nice if you play a block build. So Nature's Gift 3? What? Why is it only 3? Okay, this is not working properly. I didn't have pull nets active most of the time. All up. Anytime I heal, it should give me a... It's not working. It's just not working. Zos. Okay, it would be a lot of sustain, I think, if it worked. Here, you gain 250 stam from Nature's Gift. But why don't I get it here before? It makes no sense. Makes absolutely no sense. Here, Arctic. Yeah, you can proc the... there's a class mastery that makes the animal components heal passive work with Winter's Embrace. So anytime I cast the Arctic, you see like I get a little heal as well. What is glacial? Oh, that's the buff, I think. 3.8, 3.3. We have kind of bad stats, like base stats. But you would get a lot higher stats with the class mastery if there was any status dots on you, or status procs on you. 1600, you almost double your base stats actually. Which is kind of funny. Because I think we have 3k. So you get like plus 50% to your base weapon spell elements. That passive is kind of OP. But yeah, I don't know about Warden. It's kinda hard to test here. Would have tested on live. In BGs and stuff. Like see how much tankiness you get from the class masteries and so on. So what else can we test? Templar, I guess. I have to pick just one skill line for your werewolf. Which one would you pick? You need to pick. You can't skip class masteries. I think you should be full warden. A good duel. I mean, I can try. I just don't like BTS duels really. If I do duels, probably Sork is the best one, or I can just get deleted on the warden if it's bugged, which I think it is. Trying to optimize. To optimize by in this patch. On live, it's very different, Berus. On live, I can show you the best skill lines for Werewolf. I have it on the website. But on BTS, it's different. You have to play pure class, or you're gonna fall behind big time. But this one is still I think the best werewolf. I have it here on the website. So it's running 2 Sork skill lines, Adric Spear. I don't think you have any good warden skill lines for werewolf. Kind of the problem. Like they all require you to slot werewolf abilities. Maybe Winter's Embrace is the best. You get some extra shield damage if you want to run them. But yeah, I could try the Sork. I just don't have a build. I don't think the 1000 Eyes is really ideal either. Thank you, Stank. How you doing? Get a chance to try out Overland difficulty. I did not. I should probably enable it for testing. The mobs don't die instantly. Could be a good idea. So I would play the Warden, but I think the problem with Warden is that it's just bugged based on earlier. Sork, I think I can try. Maybe I do like Nibene or something. That wants to see Arca. Did you do any duels on that? Arca has some potential too. Well, I'll keep the 1000 Eyes, see how it does, I guess. We have the tripods, we have the Bewitched. Don't think Lightning Flood is really worth. Could do frags. I mean, the frags are gonna hit super hard with the high weapon spell elements. Okay, let's see how this works. I have Werewolf on the front bar, oops. No overlords for me. Ooh, big damage there. No, rip. Rip, rip. I do need to shot the Overlord. The tentacle spam seems good. Should probably have the full crux, right? Gonna need some trackers for that though. Okay, I could have gone Werewolf too, but the set doesn't work in Werewolf. So I didn't want to do that. I should do some Werewolf duels at some point though. What the fuck is this damage? Or is it just a stat teasing? Or health teasing, I mean? No, it's not that health teasing. What the fuck? 7% from the set plus 600 weapon spell elements. Keep it fully stacked. But it is Sork against Arcanist. It's impressive. Thanks. I don't think I'm playing super well right now, but thanks. Also, I have the. Oh no, that was the implosion I had. 7%. Is that worth? I could just have more weapon spell elements. You have armorer? No, but I can have armory station, right? Or maybe not. Okay, there we go. Pausing. Wait, where is it? Didn't I just claim it? Where the fuck is the... I'm going crazy. Depends on how much damage you can push without implosion. Why can't I find the armory? I don't think implosion's too great on this. I would get more value out of the weapon spell mass, I think. And 7%. Yeah, the shield would be great there for survivability as well. Is that the wrong class mastery? Crown Store. I mean, it's free. I just claimed it, but Wow, I can also just buy the armory dude. Steam utility upgrades, I think. Okay, there he is. So he's just another major brutality. And sorcery, basically. And provoke Haydn. So it's the full damage version. I could also have the shield though. I'm not fucking the mono enough. I think that's probably the main issue with it, is that you really need the overload to proc it. Okay, some giga lag spike. I don't know if you're actually 0% health or if it's just an Arcanist health bar trick. And the CC breaks are so slow on BTS, it's crazy. It's the Marslock, I need to be a little bit more careful, we can use a pot there. Can't really present the crack there. I need to rebuff. I'm gonna spam roll because of all the sustain we have. No, rip. Rip. Oh, this is new. It's like difficult in... They changed this a bit. Enabling his ass. Yeah, you can't really do like proper fights here. Fragment to 13k. I could try the damage shield. Like spike 2 at one earlier. Yeah. I don't like dueling here, but we can test things, see how they work. I already know the damage shield. Damage at the monster doesn't work. Like 3% there. It's definitely not worth, but... What says this patch that needs testing? Is that a serious question? Did you check the patch notes? I can't fucking guess anything. Like CC break has double the time it has on live. A nice trick game, thank you. Oh my god. But I do feel a lot tankier with the damage shield, that's kinda broken. It does have the BFP, I need to keep that in mind. It's the extra burst when low health, also the health bar is bugged. So they still didn't fix that. Some low health BFPs. Have a pot here if needed. Where's the pot there? Oh, I lost the fragment. Develop ulti. Also, look at the monoliths. They're not really there until I have the overload. So I don't have the CC unit tracker here. A frag proc there. Guess we hardcast that. Shrieks them. Couldn't throw the armaments there. Sucks. Apparently I don't have Hurricane, even though I have the duration. Oh, okay. I don't know what your health is. Ay. The fucking Arcanist, man. They should fix that. If there's one thing they should fix, maybe the fucking health desync. Okay, let's see what we got here. I think Monolith could be a lot better. Event archive set? Yes, they buffed it all. It now gives you 200 weapon spell damage for each monolith active. And they buffed it all on. I think you probably don't run frag. If you play this, you play Mage's Frag and you spam that. Could be better. Healing received, bot magic top. Go get defense less than bot magic. Fucking 5.7k HPS. Imbalanced. Okay, let's try with the execute. Because almost every time you do Arcanist, yeah, on live too. It's really annoying fighting Arcanist with that. My weapon shot too early, I think I didn't get the monolith there. Maybe you double bar this set, because it kinda runs off when you back bar. I don't need to cast the execute when I have the overload, I forgot. So maybe it's a double boss set. Because then if you're on back bar, you would keep poking the monoliths with the Hurricane. The weave off there. I don't see the hell. Oh, rip. Oh, rip. I don't know if it's better. I do see the mono is up more, but maybe I just body that. Xun, how you doing? How's it going? Not bad. Just testing stuff from the BTS. You also lose the weapon spell mass if you don't double bar it. So the heal is a lot weaker. Better than Oaken? Most of the time, yeah. New house? Yes, I think so. What's up, Golden Fire Phoenix? Hello. Bloodthirsty Revelry? No, I think you need Triune for the sustain. You don't really benefit too much from weapon spellmass when your base stats are super high already. Your crit and resolve is allow him to survive. Is that what it was? Stop doing Arcanists that do this, they don't do it intentionally. Like, it just happens when you fight Arcanists. It's the damage shield that desinks. So what do we need? We need, we keep the rally back bar. Or we front bar rally. But what do we back bar then? Waterson, I guess? I don't think I have any space on the front bar, no. How much healing this passive do? Healing shift, Colgate defense a bit more there. Pot magic 20.5. It's kind of the same, the two. I think rally we should be absolutely able to front bar on this. Class burst heal is better for dueling, it used to be. But I don't think it's anymore. Because now when you heal with the healing soul, you also get the blood magic heal. With the class mastery. The main reason for running Vibrant Shroud was to also get the blood magic heal. But that's no longer required. Putting angle on Warden is kind of disgusting. Wait, did you test Warden or? So let me scroll up a bit. Update 100, Archivist still have healthy sync? Yeah, probably. Misfit against desync Arcanist, bad idea, but I have to proc my set somehow. Segabet, thank you for the prime, thank you. Too much change, but BT streams much fun. Keep going, Desi. Well, thanks. Glad you're enjoying the streams. There's a lot to test this time around, probably more than ever since subclassing at least. There's quite a bit to go through. Don't want to farm Oaken. For Werewolf, unfortunately, it is best in sword. It's gonna worth the grind in that case. Wait, what do I need? Rally? Rally weapons. Definitely mazes. What's causing the desync? The Arcanist shield. It's the same on live. If you fight any Arcanist, it will happen. For Triune also increase weapon damage? Yeah, also that. That's like a double purpose. Increase sustain and increase your weapon spell damage. And increase your tankiness because max health. Still make us actually pretty good on this. Oh, you're using that? Wait, how much damage am I taking? We have rallying cry and whatnot. 1.5k more hazing, 1.3k burning. Are you using the Arcanist set as well, the 5-piece? Crafting can be health desynced, not an Arcanist exclusive. It's the most common on Arcanists. Yeah, it consistently happens on Arcanist. It doesn't consistently happen on anything else. That I've seen at least. That's the main difference. We did test it? Okay. So we need this on both bars, and I think I replaced the rally with 2 dummy hose. That's a bit more value, I think. Or is it? I don't think it is necessarily. Oops, not heavy, although I could do heavy. We'll skip the trainee for now. $43k crit with the Fisher on player. Or target dummy. Recommend Monomyth instead of Oaken for your Werewolf. No, Oaken. Oaken is best in slot on Werewolf. Nerf Rallying Cry. For magical builds. For magical builds, basically. But you can use it on stam builds now, without feeling bad about it. So you don't have max magic on it anymore. Snake counter... No, Snake is really bad against Shield Arcanist. You don't have a lot of heals on Arcanist, you have a lot of damage shields. Snake is good if you have a lot of heal over times. Okay, let's try this out. Do I have everything? I do, by the looks of it. I'm gonna just spend the ult if they're not start with the full ult. So now it's poking automatically from the Hurricane, and there's no downtime, it doesn't fall off when we have to go to back bar. These roots are so annoying, holy shit. Is this how it feels to fight against me when I have the unstoppable poisons? I wonder. Can I block and survive that? Actually out of stats there for a moment. You need the crit surge. Oh, it's the wrong overload, right? I don't get sustain from this. I don't see the actual health, that's a problem. Get the damage shield there from the armament casts, so kind of free him. Definitely struggling with sustain right now though. It's like pulling Bloodsoga on this one. Maybe not Bloodsoga, then we lose the sustain from the passive. But heal is pretty much a full heal when we click in. That's important. I think the Shriek misses there. I'm probably dead here. Or maybe not. We have some overload. Might as well use that. Apparently my Hurricane is down, even though I don't see it being down. Okay, we do get him. We do get him finally. It's a bit trickier though. 6.5k. Oh, that's what I'm eating there. I do 3.7. That's not a lot. I guess I have more like healing, I guess. Let's see, your health was at 2%. You see, like, that's the thing. Like, I would maybe try to risk it a bit more. Whole block to one more spammable, but I don't know if you have 2% or if you have 20%. And if I miscalculate, then I'm dead. It's a bit hard to do. Yeah, I also have some sustain issues now. I don't know why. It's only 270 from that. So I'm spamming so much healing. So I'm not sure about the Mage's Right. Maybe I don't need it if I do the double bar. Because the Hurricane is broken it. Even if you go the back bar. I'm not sure. Yeah, Mage's Right is not doing a lot. And I think that's why the sustain sucks. Because I don't have the free frags anymore. Sustain issues with Blood Magic perk? Yes, on this particular build. And that's with 38k stam and 22k magicka. So the magicka's a bit low, but also had stam sustain issues. It kind of goes down and then it doesn't go back up. It's kind of like decay in that sense. Yeah, also at the calculated defense still. I could try full damage. And try this one. Slot efficient at water? I highly doubt that. Highly doubt that. Anything else I can change? We have full impen. Triune. No uncharged. And we go back to frag. Experimentation is nice. You can kind of like get the shields while on offense. You can go armaments and trade. But this should be so much more damage, especially on the procs. See if it's just unsurvivable for the opponent. Oh no, I think it's unsurvivable for me at this trade. There's no unblockable CC in Arkham. No! Fuck. I don't know how much health was left. But I should have gone for a heal. But it's also the CC breaks, like on live you CC break insta and you can get to heal before you die. On BTS you don't. With the high health, it's so like 0. You see like 57% here. You're stuck at 57% health. Oof. What kind of damage is this? 11k frag. 2.5 armament. I mean, is it even worth it? We gained 400 compared to previous. So I don't get to have all of the buffs active, I think. No, I don't think it's worth it. The font of power. I don't know how the scaling works, but it doesn't feel too great. I think this, and you keep the frag and stuff too. The mage's threat. Alex Perry, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Okay, we'll try to figure out the health here, I guess. How much exactly is left? I think my crackbook decent. Rebuff there, some ice heavies, I suppose. I do like having the frags over the garbage execute. I didn't get my big ore there. It sucks. Okay, got him. Got him. Definitely better with frag. Still 11k frags there. And I think you have rally as well, right? Not like you're on some squishy build. It's pretty decent frags. I think my live server build is between 7 and 9k, something like that. Oh, no rally, okay. How is the frag only 11k though? We have 7.7k weapon damage and 38k stam. What am I missing? Crit damage? Maybe it's the crit damage. Pen is alright. What two class masters are you trying? We have the conservation of energy and calculate defense. I think this is the best combo for Sork. For sure. Only 11k? Yeah, I mean it's not TK numbers. It's not what you'd expect with the... Actually, I don't have any... damage class masteries now. Maybe it's normal. But the stats get really high compared to normal Sork. 7.7 is kinda nuts. Peacekeeper, how you doing? Build to spam bound ornaments on 1 to 2 stacks or wait for 4 stacks? You kinda want to wait for 8 stacks actually. You don't wanna use them at 1 or 2 unless you wanna uncloak a knife blade. Or if someone's super low health, then you can throw them out. Yeah, I could try the warden. Let's see how that does. It's probably not gonna be too great. I don't have super high hopes for the warden. It's the only other one I've set up. We're gonna get absolutely cooked. Oh, you meant Gerent. about potential trying either Erudite or Fate Realigned. I don't know the names yet, but one of them's the one that allows you to tentacle twice in a row, right? Pretty sure. Come on, Sork or Plar. Don't know if Riot will let you. No. You need to convince Riot that Arcanist is OP. Just to feed him the copium. It's gonna be so bad. I can already tell. It's not gonna end well. Also, I'm missing some health bars and stuff. There we go. Never gonna use the fourth skill. Just for a minor evasion, I guess. I mean, the damage is not terrible, if it's not that fucking desynced again. But sustain is a bit trickier than the earlier build. Yeah, I don't have the max sustain unless I do a lot of heavies. But if I hold block like this, with the vines up, my stam is still slowly going down. He has no unblockable CC. I can just cleanse all the dots here slowly. In like 5 years, but still. Oh, we need the vines though. The vines is why it's broken. Now we switch to offense after 5 years of cleansing. Oh, he killed my bear. How dare you? Screwed. But I can sustain this. Rip. I need the max sustain. Poly or Chogas, actually. How much damage do I get there? We do get to 7.5 thanks to the OP passive. Which is pretty decent. It just sustain sucks. Go Imperial? No, I'm not going Imperial. Stamnet's on Magica build. Yeah, I mean it's more max stam as well. But it's for the blocking. It's a Nord character, it's like my Warden on life. I could do Breton as well. It's another option. But I think these are optimal. Get the extra healing or extra weapon spellments. Pretty much all the time. How much was the vines? It's so much max sustain on Warden to play Crushing Shock. It's not even Crushing Shock, it's Force Pulse. Like Crushing would just be objectively better. It's just for open world. Get a little bit more sustain from that, but it's not gonna make a difference. We can try the Magica nets. I just worried that I can't permablock. If I do that. Not on Sork? No, Warden. Sork is fine, I think. Oh, now it's working. This is the passive. So we have the working passive and it's still like not enough. It's 114. This could be 200 if I sacrifice this 15% weapon spell elements. And I think we have to do it. It's also major heroism. We could maybe spam sword and bottle this from something else than bear. We lose the hemorrhaging, but oh well. Could have like Dawnbreaker, for example. We tried the Latera special, the Ice Comet with Arctic. Yeah, Peacekeeper, thank you for the follow. we're going back to 2020 with this build. Yeah, might have to be Breton. I might have to change the... Oh, I gave him the heal. That's... Wow. Nah, like, sustain is still awful, unless I do heavies. Maybe a little bit less awful though. Can kite this Ice Comet AoE too. I dropped mines for 1 second. It also kills you sustain if you do them. What am I doing? Why is my value not... Okay, finally. The charm, I could have dropped Ice Comet with that, but it's not gonna be enough damage there. The weird thing is I feel tankier than on the sword. Although the sword technically should have more healing. Oh fuck. I say that and we get CC there. I was poking though. Or is that the 1 millisecond I dropped the block as usual? Yeah, it's like the 1 millisecond. This always happens. This always fucking happens. The 1 millisecond I drop the block every time. Ice Comet combos, I don't think Ice Comet is it though. I really don't. I said this kind of OP. It's 10% damage and the proc is stop damage, because I have to play super defensive. So I like that part. I don't like anything else about this though. Like technically you have good stats, but... Or decent stats, but... I don't know, sustain feels... not sustainable. What about Ochogas if you change the food, but you're also blocking a lot, so you don't get the Ochoga value. So I don't know about that. It just feels kinda bad. From like playstyle point of view. Not a huge fan of it. I could change the... maybe get a root from the... or just drop the minor force and do... Warden root, perhaps. Can try that. So what's the... what's the chill damage like? 1.4? Something too special. Or you're not? This is a Nord character, yeah. Maybe I should be Breton, but... Because I do have a Breton Warden as well. Relock? Oh, okay, good. Legion Vines is not even that much. 1.5 to 3k with this is not too great. And I'm missing the crit buff. No. I didn't even realize we don't have the Mason Prophecy in Savagery. Ay ay ay. June 8th I think is the update in Belarus. New Decade Landslide give 20% damage now. No, changes the way it calculates. You don't exactly get 20%, but you probably get like 15 or 16% now with the class mastery. Can rework Templar and still not give it a crit buff. I don't know if Templar needs it. I think we have too many crit buffs in the game already. And you do have a crit buff. What do you mean? You have plus 12% on Eric Spear. What do you mean no crit buff? You have more crit damage on Templar than on Nightblade. Oh, you mean Savagery? Well, you have Reflective Light. It's pretty good with the class mastery. So there's a class mastery that's like 2 tokens for your Reflective Light. Yeah, it is okay with the class mastery. I think. Oh, no, this is never gonna work, right? This is just a fucking Warden issue. They need to rework this class. I'm gonna log off. I don't like the Warden base Warden no subclassing toolkit. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I feel like such a weird clunky skill layout. Vines is nice, yes. Everything else sucks. Apart from Sharks, maybe. Literally everything else we have slaughtered sucks. Do I try the Plar? I mean, I could do some quick build with Elite Torque, for example. Stop the Warden Slender? I'm sorry, but it's just terrible. Why do you run a crit buff? A Lotus? You're not gonna even proc it in like a normal fight. It's gonna be 2% healing. It's just bad.
I haven't even done anything yet.
But update 51 is gonna save Warden. It's gonna be great again. But right now you have to subclass Warden. That's also why it's good that they do the changes. Immobile, but you can, but I don't know, it just doesn't feel good. I mean, not on that build, I could never sustain if I did immobile. I was already running out of both resources. And that's with the sustain class mastery. Maybe there's some way to fix it, but I don't know. Not a fan. Not a fan. Gonna wait for the rework. Or try something on live, I guess. Or if I get some idea. Why is that figured it since it already gave 10% and they made give an additional 10%? So the way it reads on the patch notes, I didn't test it on live, but they say it's gonna calculate differently because there's additive calculating and there's multiplicative. And I think what it means is that you get an actual 10% when you have the passive. Whereas right now, any like the current live server landslide, for example, it's 10%, but it's additive with major berserk, minor berserk, all of these other things. So it's not actually 10%. And that's kind of how it was explained in the patch notes. It's a weird thing that they would balance it like that, but that's what they wrote on the patch notes. Miss Spear shots done. Yeah. Isn't it kind of decent now though? Spear shots with the class mastery, perhaps. Could be usable.
Here's the thing,
So Warden's too cool for me. I see what you did there. No, I really like Frost Warden, but when you have to build for animal companies as well and green balance, the build is just too weak. It's just too weak then. Like Frost is nice if you do like LSS and skip the animal companions and all that, but it needs subclassing basically. Warden without subclassing is just ass. But Warden with subclassing, very fun. Speaking of Wardens, what's up, subcells? Have you tried Werewolf? It's insanely powerful. I did not. I tried the abilities. I didn't really build for it, but I hope so. It's really cool, like all the abilities and what they did with Werewolf. So I hope it's really strong. I need to chill through. Effectively, only be about 4 to 5% damage increase from life. Yes, kind of depends on the situation, but something along those lines. More deathbot cap loss spam. Yeah, Nightmares are not happy about Werewolf, understandably, but hopefully it won't be too many werewolves when we play Nightblade. Cree Warden with Crushing Shock is so as to play, to be honest, never liked it. Yeah, but I don't know how you get enough stage effects without that. You need LSS or you need Crushing Shock. Otherwise you don't get full value from your class passive. Caploss sucks because it has a hidden cast time, but Sustain is infinite and the damage is crazy high. Yeah, Sustain is just broken on Werewolf. You can spam dodge rolls forever. Maybe like tomorrow I try Werewolf or something like that. If I have time to set it up. Do we try... They did buff the Lancer a little bit, but... Dealing damage with an Adric Spear ability launches a spear at your target. No, this is still bad, right? If you compare it to Monolith, like this is bad. You create the area, but it's just a static area.
Fine goods at fair prices.
Yeah, I don't know about that. This one is even worse, but I'll probably do Elite Torque. Don't have to think about that. Keep it simple. Keep it simple. We want 5 medium. Do 2 light. 4 medium then.
Have you heard the one about the Spriggan?
What a master stuff is gonna go that. I don't know about that. What on live is nice with making an Ardent Flame. Surprise, surprise. Chef the Glass Grip. And Dual Scribe and some Powerless. But I don't think Warden's that great. On PTS right now. Trying no recoveries at all, even double rest spot still had no issues. Yeah, no, the sustain is infinite, especially if you play Sork with the broken broken fucking Blood Magic class mastery. You're not gonna run out. Impossible. I think Maze is probably the most value. Or should we do 2/8 for value? There's no weapon spell. There's no weapon spell damage buff on Templar for some reason. Kamul, thank you for the raid. Thank you, thank you. How was your stream? So many raids today, that's crazy. I hope you had a good stream. Chester, how you doing? Hello, Kamul. A double charge Dovalt plus 100% from Dual Scribing. Oh wait, I missed the first message. Only 5 stage effects though. Physical damage, magic damage, frost damage to enchants. Yeah, but you need all of them active at the same time, so you need some like disdain to go with that. And if you need RNG to proc it, there's also cleanses and stuff that are gonna reduce your damage a lot more than usual even. So I don't know, I think you just need to proc the stages all the time. I don't know if dual wield scribe is gonna be enough. Even with the boss 100%. Okay, so Vratson as cosmetic armor is so close to looking cool, but looks like shit. Yeah, it's a bit like budget knight kind of look. He's kind of whatever. Heads up if you do try, but the 33% weapon damage passive is bugged and doesn't work. Oh, so you're missing damage as Werewolf as well. So it's not even full damage at the moment. Oh boy. Everyone raiding Desi today? Yeah, I'm not complaining. Very good to have a lot of people here. It's a big day. We have something else than just PG spam for once. We have BTS testing, but still. I mean, we can just use jabs for the weapon spell damage, right? In duels, at least. Rutaus, how you doing? One hit rate me? Yeah, a bit later stream, it's almost 3 AM, yikes. Been doing a lot of BTS testing. Wait, wrong morph. I'm so used to Path to Light. To the Javelino. The Croissant. Sunfire this time. Definitely Vampire Spain in duels, not the other one. Wolf tournament would be nice. Yeah. Would be very interesting. Still run Alliance bot, forgot Chaps's major ability. It's only 10 seconds. That's probably why you forgot it.
Have you heard the one about the Spriggan?
Definitely test them here, I think. I think we do a ritual, of course. You don't need to do ritual, that's one thing you can drop. And this poly temporal god angle. What do I run here then? One slot. Beam? Beam with the Classmaster is kinda OP. Also, this is good. Right? Passion Flight, or was it the... Is 600 weapon spell elements, just in time. Yeah, resistant Templar stuff. This could also be nice, but... You do this one. So I'll tell this earlier. Oh, wait, that was the first raid of the day, right? Are you sure? No one shot... Oh. I thought someone did a shout out. Sorry, trying to get off them. Yeah, thanks for doing the shout out. Mods? Yeah, Didoom was here. I think. We just blame Didoom, easy solution. No, I'm joking. I think I was in a BG. Possibly.
Off, are you?
Help me get back on my feet.
Spot to the house, set things up. Dork or full build? Just Dork. Just Dork. I'm too lazy to like test a fully thought out setup at this point. They did pop a lot of sets, so there's a lot of new options that you can run. There's maybe something better than Torque. But We'll see. Some spell damage. Yeah, if you do the this passive, but I think you need this one. It's kind of OP. Doom only times people out. True. Mythic items. Bastion is super OP. But you don't get the mini like Giga Token then. You just skip that. Unless I'm missing something. Form puzzle, how you doing? Seeing here, is this the BTS? This is the BTS, yes. Bastion the heal one? Is it? Hold on, Necrom is the Elite Torque, right? Yes. There's a bit of a downside to Elite Torque. We don't have high max stats. But then again, I probably wouldn't have any 2 to 4 max health. So this guy's based on max health, right? $1673, and if you put points into health. $2347, so you definitely buff that. Okay, Moonstones, Enchants, Lunchbox. I could also use the skill scrolls, but don't know. Thin Canary. Kamal, did you see anything on BTS yet? Or did you test anything? You don't have BTS, right? Or do you? Is heal passive is good? And not the heal one? Wait, which one is the... No, this is Bastion of Flight. This is the shield one. I mean, you can run both, but then you lose the damage. But yeah, I think it's safe to say, I'm sure Kamul will be very sad to hear this, that subclassing is dead and buried. If you subclass with all of these passives, I think you're kinda trolling. Even on Warden, like, you probably don't want to subclass. So you lose 1600 weapon spell elements. Oh, for Sork, yeah, the shield passive is OP. Close the gap, and now you don't want to do anything but subclass. Anything but pure class, I mean. Trying to see how max Sork is now. I was on Sork earlier, a little bit earlier, Chosen. It's really good. It's really, really good. I was on Stam Sork, but you can play that build on max Sork as well, very easily. It's probably even better on max Sork. I could play what I play on live on that, and it would be even tankier than before. Seems gonna overtake it by a mile. By a mile. It's not even close. Subclassing will be what, in my opinion, should have been in the first place for those who want to make off-meta builds and experimental builds. Fulfill their fantasy/RP stuff. Yeah, I don't mind that. if they want to balance it that way. I think it's fine. Okay, Triune. Need the Poison Disease again. And Weapon Damage. And I need to swap these skill bars to show. See if we can cleanse decay passive, okay. I mean, it should be cleansable. Vaultfire Embers is that one. And it's gone. So I told him to stack it. Actually stacks up to 10, I think it was. So now if you try to cleanse the decay passive, yeah, it only cleanses 4 stacks, you see? So it is like Relican and Geralt. Ooh, that Classmaster is OP. Probably still play subclass just because you enjoy the versatility of some builds you play. How's the patch feeling on BTS? Better than how it looked on paper, or are we cooked? It's feeling pretty good. I don't mind it at all. I tested the Shork and used the animations and stuff on Werewolf. Looks really cool, feels really cool, and I don't think it's like people are not getting one shot left and right. Like that is not happening. So the damage is still like tankable. It feels kind of close to live, I think. But I only tried Shork in actual duels. And Warden, but I don't like Warden. I kind of just wait for the rework, I think. Pure Warden is still kind of ass. But yeah, Templar seems pretty strong. Oh, I'm missing Mundus still. Do you do Apprentice or Lover? Or we go Shadow? Decisions. I think we try Apprentice first. Okay, I'll do a dual Gerent. Is he on the... no, it's this Orc. We have the bubble. I am missing Vigor, hold on. That's not ideal. Fuck. Okay, I can't run Beam after all. Suds. So on paper, the Beam is really good when you buff the base tool. It applies to each tick and small ticks. But not at the cost of Vigor. So with Templar, apparently it's pretty good. I haven't played it yet. proc stamina passive? Wait, which stamina passive are we talking about? Is this Templar back on the menu? It's gonna be a stat set and I think disdain should be fine. Me food, oh. Okay, so I think Strix wants to test something. Is Savage Werewolf best in slot on Werewolf now? I don't think so. It's just a kind of weak proc set with 6% damage, but you have so many better proc sets now. Like, look at the Warden one, it's 10% damage and a lot better proc set, for example. Just damage. Okay. Yes, the esoteric one. But I don't know if it's gonna be enough sustain here. Chaps is, I don't know if it works. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know what he's trying there. I know what he's trying there. Okay, let's try to go giant here. Yeah, this I can break. Does it matter? Okay, now we can. It's a lot of damage, but can I just stay here in the fucking monoliths? Apparently I can. You run into some sustain issues, but manageable, I think. It's just Aelith talk right now. It's fully ouch. The fuck was that? I can sustain this. It's not really tank enough for that. I can ever switch to offense here. I don't know. Skinny, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Much appreciated. 9.7k DPS. Yeah, I think Monolith works pretty well there. Oh. Oh, right. Having CPs would help. Having CPs would help a little bit. I did at least put in the attributes. Not necessary. No, I think they will help. They will help. But yes, hope you had a good stream. Skinny. Were you on BTS as well? Darth Vader, hello. It's in dying to Gerent, I know, right? How am I ever gonna lift that down? How much healing was the passive though? I can check it after. So at least you cannot tank without CPs with that one passive. You probably need like 2 passives at least. But to Janet Obama was in office. Was it that long ago? I think I saw some Alikir duels. No, this has to be Giga broken, right? Focus mending polybuffs the healing CP or is it heal over time? We could just go full tin can with the passives. Maybe do fighting finest at least. Holy force of nature. Okay, what else we want? Is this crazy? Doing untamed aggression on Templar? Buffs all of the damage and all of the healing. Or well, not all of the healing. I don't know. Oof. Cutting defense. Or something like resilience. I'll try that. And red CPs. Definitely boundless vitality here. It's nuts, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Sexual instincts, check. We can do relentlessness, we don't have protection. And Pain's Refuge, that was much needed in the last fight. Something like that. Seems ideal. Should be a little bit tankier now. Let's have some duplicate... have some weird add-ons, I think, some BTS. I know, I see like 2 buffs here, but oh well. Should be better now. This one was 3.3k tooltip per second, that's crazy. That is actually crazy. Into the hot CP? What is the hot CP? Not familiar with this one. Oh yeah, this is a different story now. Can actually fight back. Chabby. Kind of full magic as well. A lot more than before. Also need to keep the dot up. Need to keep that in mind. It's kinda important. No, that Purifying Light is not in. Okay, I mean some damage if you get a crit. It's not terrible, I guess. I can break free. Game, please. Chappy chap. Yeah, Bucko, thank you for the follow. Thank you. But it's just Electork. It's not really the best damage build or best single target thruster. but I feel kinda tanky, knowing what Tyrant is running. And we can drop him low, but not low enough. Should probably need to use our Kjolnar and whatnot. Good dodge. I get the kill there. CP popple, but I like Javelin a lot. I think Javelin's gonna OP. Yeah, sustain is surprisingly good. I don't have to use bots here. And I'm using Bewitched. I don't know why the sustain is good though. Or good enough, I should say. It's just Elite Torque, but usually you need like Elite Torque and Oathsworn. Maybe not. Use a bot here. Oh, I don't have the armor buff. Didn't cast there earlier. Buff the light? It's not gonna be, you know, he plays safe there. I think if you try to BFB there and I go for the crescent, he might die, but such a low chance of that happening. Didn't just know how to play. There's some ink and deck though, for sure. I couldn't cast the Javelin there. So I think it's safe to say, I don't even walk there. I think it's safe to say that was really tanky at least. If nothing else. Maybe I could have gone offense there, but as long as you keep the armor buff on with the Sacred Count passive. But yeah, well, this poly A stalemate. For sure. See how much healing I get out of the passive. What are you spamming? Light skill block. Jabs, Perfine, Javelin, Vampire Spain is pretty good with the... or should be pretty good with the Class Mastery. It's top damage here, almost. Humbly face tank and 6k DPS. Yeah. Balanced. We get this every second. The Vigor's also 4.2. I'll use Polyrun Vele, just in general. Maybe. Or, well, I don't know, I think the Monolith is pretty good if you run that. It kind of forces me to jump out of the... or kind of kite the proc. If I sit in it, it's too much damage, I think. No Radiant Glory. I would have to run different bots if I want to do that. So I'd need the crit buff. I think I would need to drop the Vampire Spain, basically. What are we doing damage-wise? Jabs 2.6 KTX, 2.7. It's not super amazing. This with points into health, and we get to 8.1k spell damage, 24k pen. But it's not a lot of crit damage, I guess. Does 50 renewal buff the passive? That's a good question. Was it focus mending? You can see it here. 3.3k at the moment. And if I change the CP... Hey, Akinos, how you doing? How was speed testing? Not bad. I learned quite a lot. Really cool, the changes, I think. They did cook, I think. No, it doesn't go up. Briscoe, how you doing? Level DKS, Mech or Stem? It doesn't really matter too much in the end. Kind of depends on what stem pool do you want, what resource pool do you want to do damage with. So you can always change that later, especially if you play a hybrid race like Khajiit or Dark Elf. You can kind of change that, but it plays in a very similar way in the end. You still use the same abilities, and it's just Magicka has a bit more stamina available for dodge souls and whatnot. Usually if you use max spammables or more Magicka abilities, then you need to... Actually, not on DK you don't need to even worry about that, you have infinite sustain for anything. Probably easier to build for Magicka actually. With the Heart of Flame. You should probably go Magicka if you're new to DK. So you have this skill here in Ardent Flame called Core Flame. That just restores you missing resources, and if you have a lot of Magicka, it makes it easy to also cast the Core Flame. Whereas if you play a stam build, then you can run out of Magicka a bit easier, and then be unable to cast this ability. So maybe it's easier to play Mag. The upside, of course, if you play stam, is that you have a lot more stam regen from that ability. But it's very DK specific. Otherwise, it doesn't really matter if you're stam or Magicka. It's just a preference, basically. Verelia said, thank you for the follow, and Balik, thank you for the follow as well. Sets, right now I just have Elite Torque. It's probably not the best option for this. Just something I quickly set up on this character. They did buff the class sets, but I think this one is nerfed mostly because of the now has 10% in PvP instead of 25, and the other one is probably still not good enough. And Briscoe, thank you for the follow. And they changed a lot of other sets too, so there's probably some really good new combinations. But I'm lazy, so I just thought I'd try Elite Torque. What a new bot magic. Wait, the missionary passive. It's 1300 HPS. Like 1/5 of the healing. Or something like that. What about the new mythics? Do you have access to them on BTS yet? You do, yes. There's only one new mythic. It's only one new mythic. This one is not too great. Let me see if I can I change anything on this? Probably not, right? So this didn't change the tooltip at all. It didn't go down, it didn't go up. What if it's shooting tide? Single target heals, healing over time. Is it considered an AoE heal for some reason? No, it did go down now. What the heck? No, it's 3.2 and... No, it's 3.5, so okay, so it's the single target heal that buffs it. I see, I see. We can try a duel again. I guess really can now, right? See if that makes a difference. It's so laggy when you try to cast anything. No, that's monolith, right? Getting baited terribly. to rebuff the armor buff. Did we cast it? Can't be sure if things go off on BDS or not. Just double casting a lot probably. Do that. Should CC towards the end of the Perfine Light, but maybe Beam would be really good here. I don't know. Also, I let my armor buff run out. We start taking damage there. Ouch. Oh, I don't have the Living Dark there. Also armor buff, okay, we're fine. So we can kind of play very poorly and survive. It's a bit of, quite a bit of tankiness. No bubble, but beam. I could try that. I mean, bubble is not that much of the healing anymore. But I don't even, like, I don't really drop him low enough health. So I don't know if beam is gonna really do much. Don't think I have the armor buff here. Or the passive, I mean. It only lasts a few seconds after stepping out of the area. He's trying to kite me out of it, which is smart. Good dodge saw. Only skipped the Perfine Light up. And Vigor. Maybe I stay in the monoliths and don't rebuff the armor buff. Should have the Perfine Light there. Oh, this monolith and Relican actually, I just realized. So I see the debuffs on the top. Normally I have debuffs in a different place. BTS is just not really set up when it comes to all of the add-ons and stuff. Can find Killer Hayden. The bubbles may be overkill. I didn't cast the Perfine Light, even though I clicked it. That's gonna be too risky. I'm gonna get counter bursted there with a BFP. No armor buff here. Have it again. Ooh, we do that there. Put the block. We drop the block there. We're using ult before stun. I used having abilities go off here is a fucking miracle. Yeah, it's only monolith. No, it's all dot damage, right? No, okay, so it wasn't blocking, great. This is what I mean. Oh, that's pitch one. Okay, this is through the block. Do I not have my heals up here? So I get a heal here. I didn't have the Living Dark up. And Vigor, Western Focus. 250 ult overload, I see. 7.2k DPS. Yeah, I just don't feel like I do too much on this. But then again, maybe it's different on live. Can actually use your abilities. Have you tried Ratson yet? No, I think that set is not too amazing. They nerfed it actually, they nerfed the damage from that. Sustain is better from Ratson, but if you fully stack it, it's what 600 Mac reason, no stam reason at all. And then you lose the magic when you lose the buff. It does spawn a Nova though, so you can get some burst from it. about siphon attacks. Shit is broken. With Soul Cleaver, it's a lot cheaper with that, but the problem with siphoning is that you spend health to cast it. So very often in BGs, if you have a lot of dots on you, people chasing you, and you need to sustain, you're cloaked, you cast siphoning, you actually just kill yourself. It's just not ideal. That's why I prefer the Ardent Flame a lot more. Out of Flame. Yeah, the weapon damage on Sork now also gives you really good heals. We had 7k HPS there on Templar, but on Sork it's very similar. $6k previously. But yeah, I don't know what to do with this. Would have to run different sets. I think Veda can still stuck on me. But I don't think sustain is the issue right now. It's just the lack of damage, really. Looks decent, having a channel spam ball against good player will always be tough. On BTS, yes. On live, I think you can run jabs. It's fine-ish, but not on BTS. Give up Stormcalling passive for an actual sustain option, basically. Oh, you had Stormcalling before. Yeah, I think you need some sustain skill if you want to be cloaking on Nightblade. That was great from Set's new update. Wait, crates, you mean the... it's just a new mythic. Song, you can see it on the lower right corner. Mayberry. It's here. So this one was graphics with Rotroyal alone. It's a bit hard to notice. Yeah, I think I need something else than Torque here. I think on Plar, you just go full max health. Not Torque max health, but maybe like Clevel Arc or something, get the max health from that. Like it goes to 50k. Because your strongest heals are health scaling. Health scaling, that's 37% of the heals right now. So if you can buff that a lot, could be very solid. PK Classmaster seems both good and bad. It's really good with Vibrand. I am pretty sure. Never drop in low resource, definitely fair. Yeah, with the rock passive, right? Is there anything else I can try and Plar? I don't know how much value I get out of the out of this one. Maybe I could change that. What if I got even tankier? Or I could try this one. 600 weapon spell damage. Instead of the mini Drauken. Or actually not mini Drauken, Giga Drauken. I don't know if it's gonna be better. Because that's more than 10% damage on the Poftolite alone. Try to hit Templar with like Onslaught and Rally. I can play that on PTS, I think. Okay, I just want to test the passives here. Shabby. Chabolino. That's just not quite enough. Of course my crit buff could be better now. But honestly, I don't notice too much of a difference. Ooh, almost. Almost. Use the pot there, but not quite. This does buff my heals though quite a bit. The weapon spell elements. 600 to vigor and burst heal. Okay, this is the overload window again. I can't cast the javelin, didn't go off there. Nah, can't really make use of that. Still have to keep up the peripheral light because it is a lot of heals as well. Can cast the peripheral light. Can I switch so fast here? Probably not. Could be CCable in a moment. Dodge all. It's gonna be a big purple light, I think, but I'll just heal up before then. We need the armor buff there. This could be a lot tankier, by the way. We do have medium armor. Actually, medium armor is probably ideal, but could have like protective jewelry and stuff like that. Silver Travis silver, I think, for the follow. Thank you. But like this as well, mine is like 5 seconds and you die. It's all practice and having the right build. Those are the important things. Like you can have a lot of practice and have the wrong build and it doesn't matter how much practice you have. It's gonna end poorly. You have stam, so I can use that for the rolls there. Rebuff everything. Did that not connect? Apparently not. Sucks. Ooh, I fucked up there. I should have burst healed. I went for the Live in Dark recast. No, I can kinda tank that if I don't go too crazy with the offense, but I don't know. We need some different gear. Beam, please? Okay, I can try beam. I can try the beam. If you do beam, I think you do this this one. But I'm telling you, it's not gonna make a difference. Full range spell with crushing shock. Weapon good with Relican. Yeah, but I don't... I can get Relican, it's gonna take some time though. I just set up a elite torque build. Base tank 7.2k DPS. Disgusting. Meppery, thank you for the follow. Yeah, but I do like 0 damage with elite torque. I don't like that part. So I have to run this on the back bar now. This here. I mean, we can try that, see if it makes a difference. But I don't think it will. Knife, javelin. I get heals from the... I didn't have to burst heal there. Just trying to preemptively do it. The burst window there. So block there a bit. Too late to beam. And most of the time it just feels like -1 ability in the bar. Get hit here. I didn't get the vigor. I have to switch back to the front bar in order to get the vigor. Just PTS things. Fun. I Royal, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I'm dead here. Do you usually play Torque builds? No. No, I have a few Torque builds. On Templar I have quite a few. Because I think Templar benefits from it a lot in open world. But you can of course do better stuff in duels. But you don't get to cast beam, it's useless. If your opponent doesn't drop low health, it's pointless. If you get a low health then sure, but usually people just heal up, so it's not really good in... It's not really good anymore. It used to be good. I don't know, I'll play the Sork again, like I don't like Templar. Or at least this build on Templar. Krika, hello, thank you for the follow. Thank you. And Neovane, thank you for the follow as well. Like on live, I do have a Beamplar, a range plow with beam using Torque, but that's subclassing. You have a good spam ball on that. The Magma Fist, which buffs the beam quite a bit. Won't be possible next patch though, because you need to do the class mastery things. Okay, let's try this. This felt a lot better. On Platen, not the elite talk, and I'm too tired to think of a proper setup on the Plar. You're taking a lot of damage there. Also doing a lot more damage compared to before. No! Fucking delay. Weakest we got there. I do have a bot here. Stun into... Okay, got him. Got him. This feels a lot more home to me than Templar. What the build I was playing. So you have a lot of heals on the Templar, but you don't have the damage. At least on that kind of build. I think you need Kjellnar, you need like the whole typical Templar setup. Won't kill you in dodge. Unlucky. It's undodgeable damage. It's kinda hard. Did you try double bar into Monolith Giant? Double bar, it gets a lot more value, I think. XC Punk, thank you for the follow. That's appreciated. It also buffs you heals if you double bar it. Oh, you can't because Rele can, right? Right. That makes it a bit tricky. Oh, I guessed the wrong thing there. It's probably still fine-ish. Stand there. The frag block. The rebuff there definitely goes the overload. Nice, I thrown a dagger there. I'm gonna get CC'd here. Do you have a pot though, so I'm probably fine-ish here. But it's gonna feel a lot better on live as well, the double scribe. When you can like somewhat reliably cast it. I didn't use overload. Ah, fuck. So I dodge slot there. Thought I had a global, but nope. What will end disdain it double bar? Oh wait, are you in disdain at the moment? Not monolith. Oh, you're doing disdain. I see. A fucking 400 volt. You try something else than power overload too. Wait, you're on Rally Monolith, but I took 0 damage from Monolith. You took 5%? Didn't get a single hit though. Unlucky. Subclass is still gonna be the way to go on Werewolf? No. Subclassing, just forget it exists. It doesn't exist anymore if you wanna be competitive. Like, if I got a frag box there, that would have been GG, I think. Did I get my curse? I did not get the curse. And I don't get a frag proc. Just start casting it. Ay. You lose like a couple of call balls, it's GG. In these kind of duels. To 0 instantly. Kinda. But I couldn't press shot there. Also, I need to enable the health bars here. Just into the double scribe there. Oof. And rip. Kenny, thank you for the follow. Thank you. That did plan mid dorsal, but BTS things. And does it show here if you... That's the performance info. There's sort of like dodge souls and... No, it doesn't show dodge souls here. Maybe here, weapon swap? That's only the weapon swap. I wish you could see the, like, when you click dodge all. $6K blood for blood. Decent, decent. I didn't get my burst heal. Okay, this is just getting fucking annoying. It just does a dodge roll without casting the burst heal. Thought I lost my hurricane there, but I guess I didn't. Unload the armaments there. No fucking way. Shriek. Out of stun. I should probably use energy overload still. Despite having a lot of sustain. You have a frog hardcaster potentially, but no. It's out of stun. I'm gonna try energy overload. So I have to rustle so much here. Stem resource on combat metrics, oh I could do that. It was here, right? Resource events here. Yeah, you see, like, we lost 3.7k stem roll dodge, but I was already in the animation here. I don't know why it drains again here at the end. Drains here and then again here. I don't know. I need that, I think. Kenny, how you doing? Ricky looks so much like myself without the beard. Probably not that much, but like it's like looking in the mirror, really. Have a identical twin somewhere, apparently. Oh, lucky you, lucky you. Kappa. Sequel then? Probably a misclick, he was gonna go for the overload. The heals. Let my health go, just like that. I was not in that trick. Ai. If I can say something. Could put more points into health, but I don't know. Just BTS things. It's huge on BTS, yeah. Hardcast frag then. I feel like half the fucking gold stripe cast don't even go off. What's on live, it's such a giga skill. Valley here, ASAP. I used the pot there, by the way. Just the health insta-gone. I cannot shake, only because need to rebuff here. Need to rebuff. Holy deaths here, if I get CC here. That we're fine, for now. What I need, I think, is more sork abilities, because I get a damage shield every time I cast the sork ability. Or start doing a heavy attack or something, but if you don't use sork abilities, you don't get the shield. So anytime I do the Gold Scribe, for example, no shield there. Okay, we do get him there. I think that was mid-dodge, so I think I saw the dodge animation there. That's just such bullshit. Enchanter, how you doing? Hello. Is there any damage diff with the armaments 3k? Wait, how do you do more with armaments? Not what you were talking about. What cast do you test so far? Sork, a lot of Sork, a little bit of Templar, a little bit of Odin. Werewolf. I didn't do duels on Werewolf. One more more max weapon damage than you. Do you have infused? Or different mundus? Oh, you're running Font of Power. So wait, you do you don't have calculated defense at all? 17% healing. You can try full damage too. I don't know how you survive without that though. It's probably gonna be too squishy on myself. Any Necromancer PP character. I do play Necro as well. I have a very fun Stamper build on live. It's on my website. Did I get the curse there? I don't think I did. A streak? Hello. Can I go pro heavy here? That's a question, because I'm a little bit low in back there. Have to do energy overload here. No streak stun. Okay, rip. Rip. Yeah, I don't think I can risk it at all with Font of Power. If there was a good Sork spammable... And no, not Crystal Weapon. Then Font of Power would be really good. I mean, I can try Crystal Weapon too. Just use that as spam. Only worth a try. And then one slot here. There's no healing soul angle. Just only Sork abilities. Apart from Vigor and LSS. Because I could do no, Twilight is troll. Let's not do Twilight. It's way too troll. Just not as spammable. I like using it as one. Or if I use Crystal Weapon, otherwise then it needs to have bow proc or something. I don't like the vamp spam. APM is recharged. Yeah, I mean I can try this too. See how that works. Now we get a... Wait, I didn't change the... Definitely run Golgoet defense. Any spammable people don't know. Saturn? Yeah, Saturn, but it doesn't go off half the time. I think it's gonna be kinda low here. Because every second fucking cast, it doesn't cast. It casts 4 times in this fucking duel. I don't know if this is gonna work better. But at least I get a damage seal. Right? Stamp sustains better because I don't have the giga expensive spammable anymore. I should have used the pot there, so I saved it for a burst heal. I can't use my synergy. I do heal a lot tank here though. Didn't use the overload yet. Block the overloads. No! I was 1 millimeter off from a streak there. Do get him though. Yeah, this is a lot stronger. But it's not stronger because Crystal Weapon is better than Frag. It's better because we have a spammable that's a Sork spammable. And every weave is gonna proc the calculated defense. Spin mid-duel was not a good idea. You're lucky you did, because I was just about to stun you with the shriek, but it was like 1 meter off. If you mean the end there. Contest Templar already did. Not a fan with the not a fan of the Elite Torque Templar at least. It's just not you spamming jabs and trying to land tip off the light with the javelin, and it's just not my thing. Sandra, thank you for the follow. Breaking Ball could also work. No, I don't think so. You don't get a 10k shield when you actually no, you do, because the cast time ability, right? So maybe, but not on BTS, not on NA. I don't want to use a cast time ability as spammable. It can be miserable. But yeah, if I was to make a Templar dueling build, I'd probably use Kjalnar and Rally and not sure what else. Because there's some sets they reworked, but probably use the Essence Thief still. Lancer? No, I didn't try Lancer. I don't think it's good. Paul can work on pretty much something. Yeah, I don't think it's super amazing. It got buffed, yes, the duration went up from 6 seconds to 10 seconds. It's still 300 weapon spell damage, and it's still a pain in the arse to land. Like, the proc condition is the main problem. What are your top 3 classes for PP? Right now on live, DK, Sork, and what would be the third one? Maybe Nightblade, but not because Nightblade is strong, it's just my main character, I think. Do you have to double bar Nobility in the game? No, you can back bar it. What I do is back bar Nobility and front bar Corpse Burster. Really fun build. Donson? Ratson, you mean? Is the no, it's 10% damage to dance rat abilities only. Unless they change that. I mean, I have it. No, I don't have it. I have it on the Templar with the Elite Torque, so it's not active. Templar skill line ability. Oh, it's any Templar. Oh, right. They changed that to work with jabs too. Maybe. So you can buff jabs and crescent and javelin. I didn't realize that. I thought it was still dance rat abilities. And then you get the Nova when it procs. You get max sustain. Red max stacks no longer refresh. Tempo skill line still 25% bonus damage or 10% against players. It's 15 seconds, so after 15 seconds you lose your magica, but you can kind of play around then. You have 15 seconds to kill your opponent with the combo and then just go back to turtling and assume that the magica's gonna get halved after a few seconds, but it could maybe work. Let's try maybe one more duel on this. What's the noise? No, I'm gonna keep the lightning flood. I was thinking maybe doing quick claw, but that's not a shock ability to lose tankiness by using it. Use the synergy there. Need to rebuff here. Can we use the synergy? No. Close down. I'm dead. Yeah, it's the Dawnbreaker. You can't see that she break that in time. On rip. $28. I've just been kinda super aggressive. Not really worth it there though. me actually switch this out to... Maybe Mage's Threat is good now. But probably not, no. Why do I die so fast there? Just not having the pressure without the lightning flood. I could try... No, I was gonna try... No, he's gonna kill the bird. Oh wait, no, you do Vibrant Shroud here. I'm stupid. Cause I get a damage shield too when I cast this. Has to be better, and we have enough burst heal, I think. I still have to fucking execute, oh well. Next time, so I might as well use it for the roll there. Smart soft proc. Get the CC there. Dawnbreaker here. Yep, but this time it doesn't land. Okay, the execute is actual fucking garbage. It's like the worst fucking skill in the game. Jesus Christ, this is terrible. It's just dodge salts every time. Every time someone's in execute, it's just not gonna actually go off there. Except at the very end, but... Did it just kill you? Yes, but before that it missed like 15 times when I could have done Crystal Weapon. Or I could have had the extra damage from Lightning Flood and the Synergy. On PTS is painful, everything on PTS is painful. It's just not ideal. Can kind of test like what skills might be good on life though. I suppose. It's 14% of my damage taken. Wait, didn't you have Rela? No Rela here. This was Rela. 9.3k DPS, by the way. How am I 3.7? What? I feel like I'm doing good damage on this. 4.3 and we're taking... okay, it's a bit more reasonable, but... Oh, this was the 9 second, right. Still doing a lot less damage though. Like this should be good. Say something about Mage's Threat in the past 2 years. Yes, they made it from... made it last only 2 seconds. Instead of 4. It used to stick on the target for a little bit and was pretty decent. But now it's just bad. Okay, maybe one more. Just use the proper ground AoE. I didn't get my crystal weapon there. Pretty much all the boss here. Fuck. I think I missed the sinners there. Need the hurricane up. Almost. Fucking streak. Some Dawnbreaker still, so I have to be very careful about that. We have the overloads, which I should be doing here, I think. There's the Dawnbreaker. Okay, streak is super delayed. So there goes that. Okay, I can't cast the crown either, apparently. Kind of greeding here a bit. Yeah, full stun. Another Dawnbreaker. Am I dead? Not dead because I can block and heal, but barely. Because swimming? Okay, that's not ideal. A bit more spell mass buff. Still have the Dawnbreaker dots, so I have to be a little bit careful. So why I guess that again? That was just a misplay. Have the synergy here. It's not quite enough. Have a pot here possibly. Nice blocking with the BFB. Sure if I got the sinners there. Doesn't feel like I did. No kill. Bandits, I think. Hurricane missing. Ritzo's missing. Block and dodge. No, maybe we're fine. Got a bot here. It's got a Dawnbreaker, surely. I don't have synergy again. I don't know where it went. I can cast Curse. We'll do a heavy here. Okay, overload didn't activate. Now it does. We have a plot here. We have the Dawnbreaker dot, so can't really risk it too much here, I think. It's the Mars lock dot, we have to be careful again for a few seconds. Synergy, but we have to rebuff here, I think. Oh no, I didn't need to rebuff. Okay, nice. Good fight, good fight. It was gonna... You went for the Dawnbreaker there, right? I went for the synergy. Gonna RNG though. I wasn't planning to do the synergy counter burst there. But during the Dawnbreaker cast time. Curse actually top damage. Strange. I do miss having the frags though. I think the overload self is better. Yeah, it does help a lot with sustain. Because even with this, it's not quite enough. Still like sometimes run out. Could be PTS, yeah. PTS does make things more difficult. Gonna stop being a freaking sad. Get mad. Let's run BFP. Nah. I don't like BFP anymore. I think to get most value out of the passive you need to run like only Sorc abilities or as many Sorc abilities as possible. So the crystal weapon kind of works in that sense, but it does also like all of the time it's just... You see like damage done, it's only 7%. But it is so much defense. So much defense. Not trying that passive. But then I have to frag again, but I don't know, I'm just too squishy without the passive, I think. I mean, I can try with BFP, but I'm not a huge fan. I'll summon some like Giga tanky build. There's a vampire maxer, right? Okay, let's try with the vamp. Might die faster than ever. Also, it's not really that good with the Sorc passive, is it? Just casting this also heals you, so if you wanna drop low health to get the max value, you don't really get that. Get that. It's a bit counterintuitive too, I suppose. Oh, I still have the one passive though. Okay, that was my overload. We tried the block BFPs there when we can, but I'm dead here, I think. Maybe not yet. Run out of magic there. Yeah, no. Nope, nope. We also do a lot less damage. It's only 4k. I don't know why though, like we have... we should have way more damage here. So you don't have Monolith, right? Oh no, you have Monolith as well. Why is it 7k? I have 4k, it's just this thing. Because I have Rallying on this at the moment. Is Rallying just bad? Or DPS? Oh, it's Vele, I see. Vele was 1k dips. But it's not even more damage than the crystal weapon there. 5.8k max. 6.3k max. And I used this at low health a few times. And I don't think this is for me. It just gets me killed. Or I do... wait, I can try one thing though. I think could be kinda disgusting. Maybe no, it's acceptable. That's just gonna get guided though. I think. If I can even survive until then. A streak there, I would have been dead, I think. Yeah, I'm dead, I think, yep. Yep. Because better than Soul Burst. Yeah, you want to run as many Sork skills as possible. Or maybe not, because you don't have the passive. But Curse does quite a lot. I mean, for me it was top damage here in 6 minutes. .5k BFP, but I'm gonna try this with Vamp, but without BFP. I'm just gonna abuse Vamp ulti. I tried new Werewolf yet. What's up, Ninja? I tried the abilities, the animations and stuff. I didn't do any duels with Werewolf. Can't fight Templars, but they, I mean, I don't know if they can kill you either. Unless there's some Giga Templar build on PTS. Have to do a bit more heavies now, so I don't have the... oh, I don't get a heal there. Great. Thought I was fine CC breaking and block into heal, but... let me guess, Lance unblocked. No, it's your block with Overlord. It's just the dots, I guess. No, that was unblocked. Oh, I hate BTS. I really hate BTS. I want to test the vamp ult at least once, but I don't get to survive until then. Even if you stay on bar besides Torque, absolutely nothing. Rebuff. I can't cast Vigor. Jesus fucking Christ, this is annoying. Already switched the front bar because I thought I get the Vigor. Not the back bar, I mean. So it's not a huge deal, we're taking more damage with the vamp now, but it's only the fire damage. But it's quite a bit of the damage still. Switch to vamp ult, see how this works out, get even more stats. Except I'm out of buffs here. And it was nothing. Can switch to offense there. There's no way I get my ability off in time. Slows easy back there. So vamp ult is not really in. I can sustain here without the energy overload. I'm dead to next streak. That lands, I think. Literally 0 stam, 0 magical, 0 everything. Try to sequel then. Means no vamp ult though. Do you have a bot now? So maybe that buys us some time. Missed the synergy. How am I getting out of fucking resource? Like 0 sustain actually. Streak stun there would've killed me. Still can. But I need to do the ice heavies here. We have a bot here. Synergy didn't land, I think. I'm dead, I think. Streak. No? Now I don't get stunned by that somehow. Make the hurricane 100%. Rip. Yeah, no, I don't like this. I don't like this. Werewolf in PP, I have no idea, Lawrence. I haven't tried it in Dualsen. Like, BTS just went live a couple hours ago. I've not had time to... There's more than the abilities on the werewolf. No, I don't like Vamp. How do I cleanse that? It's utility. Maybe double ult could be good. But now they say, okay, one more with double ult. I think that could be good. Okay, one last one. Oh, I didn't spend the ulti. No. Almost fucked up there. My deads. Not yet. Do you have a pot here you can use? Rebuffs, we have the global tool debuff. I can't use the fucking synergy there. Okay. I think double tool's pretty good. It gives you that little bit of extra unblockable pressure. Oh, the main issue. Don't have a lot of dots on this. 8%. I went for the longer duration morph. 4.2k tick. Yes. Could be a double tool angle. Imagine this in BGs. You do the other morph, of course. You get the extra damage modifier for all of the monolith hits and whatnot. Could be kinda good. Definitely noticeable. Nefra Linkra in full crit meta. Class passives and rework they did it, yeah. Asurdao, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Yeah, they added crit resistance to everything. They kinda nerfed rally only for magical builds. You still have the same amount of crit resistance as before. You just lose that one line of max magical. So I think it's quite reasonable. Or it's almost the same as before, right? But yeah, I'm gonna log off here as well, I think. Some good info, GG student. Wait, is there anything you guys wanna see before I call it a day? Or call it a night? It's almost 5 AM. Normally I'm sleeping at this time. But hey, big patch day. Built the gangplate? No. No, but I can show some passive if someone wants to see. Otherwise I'm just gonna raid someone here. Who even streams at this hour? I've never raided someone at 5 AM, I think. Or it's been a while at least since I did. Thanks for the long stream. Hey, my pleasure. If there's something interesting to stream this long, I can't do it every day, but I mind doing it every now and then. Do we raid Okui? Good send you guys to Okui. What's Okui up to? Is doing some Cyrodiil? Yeah, I'll raid Okui today. Thanks for out. Big thanks for all of the raids. Today was crazy, absolutely crazy. Raid from Teldis, Baggins, Aroli, Hyper, Kamul. Absolutely crazy day. Had a good time. Even if I'm giga tired right now. And big thanks for all of the follows, subs, the usual. There's a pin message. I don't know if it's raiding right now. I will assume it is. Oh, this raid. Okay, excellent. Enjoy a good stream. Thanks for now, and see you all next time. I'm probably gonna do a shorter stream tomorrow. I have some Trifecta prog later. So probably not a long stream if I stream tomorrow. I might take tomorrow off. We'll see. If not, then... If I don't stream tomorrow, then Wednesday. Anyway, have a good one. Bye.